Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. Web application development. So this is a new tutorial starting in our channel, and in this tutorial we are going to teach web application development. By the end of this tutorial, you will be in a position to develop your own websites. So we used to see many websites, we used to Google many websites every day. So what do you mean by a website? How do we develop a website? To develop a website, to develop a web application, you need to look into few frameworks. There are a lot of frameworks available, but the framework which we chose in this tutorial is React. So React is a framework to develop web applications. Especially in this tutorial, we will concentrate on React. There are a lot of other frameworks available, but React is one among them which is familiar to everyone and which is very easy to use. But to start writing code into React, we should know few more languages such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. If you are familiar with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you can use that knowledge to write code into React. So basically, you should have few languages, and then you have to jump into the React framework to start writing into React. Now, having said that, since this tutorial has been focused to beginners, you should have the knowledge of HTML, the basics of HTML. If you're a beginner, if you don't know how to write code into HTML, this is the place for you to learn HTML. Now in this screen you can see something called www.google.com. So this is called a website, right? Everyone are already familiar with this website, www.google.com. Let me click this. Now this is called Google website. You are in this page, right? If you type something and if you click on Google search, let me type Suresh text and I pressed enter. When you press enter, I have been moved to a new page, right? This is called another page, and when you go back, this is called a different page, right? So this is called a web page, right? So we had seen two pages currently. When I enter something, that's called a different page. So it's basically a website consists of different pages and they are called the web pages. That means if you want to develop something in a web application or if you want to develop a website, you need to first start designing web pages. When you develop many pages, if you integrate them, that will make a website. So our main goal is to develop web pages now. Now, how do we develop a web page? Consider there is a person A and there is a person B. If person A knows only French language and consider person B knows only Hindi language. Person A knows only French language whereas person B knows only Hindi language. Now consider person A wants to communicate to person B and there is no possibility to talk to person B because person A knows French whereas person B knows Hindi. So that means whatever person A speaks that will not be understood by person B, right? And there is no translator and there is no middle person to translate it into Hindi. Now there is no way that person A can talk to person B. The only one solution is person A should learn Hindi language to talk to person B. That's the only solution available here. Now consider person B as web browser, the place where websites will be placed, the place where we browse. That's called web browser. And consider person A as your website, the one which you are going to develop in this tutorial. Now, how do we develop a website? How do we develop a website so that a web browser can understand it? Because this is a web browser and this is a website, you both need to have a common language to communicate between website and a web browser. And The common language currently is HTML. If you write code into HTML and if you pass that to web browser, since web browser already understands HTML, it will display whatever you are trying to display in your website. That's how it happens. You should definitely know HTML to communicate between a website and a web browser. So you will basically write a website in HTML and you will put that into a web browser. Now let's see the ideal structure of this course, the web application development. We begin with HTML and then followed by CSS, and then we teach JavaScript, and finally we comes to the React framework. First we teach HTML, CSS and JavaScript, and finally we comes to the React. That's the ideal structure of this course. That's it for today. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please do subscribe Suresh Tags. HTML. Today we are going to concentrate on HTML. And in our previous tutorial we had seen about web application development. If you haven't watched that tutorial, please do go back and watch. Now, what do you mean by an HTML? What is the importance of being HTML? So, before start writing something in HTML, we should basically know few terms. Tag and an element. What do you mean by a tag? Tag, as we all know, consider you went to a shopping mall, you bought a new cloth. When you bought a new cloth, there will be a tag attached to the cloth. It tells about the cloth. It has brand of the cloth. It will have the price of the cloth. It will basically have all the information about that cloth. And similarly, there is some concept called tag in web application development. Tag describes about what you need to display in HTML. A tag basically includes a less than symbol followed by a tag name and then a greater than symbol. Now this is called the starting tag, and there is a content in between this, and there is something called ending tag. So this is called ending tag and this is called a starting tag. A tag will basically have a less than symbol followed by the tag name and then a greater than symbol, right? So this is called a tag, and we will see more about this in coming tutorials. Now what do you mean by an element? Now we know that this is a tag. Consider there is something in between these two tags. Now the combination of the starting tag, the content and the end tag is called an element. Now we know about the tag, we know about the element, right? Now what do you mean by HTML? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. What do I mean by hypertext? Hypertext basically says that hyperlinks. When you think about a web application, when you think about a website, there will be a lot of links available in the website. When you click on a particular link, you will be navigated to a different page. When you when you click on some button, something is going to happen. So basically there will be a lot of links available and they are called hyperlinks. So that's where the name had come from. It's called hypertext. And what do I mean by markup? Markup language means a language which deals with tags. We know a tag basically starts with a less than symbol followed by the tag name and then greater than symbol. So the language which we are writing currently, the HTML, basically have all the tags and elements. That's it. So that's why HTML is called a markup language. That's where that's why the name hypertext markup language. Now, how do we write? Where do we write? We develop using Notepad++. The editor which we use is Notepad++. So you can download Notepad++ from Notepad++ website. And if you are already familiar with Sublime Text, you can write HTML in that. It's not a problem. But in this tutorial, we are using Notepad++. So if you don't have Notepad++, please do install Notepad++ and get ready. Now so far we had seen about the tags, elements and some editors. So I recommend you guys to download Notepad++ and get ready. Don't worry about tags and elements. If you are confused with this, please be please wait for some time, and in the next tutorial I am going to clarify that. Just think that tag starts with a less than symbol followed by a tag name and then a greater than symbol, and an element basically will have a start tag, end tag, and the content inside that. That's it. Don't worry much about it. Now if you are familiar with a tag element, and if you have editor with you installed in your laptop, get ready to develop a website using HTML. That's it for today. Please do subscribe Suresh Techs. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. And in our previous tutorial we had seen HTML introduction and web application development introduction. If you haven't watched that, please do watch those and then please come back. So what do I mean by HTML? We had seen about a tag and an element in our previous tutorial, right? And in this tutorial we will try to write a simple program. Right, let's start. Write a simple program. Please do open Notepad++. Now as I said, a tag starts with a less than symbol followed by a tag name and then some content and then closing tag. Now this is called a tag. Right, from here to here it's an end tag, and from here to here it is a starting tag. And when you combine the end tag, start tag, and content, it is called an element. Right, now as I said, HTML is a markup language, so which basically contains all the tags. Now HTML should have a tag called HTML. Now this is the starting tag and this is ending tag, and there should be some other element inside this, and that should be a body. That means whenever you start writing an HTML program, you should always begin with HTML tag, and inside that there should be something called a body element. Whatever you write inside the body, that would be displayed in your website. Now let's save this. Let's save this in f html practice coding. Let me name this as starting.html. Right, now let me open that html. Now let me open that practice coding, and I'll open this with Google Chrome. Right, when you open that file, there will be nothing displayed because there is no data inside your body. Now try to write something, right, and just save this and refresh this. Right, Suresh text. So whatever you write inside the body, that would be displayed in your website. That's as simple as that. Now if you see here, the title of the page, which is showing the file name starting.html, but instead if you want some title to be displayed in that, you should have some other element which is called head. Right, now inside that just write title, say Suresh tags, press Ctrl S, and then just refresh this. You could see here Suresh text has been updated. Now if you want something, if you want to update your title of the page, you have to write inside the head element. And if you want to display something in the page, which means here, right, then you could do that under body. So the basic structure of your application, the basic structure of an HTML program looks like this. So this is what we had done till now. We wrote a program and then we saved it and we opened in a browser. Right, this is the structure of an ideal HTML program. So it will have HTML element, and inside that it will have body. It will have body and it will have an head. So this is not mandatory to have head and title, but that's the requirement and that's the standard way to do that. If you want to display a title, you should always have that inside a head element. Now this is the body. Now let's try to add a few more things inside this. Now if I add something else, right? If I add something, just save this and you could see that. So that would be displayed here. So whatever you type inside the body, that would be displayed in your web browser, right? So that's as simple as that. Now what do you mean by an HTML? As we had seen already, HTML stands for hypertext markup language, and as we know, it consists of series of elements just like HTML, head and then body, right? So these elements tell the browser how to display the content. So whatever the content you want to display inside a browser, the elements will tell to the browser, and the elements are represented by the tags. And the most important thing is, whatever you are writing here, the body, HTML, the tags, these tags will not be displayed in the browser. The data will only be displayed. That means browser extract the data from the tags or elements and that displays. And that displays the real content. And who has developed a HTML program? Who has developed this language? There is a person called Tim Berners-Lee who has developed World Wide Web WWW and who has developed HTML hypertext markup language. So Tim Berners-Lee had developed HTML, and in this series of web application development, Suresh Tex is going to teach you HTML. And that's it for today. Thank you so much. Please do subscribe Suresh Tex. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Tex. If you're visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Tex. In our previous tutorial, we had seen about HTML project structure. There will be a HTML tag on top, and there will be a head element inside that, and there will be a body inside that. Now today we will see some of the basic concepts of HTML. Now this is what we had seen in our previous tutorial, right? There will be something called HTML element on top, and there will be something called head, and then followed by a body. Now whatever you write inside a body, that will be displayed in the browser. Now I write something called I'm displaying, save it and then refresh. I am displaying, right? So this is how. So is this a right way to do? If you want to display something in the website, you just need to write in this way. Let me write this again. Now what is happening? I just saved this and I refreshed it, right? Here in the body, you have written this under different sections. I mean under different lines. But here in the browser, everything has been displayed in a single line. So that means this is not a proper way to do. You should always use some elements to display the content inside a body. Now one such element is called, or the one which we use most probably in any website, is called heading. So this is header tag. Sorry, this is heading tag. If you want to display, this is heading tag. If you want to display something in bold letters, right? Let me type welcome to Suresh Tex, right? Just save it and refresh it. So this is how it looks like. Awesome. Now So this is called heading tag. Similarly, there are different tags available for us. Few such are h2. If I write welcome to Suresh, text again, save it, refresh it. So this is how h2 looks like. So who has given this h1 and h2? So these are all provided by the HTML language. So these are all the default tags available in HTML. If you want to display something in bold with a big text, you have to use h1. So basically, if you want to keep any text that is very important, you should use h1. So this is how it goes, and then comes h3, and then h4, h5, and finally h6. So there are around six tags starting from h1 to h6. If the text is very important, then use h1. If the text is least important, then use h6. This is how it works. Let's see what is going to happen, or how is it going to be displayed. Let me close the tag for h5, h6, saving this and then refreshing this. Right, this is how it looks like. Consider you are developing a web application, you want to display a text which should be very important, right? You use h1, then it displays something like this. So that's how. So that's all about h1 to h6. So that's all about h1 to h6 tags. This is how it looks like. Now you want to consider, now you want to put some line below this. What you need to do is, there is some other tag called hr, which is horizontal rule. Now, so this is how you have opened it, and then this is how, sorry, this is how you have opened this, and this is how you have closed this, right? You could see something called a horizontal rule below this. Now there is no content, in this tag, because hr horizontal rule will directly provide you a line. So there is no need of any content over here. Even if you put some content that displays below that, and there is no point of keeping this because we want horizontal rule. So at that time, if you don't want, if there is no text inside any element, you could close the starting element just by keeping like this. That means there is no use of an end tag, right? So here, what are we doing here? We are starting the tag and we are closing the tag. So both are done in a single line. So this is how you can start and end a line. Sorry, this is how you could start and end this is how you could start and end a tag. That's nice. Now just put horizontal lines below all, and let's see how it looks like. Refreshing this. Wow, this is awesome. This is how it is looking like. Now we had seen about h1 to h6, and we had seen about hr, right? Now this is all fine. Now let's go back to our tutorial. That we had seen about the heading starting from h1 to h6, attribute. Now you have displayed h1, and this is how it looks like, right? So this is the default text size that h1 is providing for us. Now you don't want that size, you want little bigger than that. You could provide some attributes to the tag. So this is the tag, or we could say this is an element. Now the attribute will always be formed using name value pair. So that means you should write some name and then followed by a value inside this. So this is the structure of an attribute. This is the structure of specifying an attribute. Now what I'll do, I'll give something called style, and inside that I'll give some value called font size. I'll say 50 pixels. Don't worry about this, just think that this is an attribute because we are learning the attribute. Just think that this is an attribute, and the attribute name is style, and the attribute value is this font size colon 50 pixels. Don't worry, don't worry much about this. I am going to explain this in detail in later tutorials. For now, just think that this is an attribute inside a tag. Now I'm just saving this, I'm just refreshing this. There is no change. Now what I will do, I'll give 100 pixels. No change. Is this the right way to do? No. This is how you should have to. Because the font size we have given the wrong, so it has to be font minus size. Now I'm just saving this and refreshing this, and this got changed. Right, that means if you want to modify your element, you are going to provide something called attributes to your tag, and that to your starting tag. Now so in such way you can modify your elements. So this is called attributes. Now so this is all about the attributes. So basically all the elements can have the attributes, and they provide the additional information about an element, such as an header providing a font size, right? So we are providing something extra to that element, and they're always specified in the start tag, as we have done this here. So we have specified this in the starting tag, we haven't specified this in the ending tag. So that means attribute should always be part of the starting tag, and they always come in name value pairs, the name and value. So this is the name and this is a value, right? So this is how attributes will be formed. Now this is what we had seen already, the horizontal rule. How to display this? You just have to display HR and a closing tag. See here, even if you specify, see, instead of this I'll keep HR, right? This will work, this will always work. I'm just refreshing this. See, you could see this is working, but the best practice, the standard practice, the recommended practice is always open the tag and close it. And if you don't have the content, you could close this with starting and end tag in this way, right? So this is the best practice to do, right? We had seen about horizontal rule. Now what do you mean by head? Right, in our previous tutorial we had seen about placing a title to the page. So this title basically displays over here, it displays here. Now what else you can keep under head? What does a head do? Head basically tells, or it describes about the page whatever you are working on. Head is basically a metadata in the sense data about the data. That means you are describing your page. You could tell what a page will do, what this page is going to do. So this will be useful for the SEOs, search engine optimizations. What they basically does is they'll extract data from the head element. They'll basically extract the data from the head element. Going further, we keep a lot of information under this head tag. Okay, so these search engine optimizations, they take the data from here because they basically describes about the page, right? That is what about a head. Head is a metadata, right? If you consider this, now if you consider this page as head, right? So this slide is about head tag. So this is called the data about this slide. So this page is telling about the head tag. Now we see few. Now let's see few more tags in HTML. The next beautiful tag is, let me delete all this. Okay, let me keep all this stuff. The next tag is paragraph. If you want to display something, right, you can display, right. So this is a paragraph. Here you could see this has been displayed as a paragraph. Now what does this means? If you want to display some paragraph, if you want to display some text, you will keep under paragraph, you will keep under paragraph tag. Now whatever you write, it looks like this, it will be displayed. I'm writing under paragraph, right. Now in the new line, you are writing something. Now so this is how you are writing. Now if you save this, what would happen? Just think. So it has to display I am writing under paragraph, and in the second line it has to display you are writing something. But see what happens here. I am just saving this and I'm refreshing it. See, everything has been displayed under a single line. This is wrong. We don't want that. So that means what happens basically in a HTML program is, if you keep something under a paragraph, it will not follow the breaks, it will not follow the new lines, right. It will be displayed in a single line. That's how the paragraph or the paragraph element has been structured. Now you don't want that. If you want all to be formatted as per your design, then what you could do, so there is something called a pre-formatted tag. The tag name is pre. Now if you keep the same text under this, sorry, save. Now if I refresh, see, so this is how it looks like. So there is a new tag called pre. So it is called a pre-formatted. That means whatever you give, if you give a new line, right, it has to display, right. So this is how it works. So there are different tags available for different types of purposes. If your purpose is to display as per your format, you could do it under pre tag, right. Now you don't want to use pre, instead you want to break the lines. So you have one line here and you have another line here. So how to break a line? So there is some other tag called br. Okay, so as I said earlier, it's a best practice to close an element always. So I'm just keeping this. So we are starting a tag and then we are closing a tag. Now what should happen? I am paragraph, I am writing under paragraph. Here there should be a break and this should come in the new line. Same thing happened. Since we had provided break here, so it has break here, it has provided a break and it is showing in a new line. Now if I provide a break here, what will happen? It comes here and there is no break here, so this A will come here, and from here there will be a break. That's how it happened. A is here and then there was a break. So wherever you want a new line, you could always use break. So that's the use of break. Now we had seen about paragraph, break, and then pre-tag. Now this is what we had seen so far. We had seen about the headings, attributes, paragraphs, horizontal rules, breaks, pre-element, and then head tag. So these are the basic tags or basic elements in HTML. That's it for today. Thank you so much. Please do subscribe Suresh Tags. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Tags. If you're visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Tags. So in our previous tutorial we had seen about basic tags in HTML, and we wrote a simple program. We wrote a simple program to demonstrate those tags. And now in this tutorial, we will try to review all the 4 lessons we had learned till now. In our first tutorial, we had seen about a person example. Consider person A wants to communicate with person B. So there should be a common language. So similarly in the case of a browser and a website, there should be a common language, and that is none other than an HTML. And then we had seen about the structure of the course: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React. We start with HTML, followed by CSS, JavaScript, and finally we see React. And we had seen about the tags, elements, and the editor. Tag basically starts with a less than symbol followed by the tag name and then a greater than symbol. And the element will have a start tag, content, and then an end tag. And similarly, the editor which we are using in this tutorial is Notepad++. And then we had seen a simple program which looks something like this. We had placed in HTML, and said that we had placed a head which will have a title which will display here, right? We had seen about a simple text and a title program, and then the basic tags we had seen: headings, attributes, all these tags we had covered. Now, so this is what we had seen in our previous example, right? We had seen about the paragraph, body, HTML, and all. Today, just to refresh, I'll try to create a new project. So whenever we start writing a new application, we start with HTML and then we will close it. So this will basically tells that we are working with an HTML document, and then we will keep another element called body. So this is basically the body of the document. So HTML says we are working with an HTML document, and body says the body of the document that we are going to work. So body is basically the one which is going to display on the screen, right? Let me save this with, say, review.html, and in the down you have save as type. Just change it to HTML and then save it. Now, so we had seen about different tags such as paragraph header and all, right? So many people are telling that even though they are not ending the tags, still the code is working, right? Code will work, but that's not a good practice to do. So consider I have a paragraph, or consider I have an heading, right? I'll write Suresh text, right? If I save this, okay, and if I open that project, right, review, opening with the Chrome, and see, this will work. Though you haven't closed, it will work, but it's not a good practice to do. This is not a good practice to do. Though the browser can understand, though the browser can keep an end tag for you, but we should always keep an end tag. And we had seen about the heading tags. We had seen about different heading tags from H1 to H6, right? Let's see. Let me save this and then refresh it. Right, so we had seen about the different heading tags, and then we had seen about a paragraph. So we had seen about pre tag. Welcome, welcome, right? So we had seen about all this. Now if I refresh this, So this will work. So this is how the different tags will work. Now one thing here, since we are working with an HTML, so we need to tell to the SEO, the search engine optimization. So we should always keep something like this. The document type is HTML. So we are telling to the SEO that this document is of type HTML. So that's why we specify it as doc type followed by HTML, since we are dealing with the HTML program. So you have to say doc type HTML. Now, and similarly we had seen about break, right? Consider you have some data here. Consider you have a paragraph. So consider you have a paragraph here. So there is a text. There is some text, right? Let's see how does it looks like. So it's like this. So if you keep another paragraph below this, so it looks like this. So if you want a break in between these two, so you could keep something called BR. So BR is a break, right? If you want to provide some break, you could use that. So now you could see there is a break in between these two tags. Now there is a break in between these two paragraphs. Now here the BR is called an empty tag. So empty tag is nothing but a tag which will not have a content. So BR does not have a content because it will just break a line. Similarly HR, which provides an horizontal rule, that will also not have a content. So that is also called an empty. So that is also called an empty tag. So the tags which will not have the content are called the empty tags. And I think that's it we had seen in our previous section. And similarly we had seen about the attributes, right? We had seen about some attributes. So I think that's it. So if you refresh this, right, there is a horizontal line. So these are called the empty tags, and this is the new thing we had learned today. And I think that's it. So headings, attributes, paragraphs, breaks, pre-element, and then head, right? So this is what we had seen till now. I think this is good enough. Thank you so much. Please do subscribe Suresh Tags. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Tags. If you are visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Tags. And in our previous tutorial we had seen the reviewing of all the 4 lessons we had completed till now. And in this session we will look into few basic styles which are available in HTML. Now to style a element, what do you need to do? You need to provide something extra to the element. So that is called an attribute. And how do we provide an attribute? We provide an attribute to the starting tag of a element. Right? So this we had already seen. If you want to specify or if you want to provide attribute, that has to be in the starting tag. Now this is how it looks like. Tag name, and then this is called the attribute, and here the attribute name is style and the followed by a value. Here the value for the style attribute should be property colon followed by value. So how do we do this? Let us see few styles available. So these are the basic styles that one should know to style a basic page. That's why I'm just telling about this, but going further I am going to explain much more things about the styles. But for now, just to understand about the styles, let us go through all these different styles available in HTML. Now let me create a new file. I'll start it with doc type HTML because this is HTML page, and then followed by HTML opening and closing tag. I'll give you a body, and then I'll have a head. I'll keep a title. I hope you guys are getting it because we had seen all this stuff already. Now let me save this. I'll save it as styles.html. I'll change the save as type to HTML. Awesome. Now let us open this project. Styles, opening with Chrome. Right, currently there is nothing, but this has been changed Suresh text because we had changed the title. Now if you want to provide some styles to the page which we are currently working on, let us do some stuff. Now let us modify this. So as I said earlier, so this is the body. Whatever you write inside the body, that is going to be displayed in your page. Now let me change the background color of the body. I'll give, first of all, if you want to change the background color, we need to give a property called style. Now the value should be property followed by colon and then the value. Now what is the property? So the property should be background color and the value should be the color that you are going to apply. Let's give blue and let me check it. I just saved it and I'm refreshing this. Right, it's been changed to blue now. So this is how it works. So this is how, now let me change it to some other. So these are the default colors available from the HTML. Now let me give something called maroon and see. Now I'll change this to maroon. Awesome. So now we are able to change the background color of the body. Right, so we are applying a color to the body. Now let me give heading. Okay, I will give Suresh text. Awesome. Now let me refresh this. So this is what displaying, right? Now if I want to align this heading to the middle of this row, how do I do this? So there is some other property called text align, and the value should be the center because I want this in to be center. Right, so this is how it works. So we are dealing with the style attribute now. So using the style attribute, we can style the HTML page, right? So we had seen about background color and then the text alignment property. Now let us see a few more. Consider you have a paragraph. Okay, I am working on styles today. Okay, so consider this is your paragraph. If you refresh this, it looks something like this. Okay, so this is the default text size for a paragraph, but if you want to change the font size, there is some other property called font size. Okay, by default the font size is 100%. That's the default value. Now if you want to double it or if you want to triple the size of the font size, then you can do it using the percentage. If you want to double the size of the font size, then you could say 200%. It's basically you are doubling the size of the font. Now if you refresh this, right, the font size got doubled. Now you just align this to the center. Now to provide a new property, now to provide a new value to the attribute, you could do that using a semicolon. You could separate the values using semicolon. Here you can give some different property and value combination. So I'll give something called text align center. Okay, if I refresh this now, right, this has been aligned in the center. Right, this has been aligned in the center. Now if you want to change the color, of the text, you can do that using color property. Color followed by the color value. I had given here white and let's check it now. Right, it's changed it to white color. So this is how it works. So we had seen about the background color, we had seen about the text alignment, and then we had seen about the font size and then the color. So these are some basic styles available in HTML. So if you know all these basic styles, you can change the style of your page. Now let us open. So this is what we had seen. So one more thing, one more thing here is fonts. How to change the font, right? Let's change the font. Now if I want to change the font of the heading, right, there is one more property called font family. So there are different so there are different fonts available such as Vedana, Times New Roman, Courier, etc. Let me give something called Courier, and if I refresh this now, right, this has been changed to Courier font. So these are some, that's how it works. So these are some basic styles available in HTML. If you want to change the style of your page, if you want to apply some minimum style to the page you are currently working on, these are the basic styles available. And that's it for today. Please do subscribe Suresh Techs. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. In our previous tutorial we had seen about basic styling, and in this tutorial we will use all the knowledge we had gained till now, and we will try to develop a simple page. So the page should look like this. There should be a header saying Suresh Techs followed by some text, and then in between there should be a horizontal line, and then there should be some other section which says the course plan, and followed by topics covered so far. Now this is the page we have to develop. Okay, so this is the page we have to develop now. Let me open Notepad. Now I'll create a new page. I've created a new I have created a new file. I'll say doc I will say doc type is of HTML followed by HTML closing HTML, and then body. Okay, and I'll give a head, closing of the head, and there should be a title inside the head saying Suresh Techs, and I'm going to change the title. Now let me save this as first webpage.html, changing the save as type to HTML. Right, now let me open this. Right, now this got changed. Suresh Techs has been displaying here. Now what to do? The first thing is to apply a background color to the page. So how do we do that? Just think. So we have to give that under body, right? So it has to be style followed by background color. I'll give yellow. Should it be yellow, or what should be the color? I think this is orange. Okay, now let's refresh this. Awesome. So now we have changed the body color to orange. Now the first thing that we have to provide is the header. We have to provide heading, right? I'll give something called h1. I'll say Suresh Techs. I'll save this, refresh this. Awesome, this came, but this is aligned in the left side. You have to align it in the center as per the design. Now let's align this using style. So how do we do that? Text align followed by center. Okay, followed by center. Refresh this. Awesome, but if you closely look at this the font of this text is something different, right? See, here this is different, here this is different. I think this is Courier font. Let me give some font. How do we give this? Font family Courier. Let me refresh this. Awesome, this has been changed to this. Now there is a line below this. What is this called? This is a horizontal rule. Now provide some horizontal rule just below this. HR. You could close this, or it's your choice. Even if you don't close, that's not a problem, but it's best practice to close always. I'm refreshing this, and there is a horizontal rule below this. Now below that there is something called a text, right? I'll keep this under paragraph, right? I have to write it below this. So paragraph, what should I write? Suresh Text is a new YouTube channel to teach computer, something like this. You can write computer languages. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Okay, you can do something like this. Now let me save this and refresh this. Awesome. So this came here, this is displaying here, but we want that in white color, and that has to be aligned in the center. And there is something called Suresh Tech is a channel running by Suresh, that also we have to provide. Now let me first align this in the center. So how do I do this? Text align center, refresh. It's been aligned in the center, but what we want that to be changed to white color. Okay, so I'll say, sorry, it has to be color white. Refresh this. Awesome. Now you have to provide another text below that, and there should be a break between these two. Let's see what is this. So whenever you write a paragraph, it will basically give you some break, and let's see whether it will give or not. And the text should be Suresh Tech is a channel running by Suresh Yadav. Okay, Suresh Tech is a channel running by Suresh Yadav, right? I close this. Okay, if I refresh this, how does it look like? It looks like this. Now it should be aligned in the center. What I will do, I'll just copy this. Okay, I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here, because it has to apply the same color, right? This is awesome. I think these both are looking same, right? Awesome. Now we have to provide another horizontal line below that. Okay, I'll provide an horizontal line. Let me refresh this. There is a horizontal line, but one thing here is there is a break. There is some, so there is a break here, right? Let me provide some break. What I'll do, just below this, I'll provide break. What do you say? Let's check it now, right? I think we have to provide one more break. Let me provide another break. Let us check it now. I think these two are same now, right? Now we have to provide another section saying course plan. Saying course plan. Okay, I'll give it heading 3 or heading 2. I'll give heading 2 and course plan. Okay, let's see, and it has to be in the center. So what I will do, I'll copy this, and it should be black, so I'll remove this. Okay, I'll refresh this course plan. This is fine, but it has to be aligned. It has to be a different font. The font should be, font family should be Courier. Refreshing this one more time. Awesome. Now we have to provide some data below this: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and then React. That's what actual course plan is all about. So I have to keep this under pre, because I want different, I want that to be in different lines, right? What I will do, simply I'll use a pre tag. Okay, I'll use a pre tag. I'll say HTML, CSS, because this is a pre-form, because this is a pre-formatted text. It will be aligned in the way you format it. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and then followed by a React. Let's see how does it look like. Nice, but it is aligned in the left side. Let me keep it under center. Fine, color white. Let's check it now. Awesome. HTML CSS. I think this is fine now. Course plan followed by HTML CSS JavaScript and React. Alright, course plan HTML CSS JavaScript and React, and there should be one more horizontal line below that. Okay, we will provide one more horizontal line. HR. Let me refresh this. Awesome. Now the final thing that we have to do is topics covered so far. So what I will do, I will just copy this. Okay, I will paste this below this because both are same. I'll change this to topics covered so far, and I will give the topics such as headings, attributes, paragraphs. Right, let me refresh this now. Awesome, headings, attributes and paragraph, but here we could see there is some break between these. Okay, what I will do, since this is a pre-formatted, I will give some breaks here, so it has to give the breaks here. Awesome, heading, attributes and paragraph. I think we can change the font size. Let me give some font size to 200% and try. Awesome. If I give 150, how does it look like? I think this is fine. I think this is fine. So the page what we want to develop and the page we had developed, I think both are looking same, right? So this is our first web page. So whatever the knowledge we have so far, we use the same knowledge to develop this page, right? Awesome. Thank you so much. Please do subscribe Suresh Techs. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. So in our previous tutorial, we had seen about styling attributes. So there are a lot of styling attributes available. So if you want to provide some basic styling to your application, so we could use all those styles available. Now, and today we will see text formatting. So there are some special elements which doesn't require a styling property. That means those elements will be styled already for us. For example, let me create a new page. I'll say doc type. So this is doc type, and then followed by HTML, followed by HTML. Okay, I'm just saving this as text formatting.html, changing the save as type to HTML. Okay, now I'll keep body. Okay, so currently I'm not keeping the head because currently it is not required section. So what I will do, consider I have a paragraph. Okay, for example, I'm paragraph. Okay, now let me text formatting. I'm opening this with Google Chrome. Now I'm paragraph. For example, if I want to make this paragraph to be bold, so how will I do that? I will give an attribute called style, and then there is a property called font weight where we can specify the bold. So when you specify that, and if you refresh, so this will be changed to paragraph. So what we have done here, we have used a paragraph tag and then we have provided a style. But so there are some predefined elements which will make that job for us. For example, B. B stands for bold. So if you write I am paragraph, okay, I'll give some break here. Okay, if I refresh this, see, both are same. But in the first case we used paragraph and then we used style on top of that. But in the second case it's a bold element itself. So that means there are some predefined elements which will make our job easier. Which will make our job easier. So similarly, there is something called strong. So this is another element. I'll write strong element. Okay. Now if you see, okay, let me provide some break. Okay. Okay, I'll provide break here. I have to provide the break here. Okay, so now if you see here, so this is a strong element, this is the strong element, and on the top you have a bold element, right? So on the browser you cannot differentiate between a bold and a strong, so both are actually same, but the usage is different. Strong defines that's an important text. So similarly we have something called I stands for italic. I stands for italic. I am italic text. Okay, I'll give some break here. Okay, so this is an italic text. Okay, I have this here. Okay, let me remove this. What is happening? I didn't save this, I guess. Okay, awesome. So this is an italic text. So similarly we do have something called EM. So EM stands for emphasized text. Okay, so EM stands for emphasized text. Now, so if you see here, italic and emphasized, so both are again same. So just like a bold and a strong element, italic and an emphasized text both look same on the browser, but emphasized is bit important when you compare it with an italic element. So there should be a question arises, when to use what, when to use italic and when to use emphasized. If the text whatever you are mentioning is an important text, then keep it in EM, otherwise just keep it in I. Now there is something called a mark tag, right? So let me write testing and then mark. I'll provide one break here. See, so this is how it looks. So this is a marking element. This is a mark element. For example, you have a paragraph. I am working on Suresh Tech project. Now let me provide some break. This looks like this. If you want to mark this particular text, so you can use something called mark element. Mark, I just want to mark from here to here. I'll mark it as like this. So this is called a mark text. Now there is something called a small. So small element is used to provide a small text. See, This is smaller. Let me give some break here so that you can better understand about small. Okay, so this is how it looks like. For example, if you want to provide a small element in between a paragraph, you could use small element. Now there is something called delete. So delete is another element if you want to provide a deleted data. For example, I want to delete testing. Okay, and this is how it looks like. Now there is something called insert. So what is the use of insert? So insert provides an underline. So insert is basically an inserted text. Okay, let me check this. Okay, so before that let us break this. Let me save this and let me open this. Okay, so this is how it looks like. So there is an underline below this. So there is an underline below texting. So this is basically an inserted text. And after this there is something called subscript text. So subscript text is to provide subscription. For example, you want to write something called H2O. So H and then 2 should be subscribed. Should so 2 should 2 should be in the subscription. So I'll write P H. Now H is fine. So now I want 2 to be in the down. So I'll keep 2. I'll close this and then I'll give O. I'll close paragraph. Right now what will happen? This 2 will come as a subscript text. Again, let me save this and refresh this. Right, so this is how it looks like. So if you write it directly like this, H2O. If you refresh, let me provide a break. Okay, it looks like that. So it looks like this. So we don't want this, we want something like this. 2 should be in a subscript text. So then in that cases you can use subscript. Similarly, there is something called superscript. Okay, so superscript which comes in the top. For example, if you want to write 3 square, 3 will write subscript and then 2 and then closing. Sorry, first you have to close subscription and then you are closing paragraph. Let me provide one break here. Okay, so this is how it looks like, 3 square. So this is called superscript. So now, so these are some formatting elements available in HTML. So these are some text formatting elements available in HTML. So there is no need of styling for these type of elements because they are already styled for us. Okay, so these are the available text formatting elements such as bold, strong, italic, emphasize text, mark, small, delete, insert, subscript and superscript. That's it for today. Thank you so much. Please do subscribe Suresh Tags. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Tags. If you are visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Tags. Today we will look into quotations and citation of the elements. So in our previous tutorial we had seen about the different text formatting options available such as bold, strong, italic, emphasized, mark, small, delete, insertion. So there are different options available in HTML. So they provide predefined styles for us. So this is what we had seen in our previous tutorial. So we had applied a bold and then the italic. So this is a mark tag and similarly this is a small tag and then the delete. We had seen about the subscript and then we had seen about the superscript. So these are the different options available for the text formatting. Now today in this tutorial Now today in this tutorial we will look into the quotations, so how to apply quotations to an element. So for example, if you have a paragraph, so how to apply a quotation mark, right? So this is what we will look into today's tutorial. So let me create a new project today. So whenever you create a new project, it has to be start with HTML and then should be closed by with the HTML and then the body, right? Okay, let me just save this. I'll mark it as quotations dot html. Okay. uh, okay, quotations dot html, and this should be html, right? So let me save this. Now, so if I have, consider if I have a paragraph, okay, I'll write Suresh text. Okay, let me open this quotations.html. Okay, what I will do, since I know that this file is in the same path, I'll just change this to quotations.html. Okay, so this is what we had seen. So quotation Suresh text is going to be displayed here because we had a paragraph. Now if I want to apply some quotation, Suresh text is a channel which teaches all sort of technical stuff. So this is what the text I had. So if I want to provide a quotation from teachers till stuff, so how do I do that? So there is some other element available which is called q, so which says quotation. Okay, if I say q and then if I give q, okay, now I'm just saving this and let me refresh this. You could see here the text from teaches all sort of technical stuff has been teaches all sort of technical stuff got the double quotation, right? So this is how we provide some quotation to the element. So now there is something called a block quote. That means we are providing quotation to a block, so which doesn't display a double quotation, instead it provides an indentation. For example, you have something called Suresh is a good boy who is going to teach technical stuff. So example, we have something like that. Let me close this. Okay, now let me refresh this. See, you can see here the text was intended, so there was a space of tab before this text. So now if I have some other data, consider I have a new line, or consider I have a break, so which basically provides a break, and then I will have something else here. Okay, and I'll have another break, I'll have some other text, let me keep another break, let me keep some other text. So if I save this and if you refresh here, so this is going to be the block quote which provides an indentation to the paragraph or whatever the data you keep. Okay, now there is some other element provided in HTML which is called abbreviation, so which will be named as ABBR, which is short for the abbreviation. So abbreviation is basically if you want to provide some abbreviation to the words. For example, HTML, so HTML stands for hypertext markup language. So if you want to provide an abbreviation, okay, so how do you provide that? So you will write this. For example, if you are writing it this way, so how do you write this? Let us keep a paragraph. Okay, so keep the paragraph. I am going to teach HTML. So now I want to provide an abbreviation for this HTML. So how do I do that? How do I do this? So I provide ABBR and then followed by, I'll give HTML here. Okay, I'll give HTML here and then I'll close this. So now I'm going to teach HTML. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to teach HTML. So now what I will do, I will provide one more attribute to the element I'll provide one more element to the I will provide one more attribute to the element ABBR. So that is called title. So what I will do here, I will give a description, hypertext markup language. So this is what I am going to provide. So let me save this and let's refresh this. So if you refresh this, we could see here, so there is a dotted line below the HTML. So when you hover mouse, so it will display the title, it displays the abbreviation of the particular word, which is hypertext markup language. So this is how the abbreviation title is, the abbreviation element is going to be used. So now there is some other element provided. So now there is some other element available for us, which is called address. So sometimes if you want to provide address of the author or the address of the web page or the address of the web page developer, so at that time you can use an address tag or address element. So how do you provide an address? Let's say written by Suresh text, so alright, so and so phone number and India. So this is how I am going to provide. Now let's see how does it displays. I'm going to refresh this. So you could see here it displays in this way. So basically whenever you provide something inside an address, so it will translate into an italic form. So all the address elements will be translated into the italic forms. Okay, so this is how it displays. Now if you want in single line, if you want to break, then you can provide the break. Okay, let me give some breaks and let's see how does it displays. Now let's see. So this is how it displays. Okay, so now what is the use of an address element here? So why can't I do it directly with an italic element? So this is a good question. But the main thing is whenever you use an address element, so this will be displayed in the italic, which we already know. So now most of the browsers, okay, so most of the browsers, if they want to extract the address information or the author of the page, they'll basically look for a tag or an element called address and they will extract it. So this will be very useful for the search engine optimizations. Okay, so that's why we should not use a paragraph and apply style on top of that always. We should always use the elements which are available for us. Okay, so that's all about the address. So now there is some other element called site. Okay, site. So what is the use of site? So site is used to display the title of the work. For example, if I'm writing something like site, this was the title. Okay, I'm going to close this. Okay, I'm going to refresh this and this is how it looks like. So the site and the address both looks in italic. The both will be displayed in italic in the browsers. Now, what is the difference between the site and an italic, right? So that's what I'm telling. The site is basically defines the title of the work. I know you can use an italic, but again, these all will be useful in the search engine optimizations. I know that you will get confused with all this stuff, but just remember there are the different options available for different purposes. Okay, when you develop a web page, when you become a good developer, when you become a proficient professional developer, you have to use all this stuff. Okay, so don't get confused with all this stuff, but just remember that these are the options available. Now there is some other element called BDO, so which is called, so there is some other option available which is called BDO. BDO is nothing but bidirectional override. So what does a bidirectional override do? So bidirectional override, so we'll change the text direction. For example, if I am writing something called Suresh text, okay, I'll give close. Let me save this and refresh this. Let me save this and refresh this. You could see here Suresh text. Okay, let me give a break. Okay, I'm just refreshing this. So this has been displayed from left to right. So this is working fine. For example, if I want to change the direction, so what will I do? I'll give direction. So this is short for the direction dir. So now here I'll give right to left. RTL stands for right to left. So now if I refresh this, Okay, so this is how it looks like. So this will be displayed from the right to left. Suresh, Suresh, Techs. So which is basically Suresh text displayed in the right to left direction. So these are the different options available in HTML for the quotations. So the different quotations which we had seen today are, the first one is Q. So Q stands for, okay, so the first one is Q. Q stands for quotation, and the second one is the block quote, which provides indentation for the element, indentation for the paragraph, whatever we display. So basically the indentation for the text. And similarly, if you want to provide some abbreviations, right? If you want to provide HTML, hypertext markup language. So similarly, there is something called address. So address says, similarly something called address. Okay, to provide the address of the author. And similarly, there is something called cite and bidirectional override. So these are the different options available in quotations and citations. I hope you got a better knowledge into this. And that's it for today. Please do subscribe Suresh Tech. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. So in our previous tutorial, we had seen about quotations. So there are different quotations available, such as a quotation mark and then the block quotes. So there are different quotations available, and in this tutorial we will look into the comment section. So how do you provide comments to the code, and what is the use of comments? Okay, so how do you provide comments? So basically you will provide comments with a less than symbol followed by an exclamation mark, a less than symbol followed by exclamation mark, and then two dashes. For example, let us look into the previous code. So this is the code we had written in our previous sections. So now if I see in the browser, so this is how it looks like. So for example, consider I've got some issue with this text, or if I want to do some debugging part. So what I'll do, I don't want to use this, I just want to hide this. Okay, I just want to hide this. So how do I do that? I'll just comment it out. So instead of deleting it, I'll just comment it out. So how do I provide a comment? So this is how we provide the comments. Okay, so if I want to give a comment to this, so what I will do, I'll give a less than symbol followed by exclamation mark and then two dashes. So when you give two dashes, you could see the entire page below that displays in green, so which basically means that we are providing a comment to the entire page. But instead I want to break it somewhere here. Okay, so what I will do, I'll provide two dashes again and then followed by a greater than symbol. So this is how we provide the comments. So now if I refresh this, okay, see, there is no block quote here. So now so it's a task for you guys. Just okay, so just give a comment to the address. So this is what our address is all about. So just give a comment to this address. Okay, I'm going to provide an answer for you guys, but I agree you guys already know about it. So we provide less than symbol followed by exclamation mark, and then at the end we provide two dashes and a greater than symbol. So now if I save this and if I refresh this, it will be removed. Basically it is not removing from the code, instead we are just hiding it. So now if I remove the quotes, or if I remove the comments, okay, and if I refresh this again, this will be displayed again. So this is how the comments will be worked on, and this is how comments will work, right? So this is how we provide, and these are useful for the debugging and the documentation purpose. And that's it for today. Please do subscribe Suresh Techs. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. In our previous tutorial, we had seen about the comments and how do we display the comments. We use less than symbol followed by an exclamation mark and then two dashes. We provide the element information on inside that, and then we close it. So that's how we provide the comments. And in this tutorial, we will look at the HTML colors. So we had already seen about few colors. For example, let me open our previous tutorial. So now this is our previous tutorial. If I refresh this and if I save this, so I just saved it and I'm going to refresh this. So this is so for example, if I want to provide a color to this text, okay, so let me provide some color. Okay, so how do I provide? I'll give an attribute called style. The property and the value should be color. I'll give red. I'm just saving this, and if I refresh this, so this will be changed. It's changed because why is it, why does it change the entire? It's because did we close the quotation, we close the quotation, we close the paragraph, but then it applied everywhere. Okay, let me check that. Had given the style color red to the paragraph. Now what happened here? Semicolon if I apply. Oh, this is shocking. Let me check this. It should not happen basically. Color red. Okay, what if I provide background color? Background color is applying to the entire, so why it should be applied to this paragraph itself, because I'm just keeping it. What if I remove this, if I'm refreshing this? Okay, now there is something, there is some problem. You'll give the style, this is correct, this is proper. You're inside the body. Oh, right, see, the body was not closed. I don't know what happened. Somehow the body got closed. See, so that's why it's applying everywhere. Right? So now if you look at here, right, the background color, so the background color has been applied to the only paragraph. So that's why in HTML, if you are doing a small mistake, so it is going to affect to the entire page, just how I did now. So this is what we had seen earlier regarding the colors. We had applied color and then we had applied the background color, right? Okay, let me apply some color to this paragraph. So how do I do that? Style, and then I'll give a color. Let me give a blue. Okay, I'm going to refresh this. What happened again? Okay, see here again, mistake, color. Right now this was changed. So these are few colors which we had already seen, but today I'm going to tell about few more things, right? So this is one way to use the colors using the style attribute, but today I'm going to tell few other ways to provide the colors. One such is RGB. So today I am going to tell few more ways to apply the colors to the HTML page. Now let's look at the presentation. So how to use the colors? So there are different ways available, such as RGB, HEX, which is basically hexadecimal, and then HSL, hue, saturation, lightness, and then RGBA. H stands for alpha channels. So now the first one is predefined colors. So there are some predefined colors already available for us from the HTML. So now these are the predefined colors available from the HTML. Now if I say tomato, okay, I can use these all predefined colors to provide the styles to my page. For example, if I want to change the background color of the body is basically the web page. Now if I provide background color as tomato, I'm going to save this, and if I refresh this, see, so this is a color of the tomato. So that's what, so there are some predefined colors already available in HTML which you can use. For example, if you say orange, if you say dodger blue, so this is going to be applied. If you say medium sea green, so let's check this medium sea green will work or not. Okay, medium sea green, let me save this, and if I refresh this, see, this got worked. So these are all the predefined colors. So this is one way to provide the colors to the HTML page. Okay, so now these are not just 10 values available, so there are 140 colors available, so which will be displayed in the here. So let me just click here, and so cannot locate internet server, so some issue is there. So you guys just look at this. Okay, so you just tap this in the browser and let's see what are the different options are different colors available in HTML. So these are all the predefined colors, predefined name colors, so you can use the name available there. Now there is some other option called RGB. So that means we can get different types of colors from the combination of red, green, blue. Consider you have a ball, means take a ball and then take three palettes. One is red, green, and then blue. So mix these colors. Okay, so the outcome will be some other color. So that means whenever you are mixing these three colors, you will get some other color. So how do you mix it? With different intensities, so each parameter, so red, green, blue, so defines the intensity of the color between 0 to 255. Okay, so now to display black, how do you do this? You set all color parameters to 0. So how do we do that? Okay, let me do it once. Okay, what I will do, instead of providing the background color medium green, okay, what I will do, I'll use RGB. Okay, I'll use RGB and then followed by a bracket, closed by a bracket. Here I have to provide three colors in different intensities. For example, if I am providing 10% red, I'll provide 20% green, and then I'll provide 30% blue. And if I save this and if I refresh this, okay, so this is the outcome of three colors mixing in different intensities. So I have mixed 10% red and then 20% green and then 30% blue. So this is the outcome of three colors in different intensities, red, green, blue. For example, if I don't mix any of the color, right, so what would be the outcome? So the outcome will be black. Okay, so this is the black. If you are mixing, okay, full colors, okay, from three, red, green, blue, okay, so this would be white. So this is how it happens. So if you try to experiment with all the combinations of different colors from the RGB, you will get a different colors available. Okay, so this is all about RGB. Let me go back to the presentation and let's see. So to display the black, you have 0 0 0, and to display pure white, so you have 255. Now if you want to provide some gray, okay, how do you provide gray shades? Okay, so now if you look at here, if you want to provide this type of gray, you have to provide 60 60 60. Okay, and similarly if you provide the equal color, so they are basically providing equal values for all the three light sources. Okay, let me provide, since I am already having this, let me provide 60 and then 60 and then 60. Okay, let's see this now. Na. Okay, so this is a different gray. Okay, so this is how we provide the grays. You guys just experiment it with the 120 and 120 and 120, and similarly just experiment with 180 180 and 180. So this is how we provide the shades of gray in red, green, blue. Now there is some other channel added to RGB, which is an extension for RGB, so which is called RGBA. So A stands for alpha channel here. So alpha basically ranges from 0 to 1, which is basically 0.0 to 1.0. Okay, so 0.0 is fully transparent and 1.0 basically doesn't have any transparency. Now consider you have red 60, green 60. So this is one of the shades in gray. Now if I am providing an alpha channel to this, as I said earlier, so alpha ranges from 0 to 1, 0.0 to 0.0 to 1.0. So basically from fully transparent to the no transparent. So I will give 0, that means there is no transparency applying. Okay, now if I refresh this, see, there is no transparency, since there is no I have provided 0, right, which is basically full transparency. Since we have providing the full transparency, I can't see that color. So you guys got it, I guess. For example, if I provide 1, okay, so this is how it looks like. So okay, there is no transparency. Now if you apply 0.5, this is half, right? Now if you look at here, see, there is a transparency applied, which is a 50% transparency to the color. right? So this is how it works. So RGB is one way, and if you want to apply some alpha channel, if you want to apply some transparency to that, then you can use RGBA. So these are the different options available. Okay, so now this is what we had seen, RGBA. So now there is something called hex. Hex stands for hexadecimal value. Now in our previous tutorial, I mean in the previous section, we had seen about RGB, so which is basically providing colors in the intensities of red, green, blue. Now we don't use RGB. Instead, we use the hexadecimal values of RGB, which are basically from 00 to FF. Okay, from 00 to FF. So this is how we write. We use hash and then followed by hexadecimal values from 0 to 255. Okay, now let me provide some color here. Okay, let me change this entire thing. So previously we had used RGBA. Now you have to use hash followed by hexadecimal value. Let me give FF, which is basically full color to the red, and then green I am not giving anything, blue I am not giving anything. I am just saving this and I am going to refresh this. Refresh. Okay, see, this is the red color because we had applied, see here we had applied red. So this is how we use the hex values. Now even in hex there are some grays available. So how do we provide gray color? So this is how we provide the gray color. Okay, these are the shades of gray in hexadecimal. So this 3C, this 3C is basically the 60. Okay, 3C stands for 60 in hexadecimal. Okay, and similarly 120 and then followed by 180. Okay, so this is how shades of gray. Okay, let me give some color here using shades of gray. So I'll give 3C, 3C and then followed by 3C. I'm going to refresh this. Okay, so this is what we had seen earlier using 60 60 60 in our RGB. Now this is using hexadecimal value. Now there is one more way, which is HSL. HSL stands for hue, saturation and lightness. Okay, so hue is basically the degree of the color wheel from 0 to 360. Consider you have a wheel. Okay, you have a wheel. Now you have divided that wheel into three parts. The wheel basically will have 360 degrees, right? So now when you divide it by 3, 120% of it. Okay, 120% is basically the 33%. Okay, so 120 degrees will have a red color and then 120 degrees will have a green and the remaining 120 degrees will have a blue, which is basically from 0 to 120, which is red, and from 120 to 240 green, and 240 to 360 it will be blue. Now so U stands for the degree of the color wheel. Okay, and then the saturation is the intensity of the color. Okay, so which will be represented using the percentage value. From the 0% basically says a complete gray, 50% says 50% of the gray, okay, and 100% says full color, and the final parameter is the lightness. Okay, so this is basically you are providing a light on top of a color. So 0% means no light, 50% means 50% of the light you are applying, which is basically neither dark or neither light, and 100% color means you are giving a full color, which is basically the white. So this is how you use an HSL. Okay, now let's see, and these are the different shades of the gray available in HSL. Okay, let me provide some color in HSL now. Okay, so how do you provide this? The first one is the hue. So hue basically the wheel, the degree of the wheel from 0 to 360 degrees, and then followed by the saturation. The saturation stands for the intensity of the color. So let me provide. So how do you provide that? So this is in hexadecimal. I am going to change it to HSL. Okay, hue, saturation, lightness. Hue I am giving 0, which is basically this is for the red color, and then followed by I'll give 100%, which is basically the saturation. So saturation describes the intensity of the color. 100 is basically full color I want to give, and then followed by the lighting. I will give 100% lighting even here. Let's see the output. Okay, see here I have given 100% lighting here. That's why I'm not able to see any color. This is basically white. If I give 50% of the color, okay, if I give 50% of the color, okay, but if I give 100% of the color here, okay, so when I give 100% here, okay, see here this is displaying in white, so it should not display in white. Okay, let's see. Okay, so there is an issue here. So I have given 2 commas. Okay, now if I refresh this, so when I refresh this, saving this, and if I'm refreshing this, okay, so here we had given 100% lightness. Okay, so I am giving 100% lightness, that's why I'm not able to see anything. So now if I provide 50%, right, so when I provide 50%, I could see some color. So if I provide 0% lightness, that means I'm not giving any lightness. So this is how it displays. Okay, so this is how the hues, this is how the hue, saturation, and the lightness is going to work. So similarly there is gray options available here. Okay, so you could provide gray options something like this. Okay, so you could provide the gray options something like this. You can provide zero hue, and then the saturation of 0%, and then light. If you don't provide anything, this will be in the black, and this is how the gray will work. And in hue there is something called an alpha again. Okay, so this is how we provide alpha channel to the hue, saturation, and lightness combination. Okay, again the alphas ranges from 0.0 to 1.0. Okay, so these are the different options available in HTML. So the different options available in HTML colors. Okay, so we had seen about RGB, red, green, blue, and then we had seen about hexadecimal values, and then we had seen about HSL. HSL stands for hue, saturation, and then lightness. Okay, that's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Techs. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. So in our previous tutorial we had seen about the colors. So there are different options available to apply the colors in HTML, such as RGB, HSL, and hexadecimal values. So now in this tutorial we will look at the CSS. CSS stands for cascading style sheets. So CSS is a separate tutorial we are going to teach in our Suresh Text channel, but this is just a small introduction about the CSS. So don't get confused with this. So just think that this is a small introduction about the CSS which you are going to learn in future tutorials. Now, so as I said earlier, CSS stands for cascading style sheets. So we said CSS saves a lot of work. So how does the CSS saves a lot of work? Okay, we will look into all these steps in today's tutorial. Okay, now so there are 3 ways to provide styles in CSS. So one is inline, external, and then CSS. Inline, internal, and then external. So what do you mean by inline, what do you mean by internal, and what do you mean by an external? Okay, so let us look at all this stuff. So inline applies a unique style to a single HTML element. So what do you mean by a single HTML element? So let me open our previous tutorial. So previous tutorial we had seen about the quotations. Okay, so this is the outcome of, okay, so this is the outcome. Okay, so here we have the styles, and then we have the styles for the paragraph. Okay, so there are the different styles which we had applied already. Now what do you mean by inline? So inline applies styles to a single element. Now if you look at this, so this is a paragraph. Okay, so this is a paragraph, and this is how we are providing the style to this paragraph. So how are we providing? We are using a style attribute. Okay, so this, if you are applying a style to a single element using an attribute called style, this is called an inline style. Okay, this is called inline style. So inline stands for a unique style to a single element. Okay, so this is how we provide the inline. So that means we had already seen about inline styling. Okay, so this is called inline styling. Now there is something called internal CSS, internal style sheeting. So internal styles are used to define a style for a single HTML page. So this is used to provide a style for the entire page, and that to a single HTML page. So how do we do that? We define the style element inside the head section of the HTML page. So as I said earlier, okay, we use the head after the HTML. Okay, so what is the use? What is the use of head? Okay, head is like a metadata. Okay, now earlier we had provided the title. So title, we had provided the Suresh text. So this is we have provided the title and we had seen the outcome of it. So currently this is quotations.html, so which is the name of the file which we had created, but instead if you change the head element to provide a title, that would be displayed here. So this is how it will be displayed. So similarly, there are different other elements we can keep under head. One such is internal style sheet. So internal style sheet is basically you provide the style attribute inside head. Okay, so this is how you provide. So then what do you do inside this? So inside this you will provide the styles for the page. As I said, internal styles are used to provide the style for a single HTML page. Okay, so how do we provide that? For example, you have body here, and then you have a paragraph, and then you have few other elements in your web page. Now let me apply a color to the body. So how do I do that? So I do that by providing body followed by angular brackets opening and then closing. So here I'll apply the styles. If I apply background color here, let me apply maroon. Okay, so this is how I apply. Okay, now what I will do, let me keep it like this. Okay, I'll just save this. Okay, if I refresh this, see there is nothing happened. It's because what happened, first the internal style sheet got applied. On top of that we have an an inline style here. Okay, we have an inline style. So what is happening? So the inline style overriding the internal style. So that means internal style, sorry, that means inline style will always override the internal style. So let me remove this now. Okay, I removed it. Did I remove it properly? Yeah. So I have removed it. Now if I refresh this, see, so maroon got applied. So that means our internal style sheets are working. So let me apply color to the paragraph. Okay, P stands for paragraph, and I will give color yellow. Now what will happen? I'll remove the inline styles from all the paragraph. I removed from here, and then I have another paragraph here. I'm removing from here. So if I refresh this and if I save this, see, now what happens? We haven't applied style here and we haven't applied style here. Instead, we applied style in the internal style sheets. So then what happens? Wherever you provide paragraph element inside your web page, everywhere it is going to be applied. Okay, so that is the use of internal style sheets. So if you provide something inside your internal style sheet, that will be applied to the entire page, and that is the single page in your HTML web application. Okay, so now if you want to provide a separate color to this, okay, if you want to provide a separate color to this, so how do you do that? So you could specify something called ID. Okay, you can give some ID. Okay, you can give something like I'll say some title, some ID, anything you can give. Now you can use this ID to provide the color. So how do you do that? You provide title and then followed by this in, but just to specify this is ID, you have to provide ash. Now if you give some other color, um, uh, I'll give black or some different color. I want to give green. Okay, let me save this and refresh this. See, the green got applied. So this is how you will use the id attribute inside any element. So id is basically to identify it and to apply something on top of it. It can be color or it can be anything. So this is how we use the internal style sheets. And the final one is the external style sheets. Okay, and the final one is the external style sheet. Now the external style sheet is used to provide the style for many HTML pages. Consider your web application has 100 HTML pages. Now if you have an external style sheet defined in your web application, so that will be very beneficial. So how do we do that? Okay, so how do we do that? We have to create a different page, so that's called an external CSS page. So how do we do that? You have to create a file with an extension called CSS. Okay, and then you have to reference it using an attribute or an element called link. You have to use an element called link. You have to provide the relation, which is style sheet, because this is what we are working on, CSS style sheeting. So the relation should be style sheet and then followed by the reference of the HTML page, the external HTML page which you create, not HTML page, it's a CSS page, the external CSS page which you create to apply the styling for the web application. So how do you do that? So how do we do that? Let's see. So you have to create a new file. Okay, so basically you have to create a new file. So you have to create a new file, and where you have to specify the styles. How do you specify? Let me give background color yellow. Okay, let me save this. Okay, so what I will do, I will give external style dot css. It has to be css. Okay, cascading style sheets. Okay, now I have changed this, right? So we had used an element called body, and we had applied a background color. Now how to use this particular CSS inside here? So how do we do that? We use something called link, right? We use link followed by a relation. The relation is style sheet, and then we use edge reference, and then you have to provide, okay, you have to provide the path, which is external style dot css. Okay, now what happens? Let me save this and let's see what will happen. Refreshing, nothing happened because first external style sheet will apply, so which is yellow, and then so now what happened? Nothing got changed. It's because first external style sheet will apply, so it will apply background color of yellow, and then the internal style will apply, which will apply background color of maroon. Now what I will do, I will remove this. Okay, I just removed it. Let me refresh this now. See, it's got applied. So that means our external style sheet is working. So this is how it happens. First external style sheet will apply, and then internal style sheet will apply, and finally it will be overridden by the inline style sheet. So this is how we use external style sheets. Okay, now for example, what is the use of it, right? What is the use of it? Now consider in your web application you have 20 pages. Okay, in all these 20 pages, in all these 20 pages you have to provide the background color of yellow. So how do you do that? Basically you have to either use an inline or either use an internal style sheets to provide the background color, but instead to reduce the code, okay, so what do? You will have an external style sheet with the body specified in this way. So now what you will do, let me have a new page. Okay, or anyway we have this page, right? Text formatting, which we had seen already. Okay, do we have any background color here? We don't have a background color to the body. So now what I will do, I'll use an external style sheet here. I'll use head, and then I'll close this. So guys, if you haven't seen this tutorial, please go ahead and watch this tutorial, and then you will have a better understanding about it. Okay, so I'll have a link inside this. Okay, and then I'll give the relation as style sheet. Okay, so before saving this and refreshing this, let me look at that. So this is what. Okay, so we don't have a background here. Now I'm changing this. Okay, the relation and the edge reference. Okay, the reference is external style dot css. I'm closing this. All right, saving this, refreshing this. See, applied.
So now we haven't done anything. Now currently we have only one element, and we have some styling applied to this element. Instead when you are applying instead when you are developing a web application, a large application, you will have a lot of things inside an external style sheet. So it's always best practice to provide an external style sheet. So in this tutorial, so don't worry about it, because we are just looking at the introduction of the CSS. Okay, so this is just an introduction about the CSS. And when we look at the CSS tutorial, we will look a lot of other options available in the CSS. Okay, so this is what we had seen now. So seen about the external style sheets, and we had seen about the ID attribute, and there is one more attribute called the class attribute. What does a class attribute do? So we had seen about the ID, right? So similarly, class attribute is also used to provide styles for a specific type of the elements. Okay, for specific type of the elements. For example, you have a paragraph inside your HTML page. Okay, you have a paragraph inside your HTML page. Now consider you have 10 paragraphs. Now it's not a good practice to provide 10 different IDs. Okay, instead you can use a single class. Okay, and then you can use that class name. Okay, and then you can use that class name to provide the style. Okay, how do you do that? So let me give a simple example. Let me have, okay, few more here. So I have different here. Now instead of providing different IDs and different, okay, you should always have a single ID, single unique ID in your page. Okay, it's not a good practice to provide the same IDs again and again. Instead you can use something called a class. So class, you will give something called title. Okay, you can have same classes again and again, but you should not have the same IDs again and again. Now consider you don't have, so this is a different type of element, which is basically not a title. The first three paragraphs represents the title, whereas the other two paragraphs represent some other type of paragraphs. So now we are applying style for the type of title. Okay, so I'm just telling that these three paragraphs of one type. So now how to apply the colors, or how to apply the styles? So what you do, you use the element followed by the class name, sorry, use the element followed by the class name, which is title. So here you can apply the colors. Consider you want to apply background green. Okay, so let me refresh this. Okay, see, background applied to this section of the, so this type of element. So there are, so this is one type of the attribute available in CSS. Okay, so as I said earlier, so don't get confused with all this stuff. This is an introduction about the CSS. We will look into more tutorials, or we will look into many things available in CSS. We'll look into all those stuff in the further tutorials. Okay, don't get confused with this. Okay, that's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Techs. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe to Suresh Techs. In our previous tutorial, we looked at CSS styling. There are three approaches to style an HTML page. So three such approaches are inline style sheeting, internal style sheeting, and external style sheeting. So we looked at all the three options available to style an HTML page, and in this tutorial we will look at HTML links. So you look at any of the web page. So most of the web pages will have the links. So what is the main use of a link? So links are used to move between the pages. For example, currently you are in a page. You want to navigate from this page to a new page. So how to do that? So you can use the features provided by the links to perform that operation. Now links are also known as hyperlinks. Okay, so this is the syntax of links. So you can provide a link by using a tag called A. A stands for anchor. Now let me, okay, so this is
Okay, so this is a page which I have developed just now, html underscore links.html. I have just created it, and I have placed an header here, so which is called Suresh text. So now if I save this and if I refresh this, it looks like this. It looks like this because we just placed in header, and it looks like this. Now consider you have to place a link. So this is comment, sorry, placing links. So I am just giving a comment so that we can understand, right? So how do you provide an anchor tag? So anchor tag is also known as a link tag. So how do you do that? You have to place a stands for anchor, and for this you have to give an attribute called href. If you look here, for the syntax you have to give something called URL. So you have to give an attribute with URL. So what does a URL stands here? URL is the page where you want to navigate to. So as I said earlier, links are used to navigate between the pages. Here under href attribute you have to place the page path where you want to navigate to. Okay, we will try to place that, but before that we will try to complete this element. So let me type Suresh text website. Okay, I am going to close this. Now if I save this and if I refresh this, what will happen? So you can see something here, but when I click on this, nothing is happening because we haven't specified the URL. We haven't specified the URL. Now let me specify the URL: https colon text dot sureshyatham.com. Okay, so this is the URL where I want to navigate to. Okay, I'm just saving this and I'm going to refresh it. So if I click on this now, so what should happen? It should navigate to text.sureshyatham.com, and it is working perfectly superb. Now, so if you look here, when I click on this, okay, so the previous page where I was in, so this is my actual page. When I click on this, my actual page was getting overridden by text.sureshyatham.com. So I want this text.sureshyatham.com to be placed in a new tab instead. So how to do that? So there is another attribute which we can give to an anchor tag called target. If you specify the target, then we can place the page into a new tab. So how do we do that? So there is something called a target. So there is something called a target attribute. If you specify target, you can specify different values under target, which I am going to talk about in some time. But for now, I am going to talk about a simple one attribute is underscore blank. So when you specify underscore blank, just refresh this, and then when I click on this, it opens the page in a new tab. So that is the use of the target. So if you want the target page where you want to navigate to, if you want the target page to be loaded into a new tab, so you could specify the target as underscore blank, and by default the value of the target would be underscore self. So that's why whenever you click on a particular link, it opens in the same page, because by default the value of the target is underscore self. So now it has to open. I think there are some issues with the network, but anyway, this will definitely works. You guys just try to give. Okay, let me try to give some other URL. It has to work. Let's just wait for some time. text.sureshyatham.com. Let me check whether Google is working or not. Yeah, so there is some problem with the network. So there is some problem with the network. So but it will definitely work. So it will definitely work. Don't worry about that. So now if I give underscore self, so when you give the target values underscore self, it will not navigate to a new page. Okay, see, when I click on this, it is trying to open it in the same page. But when you give underscore target, but when you give underscore blank, so it opens in a new page. Let's check that. So it is trying to open in a new page, and it's working superb. Similarly, there are two more values which we can provide to a target attribute are underscore parent, and similarly there is something called underscore top. So the use of underscore parent is that it is going to open the link document in a parent frame. So what does a parent frame here? So we haven't talked about the frame set, so we have to talk about the iframes. So when we talk about the iframe, so when we talk about iframes, you will get to know about it. But for now, just remember that underscore parent is going to be open your page in a parent frame. And similarly, there is something called underscore top. So an underscore top is going to open the page in a full window. Okay, just for now, for now, just remember that underscore top is going to open the page in a full window, and I'm going to teach about underscore top and underscore parent in our further tutorials when we talk about iframes. So this is all about an anchor tag. So now this is the reference URL of a new website. Instead, if you want to navigate to a local page, so you can even do that. So you can do that by providing the local path of the file. So for example, in our previous tutorial we had seen about the quotations. So now what I will do, I will try to navigate to quotations.html using this link. So how do I do that? First let me provide a break. I'll give the name of link as quotations, and I'm going to close this. So here I have to specify the path of the file, since html underscore links.html and quotations.html, so both are placed in a same folder, so no need to specify the entire path now. So I can directly specify quotations.html. Okay, so quotations.html. So just let me confirm the name of the file. Yes, it's matching. So now so here I've specified quotations.html. So now when I save this and if I refresh this, so I've just refreshed this. When I click on this, when I click on this, I'll navigate to quotations.html, and this is working fine. I have navigated, and this is working fine. I have navigated to quotations.html file. Now if I want the quotations.html file to be opened in a new tab, how do I do that? I'll specify the target. So I can specify the target as underscore blank. So when I specify the target is underscore blank, just save this and refresh this. I haven't saved it. I just save this, refresh. When you click on this, it is going to be opened in a new tab. So that's how you will use the target. So there are different options available. So few such are underscore blank, underscore self, underscore top, and underscore parent. I am going to talk about underscore parent and underscore top in a lesson called iframes. Now this is all working fine. So when you look at here, so this is fine. So for example, if you want to specify something when you hover if you want to specify something when you hover your mouse on top of a link, so how do you do that? You can specify something called a title. So when you specify a title, you can say quotations. So when you specify title, I'm just saving this and refresh this. So now if you hover your mouse on top of that, it displays the title. So this is the use of the title. So when you specify a title, it is going to be displayed when you hover your mouse on top of the link. And now let me go back to the presentation. Local link. So this is what we had just seen. Either you can have a website URL or you can have a local links. And similarly, we looked at all these options. So different values which you can provide to a target attribute are underscore blank, underscore self, underscore parent, and underscore top. So this is what we had seen already. Link titles. So link titles are used to provide some information about the element. So when you hover your mouse on top of the link, it is going to display the information what you will provide for the information what you will provide for the particular link. Now a link can be visited, hover, and active. So for example, if you look at this link, so currently whenever you specify a new link, it will be underlined with a blue color. Now whenever you keep your mouse on top of this, you want to change the color of this link. How do you do that? You could use the CSS styling. So here you can specify a style. Inside that you can provide the styling for an anchor tag. So how do you do that? For example, if you want to
provide some other color when you hover your mouse on top of a link. You can specify it using hover, a colon hover, open the brackets and close the brackets. So now you can change the color of the tag. Now you can change the color of the link when you keep your mouse on top of a link. So let's me keep yellow. Okay, if I refresh this, okay, see whenever I'm keeping mouse on top of a link, it is changing to yellow, right? So this is how it works. Now you want to change the color of the link for a visited page. For example, currently you are in, for example, you have two links here. Now you have already visited to these two links. You have visited to text.sureshadam.com, and similarly you have visited to quotations.html. Now let me change the color of it. Say visited. Now you want to change the color to red. So I'm just saving this, and if I refresh this, these two should be changed to red color. Haven't changed. Okay, I think I should remove this comma. See, so they have changed it to Suresh text. Since I have already navigated to these links, so that's why this is displaying in this way. For example, if I have some other tag, for example, I have some other link here. For example, if I specify some other, for example, if I specify youtube.com, so I'll say https colon youtube.com. Okay, and I'll give the target as underscore blank. I want this to be opened in a new page, new tab basically. Okay, and I'll give YouTube, and I'm going to close this, and this is fine. If I refresh this, see here by default it will be in blue color with underlined. Whenever I keep the mouse on top of it, it will be changed to yellow color. Now I haven't visited to youtube.com. Now I'll visit it. So now I have visited to youtube.com. Right now if you look here, just refresh this. Okay, I haven't visited to it. Okay, now I have visited to youtube.com. I have visited to youtube.com. So whenever I have visited to youtube.com, automatically it will change to red color. So that is the use of visited, hover, and similarly there are few other things. One is visited, hover, and active. So what is the use of active? Okay, so now what is the use of active? So use of active is, for example, whenever you are clicking on a particular link, so you want to change the color, so that's an active. That is called an active. Whenever you are clicking on a particular link, you want to change the color, so you can do that by using active. So when you specify active, just give some other color. So color I give pink. Okay, and I'm going to refresh this. Now if you look closely, when I'm clicking on this, it will change to yellow. I just pressed it and I'm holding this, so you can change the color of the YouTube link to be pink. See, pink, right? So this is how it works. So these are the different options available for you to style an HTML link. So it can be a visited, it can be hover, or it can be an active. So these are the default properties for a link. So these are the default colors for a link. So an unvisited link will be underlined and blue, a visited link will be underlined and purple, and an active link is underlined and red. And if you want to change, you could use all these different options available. So these are the different options available which we have done just now. So this we have looked at already. So now you can create the bookmarks. So how do you create a bookmark? Earlier we looked at HTML links. So the use of HTML links is to navigate between the pages. So the use of HTML links is to navigate between the pages. So if I am in a particular, if I have create, so when I click on a particular link, I will navigate to a new page. But in case if we want to navigate to a particular portion of a page or particular section in a same page, so how do you do that? For example, let me open our for example, let me open our quotations.html. Okay, or anyway, okay, so this is the page we are currently working on, right? So this is the page we are currently working on. Now, for example, I have a paragraph somewhere at the bottom. Okay, so I have something called this. I have another my details. Okay, let me give some breaks here so that it goes to the end. Okay, let me refresh this. See, I am here. Okay, I will give some, so let me give few more breaks. So here I'm going to give few more breaks. Now if you look at our my details, so it is in the bottom. Now what I will do, if I want to navigate to this particular section, okay, so when I click on this particular, if I click on a particular link, I want to navigate to this particular section. So how do you do that? I can do that by using a bookmarking concept. So how does a bookmark concept will work? First you have to create a bookmark by using an id attribute. So how do you, first you need to create a bookmark by using id attribute. So you can directly specify the id to the particular section. So our section here is h1. So I could specify an id for this. I will say something like my details. You can specify any id as you wish. So now the first thing is you have to provide the id for the element where you want to navigate to. And the next thing is you should create a link. Now you should create a link and the h reference should be the id where you want to navigate to. So for example, here you have a link. I'll give h reference. Okay, here I'll give the name of the link as my details. Okay, now under this h reference you have to specify the id where you want to navigate to. You have a, so here you have to specify the id of the element where you want to navigate to. So that you can do by keeping hash followed by the name of the id. The name of the id here is my details. Now if you just save this and refresh this, okay, my details, just see here, when I am keeping my mouse on top of this, it's changing to yellow, and now I am going to click this. Okay, now if you look at here, it is navigated to my details, but since my details is just here, we are not able to find it. So let me give few more breaks so that we can understand about it, so that we will get a better understanding about it. Okay, just refreshing this, just going back, refreshing this. We are here. Let me give few more breaks. Let it go below. Awesome. Let me give few more breaks. Okay, it went down. Now if I click on this, see, so it is coming down. See, it is so you are able to see this, you are able to look at it here. So that means you are navigating to the element. That means you are navigating to the element. So that is the use of the bookmarks. So using the bookmarking concept, you can allow the users to navigate to a different section in the same page. So it's not only the different section in the same page, but you can navigate to a particular section in the in another page. So for example, if you want to navigate to quotations.html, okay, so whenever, so you want, okay, so here you have my details. Okay, let me keep a new link. Okay, I will say quotations. Okay, so here under quotations, let me go to address. So what I will do, I will give an id as my address. Okay, I have given my address. Now I have to use this id and I have to use this particular file name here. So how do I do that? I could specify it using, see here, So you can also add a link to bookmark on another page. So you have to specify the name of the file followed by the ID. So here the name of the file is quotations.html and then followed by ID, and the ID what we had given is my address. Now if you save this and refresh this, okay, here you have quotations.html. Now let me give the target as blank so that it will go to a new tab. I am going to refresh this. Now if you look at here, so this is your address. So let me keep this address at the bottom so that it will try to go there. Okay, what I will do, I'll give some breaks here. So I have given few breaks. Let me refresh this. See, it went down. Right now if you look at here, if you refresh this, when you click on quotation.html, it should navigate to the address. See here, it is moving down. So if you look at here in the right side, it is not on the top. See, it is not on the top. Instead it is going down, so it is navigating to this particular address. So the use of bookmarks is you can navigate to a particular section in a single page, or you can navigate to a particular section in another page also. And that's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Techs. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. In our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML links, also known as HTML hyperlinks. So as I said, HTML links are used to navigate between the pages. We looked at navigating. So we looked at navigating between the pages, and similarly we looked at HTML bookmarking concept, where we will navigate to a particular portion of a page using the bookmarking concept. We can go to a particular portion of the page, or we can go to a particular portion in a different page. And today we will look at HTML images. So how to place an images, this is what we are going to learn today. So just like any other element, images have their own tag, so they are called img. So if you want to place an image, you have to use a tag called img, and you have to specify something called src, and you have to give the path where the image was located in, and you have to give path where image is located in. Now let me create. So this is our previous tutorial example. Okay, so if I save this and if I refresh this, this is how it looks like, and here I have my details. Now what I will do, I am going to remove all these breaks. Okay, if I refresh this, it looks like this. So now let me place some image. So to place an image, you have to use a tag called img, and you have to, and it accepts an attribute called src. It accepts an attribute called src, where you have to give the path of the image. There you have to give the path of the image. Now here the image will not have an enclosing tag, so it's always better to keep enclosing tag in this way. Now you have to provide the path. Now if I look at my, so here under HTML practice coding, so here I have all the files. Now let me pick up some image. Now let me pick up some image from my computer. So I'll go to the picture. So here I have two images. So I have logo and I have one. So let me copy these two images. I'll try to keep in the folder where I have the files created. So I'm going to paste them here. So here I have logo, which is of PNG type, and I have one which is of type JPG. Now I'll try to use these images to place here. Now since the image is present in the same folder where I have this file, now no need to specify the entire path. Here I will directly specify logo.png. I am going to save this, and if I refresh this, Yes, you can see the awesome image here. So this is our Suresh Tech's logo. Now here, if you want to specify the height and width, how could you do that? Image tag or image element is going to accept few more attributes. They are called height and width. So here you can specify, let's say you want 200, and then width as, and then width as 200 pixels with th, right? So you want 200 pixels height and 200 pixels width. I just saved it and I'm going to refresh this. See, it's changed to 200 width and 200 height. So this is the way you can place the images. So here I have placed an image which is located in the same path. Instead, if you have your image at some other place, for example, previously we looked at the image which is located here. So if you want an image to be, if you want an image which is located in some other place, so you have to give an entire path. So you should go to the properties, you have to give the location, you should copy this. So this is the path where your image was located in. So for example, I will try to use this one. Okay, so I'll go here and I'll use the location, this entire location, and let me give it down. So I have to use image tag followed by src, and it should be one.jpg because its extension is jpg, and here that's it. But here you have to give the entire path followed by one.jpg. Okay, now if you refresh this, see, this is how it looks like. Now if you want to change the size, if you want to change the size, you have to specify other attributes called height. Just give 100, and similarly give width as, give width as 100. Okay, just refresh this. See, this is how it looks like. So now here we have used the attributes which are part of image tag. Instead, you can change height and width of an image attribute using the styles. So you can have style, and here you can specify height. For example, if you want 50 pixels, and then if you want the width to be 50 pixels, you can do that using style attribute. Let me save this and I'm going to refresh this. So this is how it works. So now the confusion is what to use. So you have the height and width part of an image tag, and similarly you can use the styling attribute to change the height and width of an image. So what to use now? So you can use anything, but the best practice is to go with the style concept, because when you have the styles you will have a lot of other features added to your image element. So you can use an HTML, you can use internal style sheeting, you can use an external style sheeting, you can use many other ways to change the size of the image, So the best practice is, so the best approach is to use the style on the image. So let me go back to the presentation now. So this is what we looked at. So we can use an image by using an src and followed by the path of the image. So here we had placed a PNG image and we have placed JPG image. Similarly, you can place animated images which are of extension .gif, .gif. So you can place any type of image. And one more thing is, sometimes due to some problems, due to some issues, your image may not be visible. For example, now let me say I have a spelling mistake here. It should be WON. So now what will happen? This image will not be displayed because I have given it wrong. So this is not displayed. But if the user wants to know about this, image, you could specify something called an alternative text. So you could say alt. Here you could specify 1. You can specify any name which you want to display. So now if you refresh this, now if you see here, 1 was displayed here, 1 is displayed here. For example, if you specify something else, just refresh that, it is going to be displayed here. So that is the use of an alternative attribute. So in case there is an issue displaying your image, or in case there is an issue displaying or loading your src value, then this alt is going to come into the picture. It is going to be displayed instead of the image. So that is the use of an alternative attribute.
So this is what we looked at already, providing the image sizes. So you can change the width and height of an image using the default attributes provided by an image element. Similarly, you can use the style, and the best approach is to use style. Right, the best approach is to the style. That's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Techs. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe to Suresh Techs. So in our previous tutorial we looked at HTML images. We can place an image in an HTML page using an element called img, and this element will provide an attribute called an src, and we use that attribute to place an image. And similarly, image element is going to provide us few more attributes such as height and width, using which we can give the height and width, using which we can specify the height and width of an image. And in this tutorial we will look at image mapping. So what do I mean by an image mapping? For example, look at this image. So this image is of size 900 pixels width and 500 pixels height. So this image has a lot of other images embedded in it. For example, you have a thank you text here, you have a like button, you have a logo, and similarly you have a share button. For example, if you want to perform some operation when you click on this logo, or if you want to perform some other operation upon clicking this like button. So how do you do that? So you can use the concept of image mapping to do that operation. So to do that, you should use a tag called a map. You should use a tag called map. So let me first create a new HTML page. It has to be HTML followed by a body, so which is the visible area for us, which is the visible area for us. Now let me name it as image maps.html, and I'm going to change the save as type to hypertext markup language. Now, as we know earlier, an image can be placed using image tag followed by src attribute, where we need to specify the path of the image, right? And similarly, we can give some alternative text here. Let me say some sample image for image mapping. I'm going to save this and I'm going to open this image maps. Okay, I'm going to okay. So now I'm going to open this with Google Chrome. Since we haven't placed the image, it will display an alternative text for us, sample image for image mapping. Okay, now I'll try to keep an image here. I'll try to provide some path here. So here in this folder I have an image called end_img, which we had earlier, which we had seen in our presentation. So this image has few more images embedded in this. For example, we have a like button, we have a logo, we have a share button and all. Now I am going to display this image. So its name is end_img, end_img dot, which is of type png. Now if I save this and if I refresh, yes, we can able to see that image. Now let's perform image mapping concept on this image. So how do we do that? So we have an image. Now we need to create mapping part. To create a map, we need to use a tag called map followed by a name. So you need to provide a name for this map, and we have to close the map. So inside this map we need to provide areas of clickables. So now look at this image. So we have few areas where few images where we can perform a clickable operation. Now let me create few areas inside that. So to create an area, you have to use a tag called area and followed by the shape of the area. For example, if I want to perform an action on this logo is of shape circle. So here I need to specify the shape as circle, and here we need to specify the coordinates. Okay, coordinates. And since this is a circle, we need to specify the middle point of the middle point of the circle, and similarly the radius of the circle. So here the middle point, how to calculate the middle point of this circle. So now let's look at our presentation. Now look at the syntax. So you have to create a map using a tag called map and followed by a name. You have to provide a name for the map, and this name you have to specify in the image tag. So look at here in the second code, we have an image followed by an src, and then here we have an attribute called useMap, where you need to specify the name of the map. So here in this code we need to specify the name for the map. Let me give it as test map. So I have named this map as test map. So I'm going to use this in image. So it should be use map. So the attribute for that is use map, and you have to provide an hash followed by the name of the map. Now we have linked this image with some maps. Okay, now we have to provide the areas inside this map. So how do we do that? How to specify the coordinates is what we are going to learn now. Now look at this presentation. See, so here I have an image with 900 pixels width and 500 pixels height. Now if I want to provide, or if I want to know the dimensions, if I want to know the dimensions for this like button, so I should know the coordinates of top left, and I should know the coordinates of bottom right. So if I specify coordinates of top left and coordinates of the right bottom, then I can get the area of this like button. So similarly for a circle, we need to specify the middle point of the circle, and we need to specify the radius of the circle, so that it will map an area. Now look at this code. Okay, I have taken shape as circle. Now I am going to give the coordinates for this logo button. Now if you look at this image, I have my logo here at the right side. So if I want to specify, or if I want to know the coordinate, if I want to know the middle point of this logo, just look at this. This image is of 900 pixels. Now this logo is placed at the right. So I'm just thinking that middle point may be, so if I draw a line here, so this is 900 pixels width. So this half of this is 450 and its end. So I may consider it as 750. So I may consider it as 750 pixels. I'm going to give 750 here. So this is 750. The width from left to this middle point, this is going to be 700 pixels. Now similarly from the top, it should be more than 250, or it should be something, or it should be 300, or it should be 350, right? You should specify comma, and followed by you should give a radius. So radius, and then you should give a radius. The radius can be 50 pixels. So I am going to give 50. Now if I save this and if I refresh this, now for example, if you, without refreshing, if you just look at my mouse, whenever I am going to hover my mouse on top of this logo, the mouse is not changing to an hand symbol, right? If I refresh this, if you look at my mouse, somewhere it should change to hand. Okay, it's not changing. Okay, let me refresh. It should change somewhere. It's not changing here. It should change somewhere. Let me look at my code. So these are the coordinates. (750, 350 pixels, and then 50, and the shape is circle, and we are mapping this. Now it should work. End image is all right. I save this. Where is it changing? Somewhere it has to change. Okay, it's not changing anywhere. Okay, it's not changing anywhere. Shape is circle, coordinate 750, 350, because this is of 900 pixels width, so I specified it as 750 and 350 from the top, and 50 pixels is the radius. Okay, don't know what happened. Let me just think about it. You have map, and then you have area, you have the coordinates, you have specified it as circle, and the coordinate should work. And now somewhere it has to change, so it's not changing anywhere. Okay, so what if I provide hrefs? So hrefs is the place where you want to navigate to. For example, what should happen when you click on that logo is what you are going to specify here. For example, if I want to go to the quotations.html page upon clicking that. Okay, let me save this and I'm going to refresh it. Okay, look at here. See, it's changing to hand symbol, right? So we haven't mentioned the exact coordinates here. So if we have a specific drawing tool to do that, you could specify the coordinates, but since currently I don't have anything, you could do that. See, look at here. So and now when I click on this, see, it's changed. It's moving to quotations.html. Now if you keep your mouse on top of the other elements, it's not going to change to hand symbol. Whenever you keep your mouse on this logo, then only it is changing to hand symbol. Now similarly, if I want to give a clickable operation to this like button, you could do that using area followed by shape. You could mention it as rectangle followed by the coordinates. Now here you can specify the coordinate. Now if you look at here, if you just hold your control and press on top of this, see, so this is where the circle was mapped, but instead we want it here. So let me just modify it a little bit. So if you look at here, so the width of 750 is fine, but but the radius, let me give 150, and the height, I think height is also fine. Let me save this and I'll just refresh it. Now if you look at, okay, see, this is 150. What if you give 100? Okay, you just need to experiment it. See, this is how it is looking like. So if you click somewhere around this circle, we are going to navigate to a different page called quotations.html. Right, this is how it works. Now let me give the coordinates for this rectangle. Now this is of 900 pixels width. So we need to know the starting. We need to know the coordinates of top left, and similarly we should know the coordinates of right bottom. Okay, let me give, it can be, because this rectangle is in the middle of the screen, so it should be 450, and then from the top let me give 250, and then right bottom, so right bottom I'll give 550, or I'll give 600, and then so I should find this, and then let me give 500, and let me give h reference. This time I'll go to first web page which we have created earlier. You can go anywhere, that's of your choice. You can do any type of operation. You can do some JavaScript related function, or you can do any type of operation, but currently I am going to navigate to a page. Okay, I am just saving this. I'm going to refresh it. Now if you look at here, somewhere it has to change. See, here it's changed to a hand. Now if I click on this, see, I am trying to move to first web page. I think first web page was not available. Okay, let me look at my code. first web page.html is here under coding, and our image underscore maps is also there. First underscore web underscore page, first underscore web underscore, okay, the spelling mistake. Okay, now if you refresh this, go back, see, you have been moved to a new page called first underscore web underscore page. So this is a page which we have developed in our earlier tutorial. Guys, if you haven't watched the tutorial, please do watch the tutorial and come back to this tutorial. Now this is how the image mapping concept is going to work. You just need to specify an image, you just need to specify a map. A map can have different areas inside that. It can be a circle, it can be a rectangle, or it can be anything. Now you need to specify a name for the map, and the name you need to use in the image attribute, and that name you need to use in the image element as a use map attribute. You just need to specify use map attribute in your image element, and the map and the name of the map you have to provide in the use map. Okay, that's how image mapping concept is going to work. Let me go back to the presentation. Okay, this is what we looked at. Okay, if you want to create an area inside a map, you have to use a tag called area. Now these are the different shapes available. It can be either rectangle, it can be either a circle, it can be a polygon, it can be a polygonal region. So you can specify you can specify you can specify n number of coordinates, so that it is going to draw a polygon for you, and where you can perform the operations. So this is how you will specify the coordinates. So you should always, if it is a rectangle, you should take the top left and right bottom coordinates, and if it is a circle, you should take the middle point of that circle, and you should specify the radius so that it draws a circle. On top of that you can perform the operations. And similarly for the polygonal regions, you can specify n number of coordinates. Okay, this is what we looked at. This is for the circle, and this is for the rectangle, top left coordinate and right bottom coordinate. And that's it. So this is all for image mapping. Please do subscribe to Suresh Techs. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to Suresh Techs, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. So in our previous tutorial we looked at image mapping. So the concept of image mapping is to map certain areas in an image. So we looked at few elements such as map and then area. Map is used to create a map with certain areas on top of an image, and then we used an element called area to provide the coordinates. So this is what we looked at in our previous tutorial, and in this tutorial we will look at background images. How to place a background image in an HTML page is what we will look today. So now let me create a new project. So I am going to start it with HTML element. Inside that I am going to keep a body, which is the displayable area in our application or in our page. Now let me save it as bg underscore images.html, and I am going to change the save as type to HTML. Awesome. Now consider I have an header Suresh text, and I am going to close this. Now if I open that project, which is bg underscore images, I am going to open it with Google Chrome. Now so it is displaying the header. So now if I want to provide a background image, right, if I want to provide a background image to this page, so how to do that? So there is a property, there is a CSS property called background image. Okay, so since I want to provide to the entire body, right, to the entire visible area, right, so to this entire visible area, so I'm keeping background image to the body, background image. So here you need to specify the path of the image. Okay, how do you specify the path of the image? Here you have to mention URL followed by a bracket and then closing bracket. Here you need to specify the path of your image. Okay, open the brackets and you need to specify it in a quotation marks. Now bg underscore image.html is under practice coding, and then okay. So here let me check. Okay, here I have an image called underscore image, which we had seen in our earlier tutorials, and similarly I do have something called one, which is of type jpg. Now I'll try to use that. So what I'll do here, I'll use one.jpg. Okay, since one.jpg is placed in the same folder where I have bg underscore images.html, so no need to specify the entire path here. Now let me save this, and if I refresh it, see, this is how it looks like. But here when you look at the background image, it's been repeated. The background image was repeated many times, right? It's because of the height and width of the background image which we have provided. So what happens basically is, in case the image whatever you are providing, which is a smaller size, which is of a smaller size than the element, so in case the image whatever you are specifying is smaller than the element where you are applying to, then that image is going to be repeated into the entire element. So here we have specified the background image to the body element, and the body has a larger dimensions when compared to this background image, which is one.jpg. That's why the one.jpg got repeated. Okay, so now if you don't want that, if you don't want this repetition, then you can add another property which is called background repeat. You should say background repeat to none, so you don't want the repetition. If you save this and refresh it, okay, just saved it and refreshed, none. Okay, this is not none, it should be no repeat. Okay, now look at this, it's not repeated, right? It's not repeated. That's how a background image is going to work. Now for example, if I give the same styling to the h1 element, okay, this is a different element, and here I don't specify the background repeat, okay, and I am going to remove the background image from the body element. Okay, now what will happen? Now h1 has Suresh text, okay, which is a small element, which has a small element. Now to this element we are applying a background image. Okay, now this background image has to apply only for this element. Now let me refresh. See, it's applied only to the Suresh text element. It's applied only to the head element. Now even here, if you don't want this repetition to happen, you can specify background repeat to no repeat. Okay, so this is how it looks like. So this is how you can place a background image to any element. So you have to use a CSS property called background image, followed by the URL, and then open braces and then closed brackets, and then you have to specify the path of the image. Now this is all fine. For example, if you want the background image to cover the entire element, or the entire element, so for example, if you want your background image to cover the entire element, now you have another property. Okay, so that property is, I am going to specify it here. Okay, let me save this. Okay, let me paste this, which is a background image. So I am going to remove it from here. I've removed from here. Now what I will do, so background image, we mentioned it as no repeat, right? I am going to remove this also. Now what I will do, we have another property called background, okay, background size. So when you specify background size as cover, so you are telling that this particular image should cover this entire element. Okay, now if you refresh it,
So this is how it looks like. Here there is no repetition, but the background image whatever you have specified has covered the entire element. So that's what happened here. So here if you remove this, what will happen? Okay, if you remove this and if you refresh it, it is going to be repeated. But instead, if you don't want the repetition, but if you want the instead if you want the background image to cover the entire element, you have to specify another property called cover on the background size. You have to specify another property background size with a value cover. Then it looks like this. Okay, this is working fine. Now if you want the background image to now if you want the background image to stretch to the entire element, okay, then you have another property. Okay, so that property is background size, the same thing whatever we had seen, the background size. Okay, the background size, instead of cover you can specify, okay, you can specify 100 pixels and then followed by 100 percentage. So when you specify in this way and if you want to refresh it, it looks like this. So here you will have an entire background, but it is going to be stretched. So in your previous case, when you have mentioned background size as cover, so it's going to cover the entire element, but there may be chances where your image get cropped. But in this case, if you specify the background size as 100% and then 100%, it is going to stretch. So here in the previous case we have used the background size as cover, so that's why there was some crop here, so the image got cropped. But here in this case, when you specify the background size as 100% and then 100%, it is going to stretch the entire image in that element. Okay, now this is how it works. So these are the different options available for a background image. Okay, so using a CSS property called background image, we can provide the background images for an HTML page. So this is how it works. In case the image whatever you are keeping as a background has a lesser width than the element where you are placing it, then the image is going to be repeated. Similarly, if you want to cover your image entirely to that element, then you can use something called background size, and you have to mention it as cover. You have to mention, then you can set the background size property to cover. Whenever you specify the background size property to cover, the image is going to cover to the entire element. Similarly, background stretch, so here you are not losing your image, that means there is no cropping happening at your side, but the image is going to stretch entirely to that element. That's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Text. If you are visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Text. So in our previous tutorial we looked at background images. So we placed background images using a property called background image, and similarly we used few more properties such as background size, background repeat, to no repeat. So we have used a few more. So we have used all these concepts in our previous tutorial, and in this tutorial we will look at the picture element. So what do you mean by a picture element? So picture is an element in HTML. As we learned in our previous tutorial, as we learned many of the different other elements in our previous tutorials, such as h1 is an element, img is an element. Similarly, picture is also an element. So then what is the use of a picture element? So the use of picture element is, so the main purpose of a picture element is to display different pictures for the different devices. For example, you have developed a web application, or you have developed a web page. So now you are viewing your HTML page in a desktop. and at the same time you are viewing your HTML page in a mobile screen, something like this. So you have a desktop and you have a mobile. So you have developed a web application and you are viewing your web page in a desktop and your web page in a mobile. Now what will happen, for example, if your body has a background image. So when now whenever whenever you view your HTML page in a desktop, the background image may get repeat because because desktop has a larger width and larger height. And similarly, when you view the same HTML page in a mobile, it may it may get repeated or not. So we have this confusion, so it's not going to be same always. Now if you want to load a different image in different devices, you can use the concept of picture. So here under the picture, so you have to specify a source element which will accept a parameter called media, and the media, and for that media you have to give a value of minimum width. Now let me create a new project. So I'm going to keep a body and I'm going to save this as picture element dot html. Okay, that's great. Now what I will do, I'm going to keep a header. This is Suresh text, right? Now let me open this. Other, sorry, HTML practice coding, and then we have picture element. I'm going to open it with Google Chrome. So this is what we had given here. Now I will try to keep a picture. So you have to open the picture and you have to close that, and inside this you have to specify the sources for different devices. Okay, and the source will accept a parameter, and the source will accept an attribute called media, where you have to specify the minimum width. So if you specify, you can specify minimum width, you can specify minimum height. For now I am going to specify minimum width. So I'll specify the minimum width as 550 pixels. That means whenever you open this page in a device which will have a minimum width of 550 pixels. For example, consider I have developed this page and I am going to load this page in a desktop. Desktop will basically have 550 pixels. Now this is going to be rendered in the desktop. So that's the use of minimum width. So the device where you are opening this particular web page has 550 pixels minimum width, then it is going to be rendered, then it is going to open, then it is going to display whatever the image you specify here, and you have to specify it with src sct source set. Okay, this is how you should specify the source set as src sct source set, and here you have to specify the image. So how do you specify the image? So we do have images here, right? Let me take and image and underscore img dot jpg. Is it a jpg type? It's a png. Okay, now if you refresh it, I've just saved it and I'm going to refresh this. Okay, this is not working. So why is this not working? Because I don't know why is this not working. Picture is opened and then the source media, you have a open bracket and then you have F closing here, and the minimum width is what you have specified, and the source set. So source set is what I think it is not working here. I don't know the reason. Source set is not working. Okay, so here we have specified the source set and we have specified an image and it has to open
it's not working. Okay, so it looks like we are running it in the Chrome, so that's why I think it's not working. I'll try to run it in some other browser, because what happens, some of the attributes whatever we specify for an element may not work in some browsers. So I'll try to open it with Internet Explorer, and let's try. Ask me later. Is it working? No, it's not working even here. Let me try to open it with Firefox. Firefox installing your updates and will list it in few minutes. Okay. Okay, this is not even working in. It's not even working. So then we should definitely check this. Source, I have media and I have a minimum width. What if I specify minimum width as 150? Okay, 150. And if I try here, it's not working. If I try at the Chrome, not working. So I think source set is not working. Don't know what is not working. If I specify this, no, this is not working. Okay. Okay, so here I've specified it has to work, so it's not working. So maybe I don't know, it's not even showing in red color. So I'm not sure what is the exact issue here, but it is not taking this, but it is not taking the source set. But so, but this is how it works. So here we have specified and underscore img.png as the source set, but it's not working here. I don't know exact region here, because even this source set here src set is not even displaying in red color as here. So looks like the attribute itself is not working, or there may be some issue with the browser where we are trying to open the page. So we are not sure, but this is how it works. So if you want, okay, so if you want to give another image, another background image for a different screen size, you have to specify the minimum width as, for example, you can specify the minimum width as 300 pixels. Okay, so this might be useful for your mobile screens. Okay, then you have to specify the src set, which is the source set, and you can specify some other image here. You can specify some other image here. Let's specify logo dot png. Okay, and finally, if none of the above sources will work, then you need to specify a default image. So you have to specify img followed by the src. Okay, so here let me keep 1.jpg. Okay, I have 1.jpg, right? Yes, I have 1.jpg. So I'm going to specify 1.jpg here. Now if I save this and if you refresh it, so as we said earlier, src set, okay, source set is not working. So whenever about two conditions or whatever the conditions you put above this default image, if they doesn't match, then this is going to be taken. Okay, if I save this and if I refresh it, right, this is working. Okay, 1.jpg. Okay, is it 1.jpg? I think this is not 1.jpg. Instead, what is it? What is working? I think end image is working now, right? I think because 1.jpg is this, but what is it working currently? End image. Okay, that's great. I don't know how is it working now. Okay, let me comment out this. What if I comment out this?
what will happen, let me check. Okay, I just saved it and I'm going to refresh it. Okay, then my logo is also working. That's great. I don't know how is it working all of a sudden. I don't know did I change something or not, but yeah, it's working. That's great. So first of all, so first it is taking the end image, and in case if head in case if this doesn't matches, then it will try to pick up the next source element, and finally if nothing matches, then it is going to take the default image. So now here, okay, now let's go back to our presentation. So this is what we looked at just now, and this is the node point here. You have to always specify the default image at the last child in a picture element. Now when to use the picture element? Now you have learned a concept of picture element, and the question arises when to use. Now if your web page has to support for a mobile, has to support for a desktop, then you should use picture element concept. So picture element main use is to display different images in different devices. And similarly, the format support. The format support. So the format support is some browsers may not support JPG image, or some browsers may not support PNG. So it depends. Some browsers may not support the images. So at that time, so it's always best. At that time, it is going to pick the default image. So this is how a picture element is going to work. That's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Techs. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you're visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. So in our previous tutorial we looked at picture element. So picture element is used to provide different pictures or different images based on the different device dimensions. Now in this tutorial we will look at margin, padding and then border. So margin, padding, border is also known as CSS box model. And today we will try to learn margin, padding and then border, so which is also known as CSS box model. Now let me try to create a project. Okay, for that I have to open Notepad. So this is our previous project. So this is our previous HTML page which we have created for the picture element, and now I am trying to create a new page for our margin and padding understanding. I am going to have a body element inside that, and let me keep an heading saying margins, padding and borders. Okay, and I will save this. I'll say margins.html, the save as type to HTML. Now let me open the project. Margins.html, I'm going to open it with the Chrome. Now this is how it looks like. Now if you look at this margins, padding and borders, which is in H1. Okay, so now if you want to provide a border, so how do you provide? So there is a CSS property called border. So this border will accept few parameters, and the first parameter is the width of the border. So if I give the width to be 2 pixels, okay, if you want the width to be 2 pixels, then you have to mention it as a first parameter. Now the second should be the type of the line. So either it can be a solid line or it can be a dotted line. You could specify that here. So I am going to specify a solid line for the border, and after that you have to specify the color of the border. So I am going to give black. Now if I refresh, you could see a border to this particular H1 element, right? For example, if I am giving 10 pixels width,
Okay, now it looks like this. So this is the concept of border. So I'm going to give 1 pixel. It looks something like this. Now look at here, instead of solid I'll give dotted. That means I'll get a dotted lines. Look at this. Okay, so this is change it to dotted line. Okay, now again I'm going to change it to a solid line to refresh it. This is fine. Now, so what do you mean by a padding? So padding is providing a space between the content. So the content here is margin, padding, and then border. So this is our content, and the padding is giving a space between this content and the border. So currently there is no space between this content and the border. Now if you provide padding, so how do you provide a padding? So you have a property called padding in CSS. If you specify 10 pixels, that means it provides a space between the content and the border. Now if you refresh, see, so there is a space between the content and the border. Now if I give 100 pixels, okay, look at here, so there is a space between your content, there is a space between your content and the border, the content and the border. Now that's all about padding. So here you have given padding. That means the padding is going to apply in all the 4 directions: left, top, right, and then bottom. Instead, if you want to provide padding only to the left side, so you have a property called padding. Okay, let me check it here. So you should have something called padding left. So when you say padding left to 100 pixels, okay, okay, I have to remove it. I have to remove this. Look at here, so there is padding applied only to the left side because we haven't given it to top left, sorry, we haven't given to the top, right, and then bottom. So that's why the padding has been applied only to the left side. Okay, so that's how the padding concept is going to work. For example, if you want to give padding only to the right, then you could say padding right. Okay, now there will be no padding in the left side, so there will be padding in the right side which you can't see currently. That's all fine. If you want to give a padding only to the top, okay, you could specify something like that. So it is going to apply only to the top. Now this is all about the padding. So padding is going to provide a space between your content and inside the border. Now what do you mean by a margin? Now let me give some margin. Okay, let me change this padding to 100 pixels is fine. Okay, this is fine. Now if I apply a margin, so what does a margin will do? Margin is going to provide a space out of the border. Okay, I'm going to give margin to 20 pixels. I'm going to save this. Now just I haven't refreshed it, just look at this. So there is no space out of the border. Now if I refresh it, look at this, so there is a space out of the border. Now if I give 100 pixels, okay, now look at, so there is a space out of your border. Okay, there is a space out of your border. So that's the use of margin. So similarly here in the margin also we have margin left, margin right, margin top, and the margin bottom. So you can have whatever the property you want as per your need. Now I want to keep this particular data to the center. Okay, how do I do that? We had seen this property already, which is text align. It's center. Look at this, this is awesome. Now just provide a background color. Okay, say tomato, and the color of the text to white. Now if you look at this, awesome, right? So this is how we will work with the margin, padding, and then border concept. Now look at our presentation. Okay, so this is also known as CSS box model. So the content is our header, whatever we have placed, the margin, padding, and then border. So the content here is the h1 element, and the padding is the space between the border, and then padding is the space between the content and then the border, and margin is the space outside your border. Now look at this. So content is the content of the box, where the text and image, whatever it can be anything. So that's called our content. Padding, which clears an area around the content, the padding is transparent. And similarly the border, so border that goes around the padding and the content, right? This we had seen already. Now similarly the margin, so margin is going to clear area outside the border. Okay, now for example, you have an element which has some padding, which has some border, and which has some margin. So how do you calculate the width or height of a element? So you just need to sum up all the padding and then margin values. So if you want total width of an element, so you have to sum up the width of the element, and then left padding, right padding, left border, left margin, and then right margin, and the same will applies to height of an element. Okay, so that's how that's how you should calculate height and width of a element. So that's all for today. So we looked at margin, padding, and then borders. Thank you so much. Please do subscribe Suresh Techs.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. So in our previous tutorial we looked at margins, padding, and then borders, and in this tutorial we will look at HTML tables. So tables are very important concept in HTML. So how do you create a table? Just like any other element, if you want to create a table, you need to use an element called table. Okay, now I'll try to create a project. So I'm going to have an HTML followed by HTML close. I'll have a body, and then I'm going to close the body. Sorry, this is how I have to close the body, right? Okay, fine. So let me keep tables. Okay, I'm going to save this as tables.html. Saved it. Okay, now if I open this project in Chrome, so there should be a header saying tables, right? Google Chrome. That's great. So now let me create a table. So to create a table, the element what we have to use is table, right? We have to use an element called table, and you need to close it. Now whenever you talk about a table, so it's a collection of rows and columns. So how do you create a row? So to create a row, you need to use an element called tr. Tr stands for table row. So we are creating a row. So let me create a row here, and I'm going to close this. So if I refresh it now, let's look. Okay, nothing is happening because we have a row but there is no data inside it, right? We have a row but there is no data inside it. So now to provide a data inside a row, so there is some other element called td, which stands for table data. So that means we are keeping data inside a row. Now let me say Suresh, and let's check what is going to happen. See, Suresh is, so it is displaying Suresh. Now let me provide some other data inside this row. Okay, I'm trying to keep, so I have kept four table data here. Okay, so inside a row, so I have a single row, inside that I have four table datas. Now if I refresh it, so this is how it looks like. Now so this is one row, so you have created one row. So now let me create another row. Okay, to create another row you have to create another table row. Inside that you can place the elements. For example, you just keep the same elements, or let me keep some other data. Let's say Naresh. Okay, I'm going to close this. I know in the top here I forgot to close, but still HTML is trying to cover it by itself, so it is not so browser doesn't throw any error, but it's always a best practice to close a element. Now let me close this. Okay, so I'll say okay. Now let me refresh it. See, so this is how it looks like, right? So we have created two rows here. So to create a row, you have to use an element called TRT. R stands for table row. And similarly, to create data inside a row, you have to use an element called TD. Now you are trying. Now you are successfully able to create a table. But basically, a table should have the borders, right? This is not looking. So this is not looking like a table. So if I provide some border to that, it looks like a table. So now what I'll do, as we know, so there is a CSS property. As we know, there is a CSS property to provide a border, right? So I'll use style on the table, and I'll try to give a border. Border, I'll give 2 pixels followed by solid, and then I'll give blue color. Let's try with the blue color. Anything is fine, but see, so this is how it looks like. So we have a border. So we have a border for the table, but we don't have a border for the row. So let me just copy paste the same thing here. Okay, so we have a border for that row, and I'm going to keep a border for the second row. Okay, what happened? Style and then border. Okay, so I have provided border for a table row, but let me try to give it for a table data also, and let's check whether it is going to apply or not. Okay, let me give it to the table data. Okay, let's try it now. Awesome. So if you look at here, so we have applied a border for a table row, and then we applied a border for table data. So instead of adding this style everywhere, we can use CSS internal style setting, right, which we had already seen. So I am going to specify head, and I'm going to close the add. Inside that, I'm going to add a style element. So this is how we use internal style setting, right? Now I will try to specify table, and for the table row, and for the table data. Okay, for all of these three, I want to use border 2 pixels. Okay, and then solid, I'll say blue. Okay, so this is how it looks like. So now, since I have specified there, so there is no use of all the styles here. So I am going to remove all the inline styles. Right now it is going to apply everywhere. Now it is going to apply everywhere in our table row, table data, and table. Right now even we don't need this. Okay, this is inline style setting. We am removing it because I have an internal style setting now. If I refresh it now, so look at this. So this is how the table rows and columns are going to be created. Now if you don't want all the border, if you don't want the borders to be created for all the different table datas, so here that here the here the border is applying to all the table datas. So in case if you want to collapse the table, if you want to collapse, now in case if you want to collapse the borders, so you should use something called border collapse. So there is a property called border collapse. If you say border collapse, to collapse, look at this. So this is how it looks like. So the border is going to collapse here, so that you will get a feeling of a table here. So that's how collapsed borders are going to work. Now if you look at this, okay, now if you look at this, there is no padding. So let me try to provide some padding here. Okay, so I'm going to provide 20 pixels. Okay, so this is going to be applied to the table row, and the table data. Okay, now look at here. Okay, so it is applying 20 pixels, applying to everywhere. So this is a beautiful table. Now let me create another table with meaningful data. Okay, so let me keep it like this. I am going to create a new table. I'll have a table, and I'm going to close the table. So I'm going to close the table. Now I will try to keep row. So my first row is my first row, and this is my second row, and I am going to keep one more row. So in my first row I want the headings. Now to keep the headings, okay, so there is one more element called
TH stands for table heading. So the table heading will provide the text to be little bold. So so the table header will make the text or the heading to be little bold. So that's the use of table header. Okay, so table heading. So if you specify name, okay, and you are going to close this. So this is one heading. And similarly, you can keep another heading for your column. For example, you could say address, name, address, and then you could say phone number. Okay, so I have specified three headers here in the first row of the table. Now in the second row of the table I will try to provide the data. So to provide a data, so now in the second row I will try to provide a table data. So to provide a table data you have to use TD. So now what I will do, I will give Suresh because that is the name, and the second data I need address. Okay, so I am going to give, this is my address, something like that I can give. I'm going to close this table data. Now similarly I can give the phone number. Okay, I can give table data. Now I have a third row even here. I haven't specified anything. Let me try to paste the same thing. So this is my third row. So the third row has three datas. One is Suresh. For this I'll change it to Naresh. Now if I refresh this, look at this. So this is how it looks like. This is how it looks like. Just look at here. So you have a name, you have an address, and then you have a phone number. Now for this table header we haven't specified the styling. Okay, let me keep the table header also so that it looks beautiful, right? So this is how it looks like. So if you want to provide some break in between these two tables, so this table got end here, so now you can provide some breaks here so that there will be a space between these two. Okay, so where did I provided that space? Sorry, I have to provide before the table, right? That's great. Now if you look at this, so there is, okay, there should be, okay, so I'm providing here, sorry, so I have the closing of the first table here. Okay, this is here. Now if you look at this, there should be a space between two tables, and this is how you specify the table headers. Now there are cases. Now this is how you provide the padding. Now if you want these, so now if you want the titles or the data to be aligned in the left side, okay, so you could specify something. You could use the property of CSS. You could use the CSS property called text align. So when you say text align to be left, so by default it would be centered, but if you want it to be left, you could specify left so that the headers, will move to left side. So that's the use of text alignment. Okay, now for example, if you want to provide a space between the borders, so now if you look at this, so this is one border and this is one border. So now if you want to specify space between the borders, so there is some other property called border spacing. So when you say border spacing, let's give 10 pixels. Okay, I'm just saving this, I'm not refreshing it. You just look at this and let me refresh this. Okay, so we are not able to identify it, right? We are not able to identify it, but it's been applied. Okay, so that's how you provide a border spacing. Now this is one cell 2 and cell 3. Now if you want to make a cell span to more than one column, for example, instead of these two columns, address and phone numbers, you want to keep a single column. Okay, so you have two columns here, but instead of that you want, if you want two columns to be in a single column, right? If you want to make a cell span to more than one column, so if you want to make a cell span more than one column, then you should use a property called column span. So where you need to specify that wherever you need to span. For example, let me span this address and phone number to a single column. For that what should I do? So here I have table headers, address and phone number. So now I don't want this phone number. Instead I want to span this. So if you look at here now, if I save this and refresh it, so this is how it looks like. But instead, if you want this address to span to the third column too, so you should specify an attribute called column span. So in the column span, you have to specify the number of columns it has to span. So in this case, it has to span one more column, so that means total 2. Okay, that means total 2. Now if you refresh it, look at this. So it spanned to 2 columns. For example, if you say 3, okay, and if you refresh it, see here, so it will not move because we don't have more than 3 datas, right? So if you specify another data here, okay, let me specify some other data. Now if you look at here, now it will display because we have data here, that's why it is going to span to the third column. So third column, and if you don't have data, it's not going to be spanned. So this is how it looks like. So similarly, so just like column span, you could do a row span. So now similarly you can do a row span. So you look at here, so look at here, so here Suresh and Naresh is there. So if you want these two rows to be spanned to a single row, okay, then what you can do, so here under Suresh and Naresh, so where do we have, so here we have Suresh and here we do have Naresh. So what you can do here is, so you can span, let me give it here. Okay, so this is Suresh. Okay, so what I will do, I will use a row span of 2. So when I say row span of 2, here I don't need this because the first data in your first row is going to span in the second row too. Okay, so that's why if I refresh it here, so this is how it looks like. So here we are doing a row span, and in the top we are doing the column span. So that's how you have to work with the tables. Okay, so this is all working fine. Now if you want to provide a caption to your table, so how do you do that? So there is another element called caption, and there is another element called caption, and that you need to specify just below the table element. So here you have to specify caption followed by the naming. So for example, Suresh table, and you have to close this, and just remember, and please remember, it has to be just below the table element. Okay, now if you refresh it, okay, so this is how it looks like. So it will be the caption for this table. Okay, so these are the different options available for us to work with the table. So how do you do that? So to create a table, you have an element called table, and to create a row you have an element called tr stands for table row, and to create a data you have an element called td, which stands for table data, and to create a header you have an element called th. So th stands for table header, and to create the row span and column span, you have two attributes such as column span and row span. Okay, let me go back to the presentation now. So this is our table, and to create a row you use table row, and to create the data you will use table data, and to create a table header you will use th. Okay, so this is how you will create the border, and these are the collapsed borders. Okay, so by default, if you don't specify this, each row, each data, okay, each table data is going to have a separate border, will have a separate border. But if you don't want that, you could use border collapse. Okay, so this is how you provide cell padding, and this is to align your headings to the left side. Okay, and this is how you specify space into your border. We looked at this, but there is no result, but we are not able to view it properly, but this is how it works. And similarly we looked at row spanning, so similarly we looked at row span and the column spanning, and finally we looked at the caption. That's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Techs. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe to Suresh Techs. So in our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML tables. So to create a table, we use an element called table, and to create a row, we use an element called tr, and to create a table data, we use an element called td, and similarly to provide table headings, we use an element called th, which stands for table heading. And in this tutorial, we will look at HTML lists. HTML list. So there are mainly two types of lists. One is unordered list, and one more thing, one is unordered list and another one is ordered list. So there is one more type of list called description list, which I am going to talk about. I am going to talk about that at the end of this tutorial. Now let me create a project. Okay, so this is our previous project called tables. So we worked on the tables in our previous tutorial, and now we are going to work on HTML lists. So I am going to create a new project with an element HTML, and inside that I am going to give another element called body, which is our displayable area. Now I am going to save it as lists.html and the save as type to HTML, and I am going to keep an header lists. Okay, now if you save this and refresh, okay, I am just trying to, okay, let me open it from here itself. Lists, right? Okay, I have lists and I'm going to open it with Google Chrome. Now this is how it looks like. Now let me provide some lists. As I said earlier, there are two types of lists. So one is unordered list and another one is ordered list. So to provide an unordered list, so basically unordered list means it will not have a particular order. That means it will not have 1, 2, 3. So there will be no sequences. So it's an unordered list. Now to provide an unordered list, so you have to use an element called ul. So ul here stands for unordered list. So now I am going to close this. Okay, so now inside this you have to provide the list items. Okay, so to provide a list item you have to say li. Okay, and if you close this is fine. Now if you say Suresh, okay, now I'm going to provide few more elements inside this unordered list. I'm going to provide, let me provide Naresh, let me provide Harish. Okay, now if I'm going to refresh it, okay, so look at here. So this is an unordered list. So that means there is no order for this list. So there is no 1, 2, 3, right? There is no sequence order. So this is an unordered list. Now here if you look at unordered list, by default it is displaying in disk. The type whatever you have before this is of type disk. Okay, so if you want to change that to some other type, okay, so you have a property on your unordered list, so which is called list style, which is called list style type. Okay, so when you specify list style type, okay, so this is a CSS property, right? So if it is a CSS property, you have to use a style attribute, and inside that you should say list style type, and you have to provide the different types. So by default it will be in disk shape. If you want to provide circle, okay, you could use circle. Look at now, so if you look closely you will understand. See, it's changed to circle. And similarly we have something called a square. Okay, square. So if you change it to square, this is how it looks like. So there are total three values. First one is disk, and first one is disk, and the second one is circle, and the third one is square. And if you don't want anything, so then you could say none, then nothing will be displayed in front of your list items. Okay, so this is how you work with unordered list. So this is an unordered list. So now I'll try to keep square so that it looks little beautiful here. It looks beautiful here. Now let me create an ordered list. So what do I mean by an ordered list? Ordered list means, ordered list stands for OL. Okay, now ordered list means there will be an order for the list items whatever you will give. So to create it, so to create a list item inside an ordered list, you have to specify li. Now you just provide some other things. Now say Naresh, now say Harish. Okay, now if you refresh it, look at this. So this is an ordered list, right? This is an ordered list because we have an order here. It started from 1 2 3. Okay, now even here if you want to change the type, right? So this is an ordered list. So here if you want to change, the type, for example, it is displaying 1 2 3. Instead if you want abcd, how do you do that? So there is a attribute for the ordered list itself. So instead of providing a style attribute, there is an attribute for the ordered list itself, is called type. So if you specify type, here you can pass different values. So the first one is alphabet A. So if you specify alphabet A, okay, so it's going to be displayed with capital alphabet numbers. So here if you specify alphabet B, what will happen? See, nothing will work. So you should definitely specify alphabet A. Whenever you specify capital alphabet, it has to be, whenever you specify capital A, it will display in all the capital letters. It starts from capital A. Instead if you want a small letter, then you should specify type to small a, then it will display the ordered list to be A B C in small letters. Now if you want some Roman numbers, if you want uppercase Roman numbers, you have to specify capital I. Okay, so this is how it will be displayed, 1 2 3 in Roman numbers. Instead if you want Roman numbers to be small, Roman numbers, right? Lowercase Roman numbers, then you should specify the type as small I. So when you specify the type as small I, it is going to display smaller lower Roman numbers. So if you don't specify anything, it will display as 1 2 3 4, right? This is how it works. And to specify and to externally specify, then you should specify type as 1. When you specify type as 1, it is going to display 1 2 3. So this is how you will work with HTML ordered list and HTML unordered list. So as I said earlier, there is one more type of list apart from ordered list and unordered list. There is one more type of list which is called description list. So description list is, for example, so the use of description list is, you should the use of description so the use of description list is, you will have an item and you will have a corresponding description for that item. For example, if I say Sachin, and the description for Sachin is, he's a great cricket player, he's the god of the cricket, right? Something like that you can specify. So that's about the description list. So to provide a description list, you should use an element called DL. So DL stands for description list, and you should close the description list. And inside this description list, again you have to specify description terms to provide a description term. So here the description term is Sachin, because I am going to describe Sachin, so that's called the term. Okay, so I am going to close this, and to specify the description about that term, to provide the description about that term, you have to specify something called DD here stands for description. Okay, so he is, okay, Sachin, let's say god of the cricket. Okay, now if you look at here, this is how it looks like. See, so this is the term and this is the corresponding description for this. So this is called the description lists. So now you could specify some other. Okay, I'll say Ganguly. So Ganguly is our Dada, or I could say great captain. Okay, something like that you can specify. So this is how it looks like. So these are called, so this is called description lists. Okay, so today we looked at different types of lists. So one is ordered list, unordered list, and one more thing is description list. Now these lists can be nested, so that means you can keep an unordered list inside an ordered list, or you can keep an ordered list inside an unordered list. Anything is possible. So which means HTML lists can be nested. For example, let me have, okay, so for example let me have an ordered list. Okay, inside, so I'm going to close this. So inside the ordered list, I'll have list items. Okay, I'm going to close, and I'm going to close this list item here. So I have a list item, so that means by default it will be displayed as 1. It starts from 1. I'll say Suresh. Okay, then let me keep another list inside this. I'll say Harish. So 2. Okay, now inside this I'll keep an unordered list. Okay, I'm going to keep unordered list. So here I'll have something I can keep. I'll say 1, I'll say 2, I will say 3. Okay, so now what happened, it starts from an ordered list. So 1 followed by Suresh, 2 followed by Harish, and then I'm starting an unordered list. So that means I am keeping an unordered list inside an ordered list. That means here I am nesting the HTML lists. Okay, so now let me refresh it. Look at this. This is how it looks like. So it starts from Suresh because that's an ordered list. So inside this Harish, okay, under this, now under this Harish you have something called an unordered list. Okay, so which displays just below Harish. So this is how you should work with HTML lists. So there are 3 types of lists which are called unordered list, ordered list, and description list. Okay, so let me go back to the presentation. Okay, so this is about unordered list and ordered list. So this is our unordered list. To provide an unordered list, you should have UL tag. Okay, so these are the different options available for an unordered list. You should have a CSS property called list style type. If you specify disk, it will display in disk, and similarly we do have few other called circle and square. And to create an ordered list, you should have an element called OL, and it accepts an attribute called type on the ordered list itself. So it's not a separate CSS property, but it's an attribute provided from the ordered list. Okay, you should have a type as 1, which says the lists to be numbered from 1 to 3 4. And similarly you have type A. So when you specify A, it will start from alphabetical uppercase, and similarly alphabetical lowercase, and similarly Roman numbers in uppercase and lowercase. And similarly we looked at the description lists and then nested list. And finally we have something called controlling the list counting. Now if you look at here, okay, now let's go back to our ordered list. Okay, so this is our ordered list, right? So when you look at here, when you say type to 1, right? So when you say type to 1, what happens, it will, so it starts from 1, right? Now if you want this to start from some specific number, so I want it to start from 10. If you want it to start from 10, it accepts another parameter called start. Sorry, so it accepts another attribute called start. Okay, so if you specify 10, so that means it starts from 10. Look at here, it started from 10. So that's how you can control the counting of the lists. So this is what about the controlling the list counting. So you could specify the start value so that it starts from there. Okay, that's all about HTML list. Please do subscribe to Suresh Techs. Thank you so much.
So in our previous tutorial we looked at HTML lists. So there are 3 types of lists such as ordered list, unordered list, and description lists. And in this tutorial we will look at HTML blocks. So till now we looked at different elements. It can be a table element, or it can be a list element, or it can be an image element. So we looked at different elements. So when you look at any element, so when you specify a particular element, say it is a heading element, whatever it can be, so all the elements will have a default display depending on the type of elements it is. So every HTML element so every HTML element will have a default display depending on what type of element it is. So here there are
two display values basically. So one is a block level element and one more is inline element. So any element which you display inside an HTML place, it can be either a block level element or it can be either an inline element. So what do you mean by a block level element? Let's look at the presentation. So a block level element, so this is what I have told already. Every HTML element has a default display value depending on what type of element it is. So it can be either a block or it can be an inline. So a block level element will always start on a new line. Okay, now let's look at our, now let's try to create a HTML page. Okay, I'll try to create an HTML page and let me keep a body inside this. Okay, and I'm going to name it as blocks.html and the save as type to HTML. That's great. So now if you look at here, okay, when you look at here, when I say, if I say Suresh text, okay, now if I refresh it and if I open the project blocks, okay, and I'm going to open it with Google Chrome. Now if you look at here, this is working fine. Now as I said earlier, any type of element which is display, which can be either of a block level element or it can be an inline element. So what does a block level element do? A block level element will always start in a new line and it takes up full width available. For example, if I apply a background to this, you will get to know about it. So just applying a background for this, I am using a style attribute on an h1 element, so which is a CSS style attribute. Now I'm going to use a property called background color. So when I say background color, if I get tomato, okay, look at this, you will get to know. So basically what happened, whenever you have specified an element h1, so it is occupying the entire width available. So that's what I told here. So it is going to occupy, it is going to take up the full width available. Okay, so this is one of a block level element. So one more, so here the div element is a block level element. So one more element which we are going to, so the one more element which will end today is a div element, and the div element is also a block level element. Now look at this. So these are the block level elements. So these are the different block level elements in HTML. So one is address. So that means whenever you specify all these elements, they will be displayed. They will always start in a new line and they are going to occupy the entire width available. And they are going to occupy the entire width available. So look at all these things. We already looked at HR, so which is an horizontal role, and we looked at li stands for list. We looked at dl stands for data list. I think dl, I think we worked on dl, I didn't remember exactly. And similarly we looked at address, and then we looked at block code, and then we looked at few more elements here. We looked at the table, and also all these elements are block level elements. That means whenever you specify these elements, they always start in a new line. For example, let me take up a paragraph. Okay, if I take up a paragraph here, okay, so when I say paragraph, I write I am paragraph. So what will happen, since this is a block level element, it is going to, so it is going to be displayed in a new line. So look at here, this is going to display in a new line. Now what about an inline element? So inline elements, they does not start on a new line and only take up as much width as possible. For example, if you look at, okay, let me take up few, see. So if you look at an anchor tag, so A stands for an anchor tag. Okay, so how does an anchor tag works? As we know already, so anchor will take an each reference, and here you need to specify the reference. For example, I am going to specify an HTML page called quotations.html, and I am going to give some name for this. Okay, quotations. I'm going to close this tag. Now if you look at here, it will not, look at here. So this has started in a new line. This is fine. Now let me take in another one, refresh it. Look at here, it's not started in a new line, right? If it is, now if it is a block level element, it will always start in a new line, right? And it is going to occupy the entire space. Since it is an inline element, it hasn't occupied the entire space and it hasn't started in a new line. Now if you embed it with a block level element, which is div, as I said, div is a block level element. Okay, so whenever Now this has become a block level element. Since it has become a block level element, it has to start in a new line, and it has to start in a new line, and it has to occupy the entire width available. Now if you look at here, see, it has started in a new line. And if you provide a background color to this, okay, you have to use a style, and I'm just providing a background color. So if you provide a background color blue, look at this. Okay, so it's applied to only link. Okay, so this is how it works. So this is all about block level elements. So block level elements are placed with div. So now we have something called inline elements. So inline elements, so these are all inline elements, and one more element called, so this is all about div. So in the inline element we have another element called span. Okay, span element is often used as a container for some text. So how do we do that? So the span element has no required attributes, just like div element. Div element also doesn't have any attributes, but style, class, and id are basically common. So just like div, span also. So just like div, span also doesn't have an attributes, but we can use style, class, and id. But we can use style, class, and id. Now if you look at span, so we use div. Now let me use span. So to use the span, you have to specify span. Okay, now you can write h1. As we know that h1 is a block level element. It is going to occupy the entire width, right? So I'm going to keep it in a span element. Okay, and I'm going to write something. Let me say something, and if I say this, look at this now. If I provide a background color to this, okay, so this is all about an span element. Now let me tell a good example for a span element. So consider you have a header. Okay, consider you have an header. Okay, let me keep it here. Consider you have an header. So if you want to apply a separate style, for example, you have this is the error. Okay, so you have something like this. So now if you want to provide, so as we know that h1 is a block level element. It occupies entire width, and it is going to open in a and it is going to start in a new line. So now if you want to provide, okay, if you want to provide certain style to this particular error, so how do you do that? You could specify it using a span. So when you specify it as span, okay, so we are making this particular error text as an inline element. So you should say span, and inside that you can provide some style. Okay, you can provide a style attribute as color red. Now if you look at here, this is how it looks like. So here basically this is the error is an h1 element, but we have applied only error as a span. So we made error as an inline element. So this is how you will work with HTML blocks. So basically when you say about HTML blocks, or when you talk about HTML blocks, it's all about div and span. So div and spans are used to group the tags. So here if you look at this, so we have h1, okay, and you have content inside that. And if you look at here, you have a div and you have an anchor tag inside that. So it's inside that, it's basically a grouping, right? It's basically a grouping. So if you want to group the tags, you will use something called div and span. So div and spans are used to so div and spans are basically block level elements, and similarly inline elements. So that's all about block level and inline elements. Thank you so much. Please do subscribe to Suresh Techs.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you're visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. In our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML blocks. So we looked at div and span elements in our previous tutorial, and in this tutorial we will look at HTML classes. We had already looked at HTML class attributes in our previous tutorials. So the main use of HTML class attribute is to define equal styles for all the elements which has the same class name. For example, let me create a project here. So I'm going to create a new project. I'm going to have an HTML followed by an HTML closing tag, and let me have a body. Okay, let me keep an heading tag here. Say Suresh text. Okay, and I'm going to save this as classes.html. So if I open classes.html, it has to display an heading with Suresh text, right? Now this is working fine. Now let me have, so let me let so as I said earlier, a class is used to provide equal styles for all the elements. For example, so as I said earlier, a class is used to provide an equal styles for all the elements which has the class name. For example, let me keep few more headers here. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Then so it looks like this. So let me, so if I want to, now if I want to style this h1 element, so how do I style it? So how do I style it? I should basically keep a style, and inside that I'll do it. So for example, if I want to keep a background color, so let me give a background color to tomato, and then I'll give some padding. Okay, so I'm going to give some padding as 20 pixels, and I'm going to give a margin of 10 pixels. So if I refresh it and if I look at here now, it looks something like this. So here now I have applied the style to h1 element. So what if I want to apply the same style to h1? So what if I want, now what if I want to apply the same styles to other elements, right? So I have to copy paste the same thing here. So instead of doing the same thing again and again, we can have something called a class. For example, if I say class title, okay, so I'll use the same class everywhere. Okay, so now I'll use the same class here, and I'll use the same class here, and I'm going to use the same class here. So now you can use this class to apply a style. So when you apply a style to the class, so when you apply a style to this class, it is going to be applied to all the elements which has the same class name. Now if you look at here, so you have to have an header, and inside that you can have the inline, inside that you can have an internal style setting, right? So I'm going to keep style, and I'm going to close this. Now inside this, if you want to provide a style for a class, how do you do that? You have to specify the style name with a dot followed by the style name. Okay, this is how you have to work on. So here you can specify the background color as tomato. You can give the padding as 20 pixels, and you can give the margin as 10 pixels. Now you can remove it from here. Okay, I'm removing it from here. So now what will happen, so whatever the style we have applied to this class, the title, it is going to be applied to all these 4 h1 elements. So let me look at here now. So if you look at here, so it has applied to everywhere, right? It has applied to all the element which has the same class name. So that's the main use of a class name. Now even if you want the same style to be applied to the first element, you can have it here. So you can specify the same class name. Now if you look at here, so this will be applied to the other element. So that's the main use of HTML classes. Now as we know that h1 is a block level element, the same, similarly you can apply, similarly you can apply, so this is a block level element, right? So similarly you can provide a class name to a inline element also. For example, consider you have an h1, for example you have a h1, so you have something like this is an error. Okay, so this is what we looked at in our previous tutorial. If I want to provide an inline element to this error, okay, so I'll say span, and I'll close it with span, and here you can provide class name. Okay, you can provide class name as error. So when you say class name as error,
Now you may have okay, so you may have different classes, right? Now you may have different elements. Okay, so now to provide a style for a inline element. Okay, so this is not a block element. So previously we looked at block element. To provide, now to provide a style for an inline element, you have to provide the element name followed by a dot and then the class name. So you have to specify span followed by dot and then the class name. Now you have to open the brackets and here you can say color red. Now if you look at here, right, so this is how it looks like. So this is how you provide a class. This is how you provide a class to an entire. This is how you will provide a class to an inline element, and similarly you will provide a class to a block level element. Now this is all working fine. So here we have specified classes for different elements. You can also specify multiple classes for a single element. For example, if you look at here, you have a class called title. Similarly, you can have another class. So if you want to specify another class, you have to give a space and then followed by other class name, followed by another class name. For example, you can say error. Okay, now what will happen whenever you say the class name as error, or you can have another, so you can have another class name such as head. You have given it a z, so you have to specify head here. So this is your, okay, you have to specify dot head because it's a class. Okay, now inside that you can specify something like text size. Size is not there. Font size, so font size I'm going to specify it as 30 pixels. Now what will happen, so here in this h1 element, in this h1 element, for this element we are applying, so for this element we are applying the styles from the title class and the styles from the head class. Now if you look at here, if you refresh, head dot head, we have specified dot head, right? Dot head. Now it should work, I don't know. Let me give the font size as 50. Let me try. Yes, now it is working. So because by default its font size is 30 itself, so that's why. Okay, so this is how you will work with the multiple classes. Now one more thing here, the same class can be given to different types of tags. Here if you look at here, h1 class name is title, and here also h1 class name is title. Now if you have a paragraph here, okay, so here let's say this is a paragraph. Okay, so this is a, so this is a paragraph, this is a paragraph. So even here you can have the same class name, you can have the same class name as title. So it's not, it's, so 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 it's not like you have to use the same class, it's not like, it's not like you have to use a class name for a similar type of elements. So you can use a class name, you can use the same class name for different types of tags. If you look at here, when I specified p, so since I have specified, since I have specified a class name as title, the title have a background color, padding and then margin, and the same thing applied to this paragraph. So this is how you will work with classes in HTML. So let me go back to my presentation. Okay, so this is all about the class attribute. Okay, HTML class attribute used to define equal styles for the elements with the same class name, right? So using the class attribute on the inline elements, we looked at placing the class attribute for a block level element, and similarly this is, so we looked at placing a class element for a block level element, and similarly this is for an inline element. Now the note point here is the class name whatever we are specifying, this is of case sensitive, and similarly the class attribute can be used on any HTML element. Okay, so now if you look at here, in CSS to select element with a specific class, you will use a period operator, right? We use that. For our title class we use dot title. Okay, and similarly providing multiple classes, if you want to provide multiple classes for a single element, you have to separate it with a space. Similarly you can have the same class name for a different tags, it can be h2 or p, or it can be image or table, whatever it is, you can have the same class name for different tags. That's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Text. If you are visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Text. So in our previous tutorial we looked at HTML classes, and in this tutorial we will look at HTML ID attribute. So in our previous tutorial we used a class attribute to provide CSS styling, and in this tutorial we will use an ID attribute to provide CSS styling. Okay, so let me go back to our previous tutorial itself. So if you are watching this tutorial for the first time, please do go back and watch our classes tutorial and come back. So this is what we have created in our earlier tutorial. Okay, so this is all using a class. Now consider if you want to provide an ID. Okay, so how do you provide an ID? For example, let me keep another h1 or let me keep another h2. I'll say Suresh Text is a technical channel. Okay, so if I'm going to save it and if I refresh it, okay, so if you look at here, so where is it displayed? Yeah, it's displayed somewhere here. So on the top, Suresh Text is a technical channel. Now if I provide an ID, so how to provide an ID? I'll just say ID and followed by small title. Okay, I'll say small title. So this is an ID. So now to provide a CSS styling to this, what do you have to do? For an ID, if you want to provide a CSS styling, specify you have to specify it with an hash followed by the ID. Okay, and then followed by a bracket open, bracket close. Inside that you can specify the CSS styling. So let me give a background color of blue, and then let me give text color as white. Okay, now if you refresh it, right, so this is how it works. So this is a different way to provide a CSS styling for a particular element using an ID attribute. So previously we looked at providing a class attributes, and then what is the difference between a class and an ID? Remember, you can have multiple number of classes. Remember you can have a same class to the other element. If you look at here, you have a class title for this element, you have the same class name for another element. But in case of ID, it should be very unique. It should be unique to that element, and the same ID you should not use in your entire page. So that means your page should have all the unique IDs. Look at here, for example, if I use the same ID for some other element, okay, let me keep another element here, something like h2, anything is fine. Okay, so I'll give the same ID here. Okay, I am going to keep hd, I'm going to keep it. Okay, this is another header tag, something like that I'm going to write. Now if you look at here, okay, if I'm going to refresh it, see here, this has worked, right? It will work, there is no problem here. But this is not a best practice, and this is if you look at here, so this is not a best practice, and this is going to throw a lot of errors going further. Because whenever we load the page in an whenever we load the page in a browser, in the back end SEOs engine, in the back end SEOs are going to run, search engine optimizations are going to run, right? There are many things which are going to run on your web page, right? Many things are going to run on your web page. So one such is SEO optimization, search engine optimization. So it will always tries to pick up an ID with a unique element, but it's not a good practice to keep same ID again and again. So you will slowly get to know about it in our further tutorials. Okay, so that's all about CSS. So that's all about HTML ID attribute. So let me go back to the presentation. So we looked at this. So an ID attribute specifies the unique ID for an HTML element, and it has to be specified with a hash character followed by the ID of the element. Look at here, the ID attribute can be used on any HTML element, and the ID value is case sensitive, and the ID value must contain at least one character and must not contain a white space. That's fine. And the difference between a class and an ID is an HTML element can only have one unique ID that belongs to that single element, while a class name can be used by multiple elements, right? So that's the difference between a class and ID. That's all for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. So in our previous tutorial we looked at HTML ID attribute. So and in this tutorial we will look at iframes. So what do you mean by an iframe and what is the use of an iframe element? So iframe is used to display a web page within a web page. For example, let me create a project. So I have an HTML element and I'm going to close this element, and inside that I'll have a body element. Let me close this body element and I'm going to keep an header, say Suresh text. Okay, this is working fine. Let me save this as iframes.html and I'm going to change the save as type to HTML. Now let me open this in Chrome. Okay, iframes is here, right? If you open this in your Chrome, it will just display Suresh text. Now what did I said about iframe? Iframe is used to display a web page within a web page. Now iframes, so this is one web page. So whatever you are viewing here, this is one web page. Now if you want to display another web page inside this web page, you have to use a concept of iframe. So you have to specify iframe followed by an src. Should say src, and here you have to give the link of the page what you are going to open. So here you have to specify the link. Here you have to basically specify the URL. Okay, so now I'm going to close this. Okay, so now if you look at the code, I'm just saving this and refreshing it. Nothing is going to happen. So if you look at here, so there is a frame but there is nothing inside it. Okay, because we haven't specified anything. For example, let me specify https://text.sureshyatham.com. okay, now if I refresh it, okay, look at it, so it is displaying Suresh Tech's website. So this is how an iframe is going to work. We are displaying a website inside another website, so that's the use of iframe. Now by default it is going to have some default width and default height. Now if you want to change the height and width, you can change it using few attributes such as width and height. So these are the attributes from iframe element. Now I can give 500 pixels. Let me give 500 pixels, and height I'll give, height I am going to give 500 pixels. Now if you look at here, see, so this changed. So height 500 pixels and width 500 pixels, right? So if you want the width to be occupied entirely, then you could specify 100 percentage. When you say 100 percentage, it is going to occupy entire screen, right? So this is how an iframe is going to work. Now if you look at this iframe, you could see something, you could see a border, right? You could see a border. So if you want to remove that border, you should use a CSS property, right? You should use a CSS property called border say none. That means you don't want any border. If you don't want any border, you just have to say CSS property border none. So if you look at now, so there is no border. And similarly, if you want to specify a border, you have to specify a border with some 3 pixels width and solid type of line, and finally you can specify some color to that border. Okay, if you specify, it is going to display. Alright, this is going to display something like this. So this is all about an iframe. So iframe is used to display. So iframe is used to display a web page inside another web page. So this is how you will remove a web. So this is how you will remove a border. Now, for example, consider you have a link. So we looked at HTML hyperlinks, right? So consider you have a link, okay, and you have a link and you have a href. You have an href of something like google.com, okay, https:// google.com, okay, and similar. So this is your href. Now I'm going to close this and I'm going to google.com and I'm going to close this, right? If I refresh it, it looks something like this. So when I click on this, it opens, right? It is going to open. Now if I specify the target as underscore blank, where does it opens? It opens in a new tab, right? This we had seen in our previous tutorial. Look at here. So it is going to open in a new tab. Now instead of opening it in a new tab, you can specify
externally to open this particular reference URL inside another frame. So here we have created a frame, right, which is of 100% width and 500 pixels and 500 pixels height. So you can specify this URL to load into this frame externally. So how do you do that? So for that to happen, you have to specify a name for this iframe, top frame. Okay, some name, you can give any name, but it's all your choice. Now you have to specify that name here as a target. Okay, top frame. Now if you look at here, just refresh it, and now if you look at here, see, so www.google.com, it's actually due to some reasons it's not going to open here, but this is how it actually works. Okay, let me change it here. So instead of, so here we have, for instead of this src, I'll not keep anything here. Okay, for now I'll not keep anything here, and here I will try to keep https:// text.sureshyadan.com. Okay, now if you look at here, by default nothing will be here because we haven't specified anything. Now if you click on Google, okay, see, Suresh text has been displayed because what happened, we have mentioned the target as a top frame, which is the top frame. So this is this frame, and the reference, which is text.sureshyadan, to open in this particular frame. So previously we have opened our links or our URLs in a separate tab using the target attribute with a value called underscore blank. So similarly, if you specify the target as a different frame name, similarly you can have a frame as a target, right? So then what will happen, that particular URL is going to open in a specified frame. Okay, so that's all about iframe. So let me go back to the presentation now. Okay, so this is all about our iframes. An HTML iframe is defined with an iframe tag, as we know, and we can set some height and width. Here we have the properties provided from the iframe, and at the same time we have the properties available from the CSS properties. Okay, to remove the border, you can have border property from the CSS. You could specify border as none. Okay, and similarly we can specify an iframe as a target link. Okay, that's all for today. Thank you so much. Please do subscribe to Suresh Techs.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. So in our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML. So in our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML iframes, and in this tutorial, we will look at HTML file paths. So there are basically two types of file paths available in HTML. So and they are absolute file paths and relative file paths. So let me go back to the project. Okay, if you look at here, if I want to provide an image, so how do I provide? So I will use an image element and followed by an src. I'll use an src, and here I'm going to provide the path of the image, right? So this is how we will provide. So now to provide a path, I should check here. So I am under HTML practice coding and iframes.html. So let me go back there. So I'm going to open that folder. So this is the folder where I have, so I am working on iframes, right? So I have iframes. So I have iframes file here, and similarly I have something called one and underscore image. So these and logo. So these are the different images available in this folder itself. Now if I want to display this logo, how do I display? So I could directly say logo dot png. I think this is of type png, so it's of type png. So I can directly say, when I say that, if I refresh it, where is my project? Okay, so you could see here, right, it is displaying here as an image. But now, so this is called a relative path. So that means we are specifying the path of the image relative to this file, this file. And now there is one more path, is called absolute path. So in the absolute path, you have to specify the entire location. So how do you specify that? You have to specify it in this way, and after that you have to specify logo.png. So if you specify in this way, it will work.
right? So there is no difference, but this is called an absolute file path, whereas the previous one is called relative file path. So then what is the difference between these two? Now just think. Here you are specifying here you are specifying the path of your local system. Now consider you have developed your web application and you are going to make it public. That means you are going to host your web application. So whenever you are going to host your web application, your local links such as HTML practice coding, these paths are not going to work anymore. These paths are not going to work anymore, because whenever you host an HTML or whenever you host a web application, it's going to be hosted somewhere in the server. So server is not able to understand these paths. So it's always best practice to use a relative path. So whenever you use a relative path, you will have your images placed in your web application folder itself. For example, this is our web application folder. So what happens whenever you make your web application to be public? Okay, you will give this entire folder. So that means there will be no problem with the paths you provide here. So that's why it's always best practice to use relative paths than an absolute path. Let me go back to the presentation now. Okay, so this is all about the file paths. If you look at here, image src picture.jpg, so this is a relative file path. And similarly, if you look at here, images, so that means we have a folder called images under our project, and inside that we have a image called picture.jpg. So these are all the relative file paths. So there are two types of file paths, such as absolute file path and relative file path, and the best practice is to go with the relative file paths. That's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Text. If you're visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe to Suresh Text. In our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML file paths. So there are two file paths available, such as absolute file path and the relative file path, and the best approach is to use a relative file path. And in this tutorial, we will look at HTML char set. So what do you mean by a char sets? Right? So char set is a short form for character set. So what do you mean by a character set? Set is basically a collection, right? So here it's a collection of characters. So I know you might be thinking about the benefit of, I know you might be thinking about the significance of character sets in HTML. I agree, but if you remember our previous tutorials, or if you remember our first tutorial about the web application introduction, I said that I said that communication between a web page and a web browser, right? When I said about that, so in that tutorial, I told that the communication will happen if and only if there is a common language between a web application and a web browser, and one such common language is HTML. So that's what I have told in our first tutorial. Now consider consider you have developed something in your consider you have developed something in your web application or the web page, and you are trying to put it into a web browser. It may or it may not understand all the long it may or it may not understand all the code which you have written in your web application, because it's just a browser. It may not understand all the code which you have written, right? it's because it may not understand. So just take an example of let's take one more example. Consider consider a stranger is consider a stranger is talking with a small kid. So here they're talking in English. So that kid may understand or may not understand everything whatever the stranger is speaking, because the kid may not know few words whatever the stranger is speaking. So in that case, and why is this kid not able to understand? Because he was not taught about those words, right? He was not taught about those words, so he is not able to understand. So same concept is going to work in the communication between a web application and a web browser, because whatever you write in your web application, that may not be understand by a web browser, because it was not taught to understand about it. It's because
it's not able to find those characters in his character set. So that is why character set is very important. So if you look at this, to display an HTML page correctly, the browser must know the character set. So whatever you write inside a web application, that should be understandable by a web browser to display it properly. Now the first character set is ASCII, American Standard Code for Information Interchange, which uses 7 bits character, and it is going to represent 128 different characters. So that's our first character set. And after that we have something called ISO 88591. HTML4 initially used ISO 88591, which uses 256 different character codes. And after this character set, there is one more character set which is basically developed for Windows operating system, and which is known as ANSI, stands for so ANSI here stands for American National Standard Institute. Here ANSI is identical to ISO 88591, except that ANSI has few more characters. It has 32 extra characters added in ANSI. And HTML4 used ISO 88591 in the initial days as its character set. But later on HTML4 supported UTF-8. So what do you mean by a UTF-8? Right, UTF-8 stands for uni UTF UTF-8 stands for Unicode Transformation Format, and this Unicode Transformation Format 8 covers almost all the characters and symbols in the world, in the entire world. So that's why UTF-8 charset is very much important. And here in HTML, the charset what HTML uses is UTF-8. So that's why I taught about charsets. So don't worry about ASCII, don't worry about ISO 88591, or don't worry about ANSI, Windows 1252 and all. Just forget about all that, or if you want to remember, just remember it. But one thing, the note point is HTML5 or HTML4 uses a charset called UTF-8, and UTF-8 stands for Unicode Transformation Format, and which covers almost all the characters. That means you can write anything in your web application and that would be understood by a web browser. So that's what I want to talk about here under HTML charsets. And where to use this charset, where do you specify in a web application, is what we are going to learn in our next tutorial. That's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Text. If you are visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe to Suresh Text. In our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML charset. In this tutorial, we will look at HTML head element. So we have looked at HTML head element already in our previous tutorial, if I remember. So to provide a title to your web application or the web page, we have used title element inside and head element, right? Okay, so let me get back to that. I'll try to create a project now. Okay, so let me try to create a project. I'm going to start with the HTML element. I'm going to close the HTML element. So I'm going to keep a body inside it. Alright, that's great. Let me save this as head element dot HTML and the save as type to HTML. Now let me try to keep the top heading, which is H1 Suresh tags head element. Okay, and I'm going to close this. Let me try to open the project under HTML practice coding, and then I do have head element, right? So let me try to open it with Google Chrome. Right, so this is how H1 is going to look like. Now I said earlier,
And if you look at here, if you look at the title of the page, right, if you don't specify anything, by default it is going to display the file name as the title, head element.html as the file name. But if you want to provide a specific title, you have to specify that under a head element. So that's what about an head element is all about. But it's not only the title. I'm going to tell about few other elements which you can keep under a head element. So that's the concept of today. Now let me keep head element. Okay, and the first one, and the first element which we can keep under head is title. Okay, let me say Suresh text, and I am going to close the title. I am just saving this. Haven't refreshed it. Just look at here. If I am not refreshing, so without refresh, it's just the file name. If I refresh, look at here, it's changed to Suresh text. Now this is one of the element which you can keep under an head element. Now there are a few other elements which you can keep under a head element. So here if you look at this title defines the title of the browser tab. So if you look at here, so this is the title of the browser tab, and similarly it is going to provide the title for your page when it is added to a favorite. For example, this is your web page. For example, if I try to add this as a bookmark, so then this is going to become the title for your bookmark. So that is the use of the title. So what happens here, the browser is going to use the title whatever you have provided for your page as a bookmarking name, and title is one of the element which you can keep under head. So similarly there are few other elements. So one such is style element. I think this also we had looked at already when we worked with internal, external, and the inline style sheeting about CSS introduction. We looked at the style attribute, and the style attribute is used to provide the internal style sheets, right? So this is also we have looked at. For example, this is our body. So if I want to provide some style to this body, so what I'll do, I use it to provide an inline style. I use to provide an inline style using a style attribute on the body element. And if I want to provide a background color, we can provide it using like this. So then it applies a background color, right? If I don't want this, so if I don't want to use an inline style sheet, then I can use an internal style sheet. So here I could specify, see, so if you look at here the body, for this body we are trying to provide an internal style setting. So let me provide a background color for this. So let me provide tomato color. So if you look at here, I've just saved it. See, it is changed to. So here the style, the internal style sheet you have to provide under head element again. So there are few other elements such as the link element. This is also we had seen. So whenever we work with external style sheets, right, in the external style sheets we use it to link some other other files inside. We used to link some other CSS file inside this file, right? So at that time we used an element called link. And we provided the relation as the style sheet because we are working with the style sheet. And similarly we have provided the h reference, and here we used to provide, and here we have provided particular class, sorry, and here we have provided the .css file which we have created, right? So this is one more element which we can keep under head element. Similarly there is one more very important element called meta. So meta is basically the data about the data, right, which I told earlier again. So meta is basically the data about the data. So under meta you can keep many things, and this meta should also be part of your head element. Okay, so if you look at here the link, title, and style, so these are all part of head element. So similarly this meta should also be part of head element, and this meta element is used to specify which character set is used. Okay, as I said in our earlier tutorial regarding the char set, HTML is going to use UTF-8 char set. UTF stands for Unicode Transformation Format. So if you want to specify the char set, that your HTML page is going to use, right? You have to specify that with the element called meta, and you should pass an attribute called charset. If you specify charset, and here if you specify it as UTF minus 8, so this stands for Unicode transformation format, and here we are telling that this page is going to use the charset, and this page is going to use UTF-8 charset. That means it is going to use all the characters available in the world. So that's what about a meta and the attribute called charset. Now here under meta, as I said earlier, meta is used by browsers, right? So meta is used by the browsers to display the content, and it is going to be used by the search engines for the keywords. I used to tell this search engines again and again, and I'm going to take one more tutorial on the search engine optimization, because search engine optimization is really very good concept. Now if you look at here, so this meta, let me close this. Okay, so this is one thing, and similarly you can specify, similarly you can give some, similarly you can give a description about a web application. For example, if your web page, for example, if your web page is all about providing some providing some fun related information, right? Or fun related information, so then you could specify as name, because we are describing here, so this is all about the description, so you could say name as description and content as. So here you could display meta name as description and the content as you can say fun web app. So this is, so fun web application. So this is again useful for the, this is again useful for search engine optimizations. Okay, so if you want to describe about your web application or the web page, you could mention it under your meta. Similarly, you can give some keywords. So keywords are basically useful for the search engine optimization again. So for example, you have developed web application on COVID-19 tracking, something like that. For example, you have developed a web application on COVID-19. Now if you have specified all the different keywords related to COVID-19 like this, so you can mention something like name, you could say name, you can say keywords, and here under content you can give different, sorry, now under content you can give different keywords. For example, here you can give different content. For example, you could say COVID-19, or you can say corona. So here when you say different characters here specified, separated with commas, if someone is trying to search for COVID-19 or someone is trying to search for corona, your web application is going to come on the top in the search list. So that's the use of the keywords. Okay, so you can mention the keywords using meta, and the name should be the keywords and content should be whatever you want to give under, whatever you want to give under that. So that's all about the keywords. And similarly you can mention the author of the web page. So if you are authorizing this, I mean if you are the author of this web page, you can specify the author of the web page. Sorry, the name should be author, and the content should be the author's name, Suresh text. Okay, so this is all about, so this is all, so this is all about the author. So and similarly, if you want to refresh your web application every 20 seconds or every 50 seconds, right, where you should do that, so at that time you could say name, so at that time you could say http equivalent. Okay, and http equivalent you should mention it as refresh. So there are some other values available which I'm going to talk in further tutorials, but for now just give a content as, so the content should be 10 seconds. Let me give 10 seconds so that it is going to refresh after every 10 seconds. So let me just save this and let's refresh it. Okay, so here whatever you are giving under your meta, these are not going to be displayed as I said earlier. So these are all useful, so these are all useful for the search engine optimization, and these and it's always a best practice to give these values. And if you look at here, I have given the refresh time is 10 seconds. Now just look at this refresh. See, after 10 seconds it's refreshed. Just concentrate on the refresh button on the top. 1 2 3 4. Yes, if you look at there, it's refreshed. So that's the use of meta HTTP equivalent refresh, and the content 10 seconds. It always accepts in seconds. Okay, so these are the different things. So these are the different options or the different elements which you can keep under a head element. Similarly, one more thing which you can keep is a viewport. So what do you mean by a viewport? Viewport is the user's visible area of a web page. For example, if you look at this web application or this web page, so whatever you are viewing, so all this visible area is called a viewport. Now whenever you open this page in a laptop, it would be bigger, and whenever you open the same page in a mobile, it would be smaller. So here the viewport is the user's visible area of the web page. So it varies with the device, and it will be smaller on a mobile phone and it will be bigger on a computer screen. Now you have to specify under meta to use the device width. So meta viewport element gives the browser. So now this meta, if you say meta name as viewport and if you specify some content, this meta viewport element gives the browser instructions on how to control the page dimensions and then scaling. So this viewport is very important for dimensions and scaling of a web application. So how do you specify it? You could specify it using meta followed by a name, and the name should be viewport, and the content should be, you could specify width. So here width you can specify as device width, and initial scale also you can specify. So you can specify initial scale as 1.0. So that means if you open this web application in a laptop, it takes the width of the laptop, and when you specify a viewport, and similarly when you open this web application in a mobile, and similarly when you open this web application in a mobile, it takes the width of the mobile. So that's the use of your viewport. Okay, now let me close this. Okay, so these are the different options available for, so these are the different elements which you can keep under your HTML head. So similarly one more thing which we haven't seen so far, which is a script element. So script element is basically used to provide JavaScript code, related code. So we haven't talked about JavaScript yet. We are going to talk about that tutorials after completing our CSS tutorial. So I am going to concentrate on HTML and then followed by CSS, and finally JavaScript followed by React. So whenever we talk about JavaScript, I am going to talk about this particular element, but just remember for now that script is also part of our head element. And there is one more final element which I am going to talk today is base element. So what is the use of a base element? So when you specify a base, it is going to act as a base URL. For example, when we work with our anchor tag, right? In the anchor tag we use it to specify references. So for example, let me create an anchor tag here. So how do I do that? H anchor tag followed by H reference, and here under this I used to specify, most of the time I used to specify quotation just HTML. So let me provide margins.html today. So that's because that is also one of the HTML page we have. So here we used to specify some target, right? Every time if I want to open this page in a new tab, I used to specify target as blank, and I'll say margins. Okay, I'm going to close this. So this is one of this is how we specify a link tag or hyperlink tag or an anchor tag. Right now if you look at here, so this is the path. Now there are cases where you provide some absolute paths. So in that cases, if you have a base element inside your head element, right, so you can specify a base href. So how do you do that? You can specify something like this. For example we are under if html practice coding, and then see here, till here I'll specify. Now so this is going to become the base URL, and whatever you will specify here under href, and this is going to be appended to this base URL. So that is the use of the base URL. So let me do it now. And similarly, if I specify target here, similarly if we specify target here, let me specify target as blank. Okay, so this is our base, URL now. So this is our base element now. Now there is no need of providing target here, because it is going to take the properties of the base URL. Now let me refresh it. Look at this. So by default I haven't provided any target here. Though I haven't provided any target, it is going to open a new tab, because it is going to take the properties from the base element which we have specified under our head element. Now just look at this. See, it is going there. But one more thing, if you remember here, f html practice margins.html, but we have provided till coding, but it is not taking till coding because there is no forward slash here. So with this you could understand that it is trying to take the path which we have provided here. So what basically happens here, whatever we have specified here, this is going to be appended to this file. Now if you look at here, since I have provided forward slash here, it should work. Let me refresh this. Look at here. So this has appended margins.html to this path. So this is what happened here. So this is working perfectly, and it is using the target property which is part of the base. So that is use of the base. So here you might be asking a question of what is the use of keeping a base. What is the use of keeping a base, and I can directly use target and my h reference in all the tags. So that's all your choice. But when you work with a big application, a large application with large application with 1,000 lines of code or 10,000 lines of code, it's always best practice to keep a base URL, right? So that's why I'm just telling about this. Okay, so it's always best practice to use a base URL, and which should be the part of our head element. Now at the end I'm going to talk about omissions. For example, if you look at this code, okay, let me oh sorry, where are we? Okay, so let me remove head. Okay, I have removed head. Sorry, I mean the HTML. So let me remove HTML. Okay, I'm going to refresh it. Will there be any change if I do this? No, there is no change. Now let me remove that head. Head is from there to, where do we have head? Yes, here. Let me remove this. Okay, just save this, refresh. No change. Then what is the use of using all these things? And let me remove the body too. Let me remove the body. Look at this now. Still it is working. So that's what I want to talk about here. Even though you omit HTML head or body, you omit anything, still the page is going to work. But I am just insisting this again and again. This is not a good practice at all, and your search engine optimizations are not going to work, and it's a really bad practice to remove all these things. So I recommend everyone to use the HTML as the root element, and then followed by the head. Keep as much as meta elements inside that. Keep your links, titles, everything part of your head element, and then followed by a body. Use proper styling and make it readily available for a search engine optimization. Okay, so that's all about your head element. Now let me go back to our presentation. Okay, so this is what about head element. So the following tags describes the metadata. We looked at title, style, meta, link, script, and the base. We looked at the title. To provide a title to a tab, we use the title. And similarly, the styling, it's for internal style setting, and link is for external style setting. Similarly, meta says data about the data, and then viewport to make the content available. To make this is to make the content look similar in different devices. So we use a concept called viewport. And then the script is used in our JavaScript, which we are going to learn in our further tutorials. Similarly, the base. So base is very important, which I have told just now. So you should all it's a good practice to keep the base URL in the base element. And then the final insisting point is never omit these all things, though they works, but don't do it. Please don't do it, because you will face many problems. Sometimes your project may not work in Internet Explorer 9, and there are few browsers they may not understand your code. So it's always best practice to use HTML, head, body, and all the closing tags, and all about closing the tags, and also so try to follow all those rules. That's it for today. Please subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Text. If you're visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe to Suresh Text. So in our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML head element. So there are different other elements which we can keep under the head element. So today in this tutorial, we will look at HTML layout. Layouts are basically used to develop a well-designed application. For example, if you look at any of the web applications, let me go back to the browser. Okay, so this is the browser. So let me open any of the web application. Um, let me go to the Google. Let me go to Okay, let me go to the Google. So now let me try to go back. Let me try to go to YouTube. Now if you look at the YouTube's, so this is one of a website, right? So this is also a website. If you look at here on the top, you have something called you have so you have few elements on the top, which is called a header. And similarly, if you look at the left side, you have many items available, so using which you can navigate between the screens. For example, if you want to go to the trending, you will click on the trending. So here if you look at this, which is there in the left side, is called a navigation bar. So these are the different semantic elements which are available. So these are the different semantic elements which are part of the layout, right? So layout basically looks something like this. Okay, so on the top, which is there as a header, and then the navigation elements, and we'll have some sections, articles. So there are different things which are part of a layout. So don't get confused with all the don't get confused with this structure of the layout element. So this is basically a rough idea of how to design a well documented. So this is a rough idea of how to develop a well designed application. So basically a well designed application will follow all these rules. So if you look at the top, so header basically defines the header of the document. So if you look at this HTML, sorry, if you look at this YouTube application on the top, where you have a YouTube icon, and the logo, and then the bell icon, and then the YouTube apps, and then icon to create a new video. So this section is part of a header. And similarly, if you look at the left side, so whatever you have here, so which is part of a navigation. And similarly, somewhere here this is part of, so wherever you are viewing, and wherever you are viewing the videos, which is part of a section. So this is which is part of a section, right? So these are the different semantic elements which are part of a layout. Okay, so how do you
layout a so how do you lay out a web application, right? So previously we worked with HTML tables. So I'm so sorry to say that you should never lay out a web application using HTML tables. So HTML tables elements is purely developed to work with the tables. If you have a requirement to work with a table or to create a table, just use the table element. Apart from that, don't think about it. And especially never think about tables when you design a layout. Okay, so design a layout. So there are four more techniques called CSS float property, CSS flexbox, CSS framework, and CSS grid. If you look at all these four techniques, all are part of CSS. So I'm not going to discuss about all these different. So I'm not going to talk about all these techniques in this tutorial. And when we discuss about CSS, I'm going to talk about all these different techniques available to design a layout. So just for this tutorial, just remember that layouts is a concept in HTML used to design a well developed used to develop a well designed web application. That's it. So what to use? So which one to choose among these five techniques? As I told earlier, forget about HTML tables and four other techniques available, which are CSS float property, flexbox, framework, and grid. So I'm going to talk about all this stuff in our CSS tutorial. So for now, I'm not going to give an answer for this. Please do wait for CSS tutorials. That's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Text. If you're visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe to Suresh Text. In our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML layouts. So, and in this tutorial, we will look at HTML computer code. So, what do I mean by computer code here? We know about computer code. We write Java, C, C++. So, it's all about computer programming code. We define the variables and then we write the program and then we execute it and finally we see the results. So, if you want to depict or if you want to picturize or if you want to display the same code in a if you want to display the same code in a HTML page, how do you do that? For example, if you look at this, so let me try to create a new project, right? So I'm going to keep the body and I'm going to close the body. Okay, let me keep heading as computer codes and I'm going to save this as computer codes.html, saving with hypertext markup language. Now if you open this project in a browser, computer codes, and it looks something like this, right? This is working fine. So now as I said earlier, if you want to display a computer related code, a programming code, so why can't you keep it in a paragraph? Yes, you are correct. Let me keep it in a paragraph, or we can even keep it under a predefined or even we can keep it under pre-formatted text, which we had seen earlier, right? So let me try to keep a var a is equal to, let me do it in this way, var a is equal to 10, var b is equal to 20, and let me give var c is equal to a plus b, something like this, so this is one of the program. So let me try to run this program. So look at here. So if you look at here, so whatever you display, so whatever you keep it here, it will be displayed the same way, right? So it's the paragraph, but HTML is giving us few more elements to deal with the computer code. So to deal with variables, right? If you want to declare some variables, okay, so this is a variable declaration, right? So if you want to make a character as a variable, you can use an element called var. Okay, for example here for this a, I want to mention it as a var.
Okay, so I'm going to close this as var. So now I'm making a as a variable. Now if you look at the code, I'm going to save this. Look at this, it's changed to italic, right? So I have just defined it as a variable, okay, and it's changed to italic, so it's going to take by default. Now one more thing is we have one more element called code, right? If you say this as code, so I'm going to remove the paragraph now because this is not going to work anymore. So now let me keep this entire thing under code. Now look at this, I'm going to refresh it. Look at this, everything has changed, right? So whenever you keep the code under a code, the text is going to be displayed in a mono space font. If you look at here, this is displaying in a mono font. Sorry, if you look at the code, it is getting displayed in a mono space font. So that's the use of code. So to deal with the coding related stuff, there is an element called code, and there is one more element called var, right? So you can work with code and var whenever you want to display a coding related data in your web application. So now one more thing is, if you want to pre-format it, you can just enclose it with pre-formatted. That's it. Now if you refresh it, see, so this is how it looks like. So this is how you should work with HTML computer codes. Let me go back to the presentation. Okay, and one more thing I forgot to tell is about the keyboard. For example, uh, when you when you work with a programming language, you try to use some keyboard characters to save or to delete, right? For example, to save you use control s. So in order to display control s, how do you do that? So you can directly keep it under a paragraph, or you can keep it under some text. Let me keep it under paragraph and say control plus s, and I'm going to close this. Let's check how is it going to be displayed. So if you look at the program now, see, it is going to display in this way. Instead, you can wrap it with an element called KBD, which stands for keyboard, because this is a keyboard related stuff, right? Control S is data from the keyboard, right? So we have an element called keyboard available from the HTML itself, right? Now just look at this, and I'm going to refresh it. So just look carefully before refreshing it. Okay, now if I refresh it, look at this, it's changed to a monospace font. So that's how you should deal with, or we should, that's how we deal with that's how we deal with HTML computer codes. So if you have a requirement to display a computer related code in Java, C, C++, anything, any type of language related code in your web application, you could use few elements such as KBD, stands for keyboard related stuff, code relates to coding related stuff, and if you want to specifically mention about the variables, you could use an element called var. So this is all about HTML computer codes. And similarly, there is one more thing is called samp. So samp is used for outputs, right? If you got an error, okay, you could mention, you could embed that, and you could embed that error inside a samp element. Similarly for any um, similarly positive related, similarly for an output, okay, so all the output related data you can embed into you can embed into an element called samp. Similarly code we had seen, and where we had seen. Okay, so that's all for HTML computer codes. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Text. If you are visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe to Suresh Text. In our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML computer codes, and in this tutorial, we will look at HTML semantics. So what do we mean by a semantic element? So I said semantic element, right? So what do you mean by semantic? So previously we looked at many type of elements, right? So we looked at many different types of elements. But the difference between a normal element and a semantic element is that semantic elements give some description about the element. For example, if you look at div and span,
If I have suddenly asked you the use of div and span, you may be confused of it. You may get confused because when you say div, it's not telling you something about that element, right? Or else span, it's not telling you the description about that element. Instead, if I tell you, instead if I instead if I ask you about a table element, you'll directly tell that it is used to create the tables. Because when I say table element, it is trying when I say table element, it is describing about that element. So semantic elements are the elements which have a proper meaning, right? And the non-semantic elements are the elements which doesn't have any type of meaning. So div and span are part of non-semantic elements, whereas if you talk about a table, if you talk about a form or some other elements, so they all describe they all describes about the elements. So they are all called the semantic elements. So now if you look at just look at this layout. So this layout has a header, navigation, and then section, article, and then asset, and then we do have a footer too, but it's not displayable here, but it's not showing up here. But so these are the different semantic elements available in HTML. So it's always best practice to use all the semantic elements and then embed other elements inside this, because they all describes in case let's consider, for example, you are working on a web application and due to some reasons you may be put up in some other project, and from where you need to hand over this project to some other developer, you need to hand over this project to some other developer, and when they look at your code, they may get confused if you don't use all the semantic elements. Instead, if you use all the semantic elements such as a header, article, asset, and all, they'll be easily understand your they can easily understand your code. So having said that, let's look at few of the semantic elements which are mostly used in almost all the web applications. So it's always best practice to use all these semantic elements available, such as section, article, header, footer. Footer is used to provide a footer for the page, and similarly navigation elements to provide the navigation related data. So you have all the different elements available under your semantic elements. So it's always best practice to use all these semantic elements rather than non-semantic. So it's always best practice to use all the semantic elements available in HTML. So that's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Text. If you're visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe to Suresh Text. In our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML semantics, and in this tutorial, we will look at HTML entities. So what do you mean by an HTML entities? We looked at many tutorials till now regarding the HTML element. We placed so many elements. We looked at tables, we looked at anchor tag, we looked at lists and all the different elements, right? Have you ever come across a case where you want to display some special characters? For example, have you tried to keep a euro symbol? Got confused, right? Because euro symbol is not part of your keyboard, then how can you keep it inside your web application? So that's the question. And the solution for that is entities. If you use using entities, you can provide some special symbols. So for example, if you want to provide a less than symbol or a greater than symbol, you could directly use them in your keyboard. But there might be cases where you need to generate them dynamically. So how do you do that? At that time? You should definitely use something called entity, and to provide and to use those type of special symbols, you need to use end followed by the entity name, otherwise end followed by a hash and then entity number. So these entity names and the numbers are provided from the HTML for us. So if you use them, it will be displayed automatically. So for example, let me create a project. Shall we create a project or shall we use our previous project? Okay, so instead of creating a new project, I am going to use our previous project.
for the new users, I'm going to create a new project. Okay, no problem. So I'm going to keep a body. Okay, so I have closed the body and I'm going to keep an header. This is just for the heading, don't worry about it, because, and I'm going to name it as entities.html. Oh sorry, okay, great, it's an HTML page, that's great. Now let me open this project in Chrome. Entities.html, I'm going to open it with the Chrome. That's great, it is working. Now as I said earlier, how to keep a euro symbol. So there should be, we should how to keep a euro symbol, we should definitely use something called an entity, right? So now let's use an entity to provide a euro symbol. So to provide a euro symbol, this, okay, let me give a paragraph. This is, so to provide euro symbol, follow by and followed by the entity name, and the entity name for a euro symbol is euro. Okay, you have to remember all these things, entity names and the entity numbers. You should not, you can't escape from here, you should definitely remember them. Now if I refresh it, look at this. Okay, it's not working. EURO, and its entity name, I think we have to end it with semicolon. Let's check. Yes, it's working now. So you should definitely end it with a semicolon. When you end it with a semicolon, browser will understand that it's a kind of a entity. Now similarly to keep a copyright symbol, so how do you do that? This is, for example, let me keep a copyright, and then entity name for the copyright is COPY. Okay, and I'm going to close the paragraph. Now if I refresh it, look at this. So this is a copyright symbol. Similarly, you can provide the trademark symbol, right? This is, and to provide the trademark, which is basically the registered trademark, right? So to provide that, you can use this entity name. So here whatever I have provided till now, the euro, copy and register, the registered trademark. So these are all the entity names. Till now I haven't provided the entity numbers, because the entity number should be followed by and then a hash symbol, right? So I'll be telling about that in some time. So for now we are just concentrating on the entity names. Okay, if I'm going to refresh it, so this is how it works. So entities are basically used to provide some special symbols in your web application. Now as I said earlier, let's now see, for example, so I said this is an entity name. So now to provide an entity number, there is a special number for the trademark, and that number is 174. So how do we get this number? So these are all the predefined numbers in HTML, you just need to remember them. Now to provide an entity number, so you have to give a hash followed by the number, and I said for the trademark it is 174. Okay, now if you look at this, if you refresh it, see it's not changing. Similarly, let me provide some other symbol with the entity number. So this is, so let me provide pound symbol. So let me provide pound symbol. To provide a pound symbol, and then followed by hash, and the number for the pound is 163. 163. Don't get confused with these numbers and all. Once you get a project, once you get a requirement, you should definitely, you will anyway Google it and you will get to know. So I'm just insisting you guys not to remember these things. Never by heart these things. You should never by heart thing, never by heart these all things. You will automatically get to know about these things when you get a requirement about it. Okay, so I'm going to refresh it. Look at this. So this is our pound symbol. So these are the different ways you can provide the special symbols using entities, and in entities we have entity name and the entity number. And similarly there is another concept called diacritical marks. What do you mean by a diacritical marks? If you look at some symbols which will have two symbols in a single character. For example, if you would have seen some characters, they will have they will have a glimpse symbol, or they will have a grave or acute symbols on top of a character. For example, look at this. um, so this is a grave symbol with character B. Okay, or let me say character A. Okay, so how do I do that? Okay, so so there is so we need to provide it using, so with character A. So how do I do that? I'll first provide the character and then followed by the entity number or the entity name. So to provide the entity number or name, for example, in this case I am providing entity number. So to provide an entity number, and for the grave symbol we have this. Okay, now let me close this paragraph and just look at this. You will get to know about it. See here, if you look at here, so there is something on top of this A, so which is, this is called a grave symbol. Similarly, there is some other symbol called acute symbol. So if you want to provide these type of characters which has two symbols in a single character, right? So these are called the diacritical marks. Even if you want to provide the diacritical marks, you need to use a concept of entity. So entities are basically developed to work with the special characters which are not part of your keyboard. Okay, so that's all about entities. Okay, so and this is one more concept. For example, if you want to provide a space, for example, look at this. So I have a paragraph. Okay, I am Suresh. So for example, if I am giving 10 spaces here, okay, I have given so many spaces, right? And from here I'm going to start. I am YouTuber. Okay, if I close this and if I refresh it, what should happen? There should be a gap between this, right? Let's check whether it is going to be whether it is going to provide the gap or not. Look at this, there is no gap. I have given so much space, but when it rendered in a browser, there is no space, right? To provide a non-breaking space, you could use special entities, right? To provide a non-breaking space, we can use non-breaking space. NB stands for non-breaking and SP stands for space. So you can directly use like this. To provide a space specifically, and say NB non-breaking SP. Okay, so let me copy paste so that we will get some breaks. Okay, so I have copy pasted many places. Now if I'm removing from here, that's all great. Now if I refresh it, look at, so look at this, so there is a space, so there is a space. So this is we so here we have given explicitly the space using an entity name called non-breaking space. Okay, and this is all about the diacritical marks which we had seen just now. Okay, so these are all about the HTML entities. Thank you so much. Please do subscribe to Suresh Tax.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Tex. If you are visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe to Suresh Tex. So in our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML entities. So entities are basically used to represent some special symbols. And in this tutorial, we will look at HTML emojis. So if you look at HTML emojis, so they look similar to images, icons, but they are not actually the images. And so they are also part of Charset UTF-8. So in our previous tutorials, we looked at HTML Charset, which basically contains almost all the characters in the world. So even these emojis are part of that Charset UTF-8. And in our previous tutorial, when we looked at entities, so we represent most of the special characters using the entity names and the entity numbers. So similarly for the emojis, we have different entity numbers. So here if you look at the screen, for a smiley symbol we do have an entity number called 128516, and similarly for the heart we have 128151. So so these are the different entity numbers available for emojis. So let me try to keep some. So this is our previous tutorial.
So here I am trying to keep something like smiley symbol. Okay, so if I want to keep, since it is a number, so I have to start it with and then followed by hash. Okay, and then let me give 128516 128516 and then followed by a semicolon. So if you look at now, if I refresh it, look at this. So this is our smiley symbol. Similarly, so there are different. So similarly, there are many entity numbers available for our emojis. So you just have to remember them, or based on your project requirement. You can Google and copy paste in at your code. So that is also fine. So that's absolutely fine, and there is no problem at all. So this is all about the emoji characters, and so here in the screen there are few other emoji icons, and the corresponding entity numbers available. So if you want them to use at your project, you can directly use their entity numbers to make them available in your project. So this is all about HTML emojis. So here if you open this link, you can find many other, and basically all the emojis and their corresponding and their corresponding entity numbers available. Okay, so that's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Text. If you're visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe to Suresh Text. So in our previous tutorial we looked at HTML. So in our previous tutorial we looked at HTML emojis, and in this tutorial we will look at HTML URL encode. So what do you mean by a URL? So URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. So if you look at any web address, for example google.com, youtube.com, or text.sureshadam.com, so this is all called the URLs. So a URLs can be composed of a words. For example, if you look at here, so URL can be composed of words, say text.sureshadam.com, which is a word, which is a URL made up of words. So similarly, a URL can also be an internet protocol, which is basically IP address. So it can be an address which points to your web application, right? So but it's really difficult for an user but it's really difficult for an end user to remember the web address or IP address. That's why it's all that's why we keep URL names. So how do we define this as how do we define a URL syntax, right? So that's the question arises, how do we define a URL syntax? So the syntax for a URL is it will always start with a scheme followed by a colon and then followed by two forward slashes followed by a prefix and then domain followed by a colon port, and then we'll have a path and file name. You look at any of the URL, so it follows the same syntax. So now what does a scheme here define? So scheme defines the type of the internet service, so it can be either HTTP or the secured HTTP. So that's all about the scheme. And then prefix, so prefix defines the domain prefix, and for HTTP by default it is www. And then the domain, so domain defines the internet domain name. So for example, if you look at text.sureshadam.com, so here the text.sureshadam so is basically the domain name, text.sureshadam.com, so which is basically the domain name. And then a few of the URLs contains port numbers, and then um, along with the URL there will be a path name attached after the URL and followed by the file name when you navigate between the screens inside a web application. So this is how a typical URL syntax looks like. So there are some common URL schemes available. So these common URL schemes are so these are as I said earlier about the scheme, so it can be either HTTP or HTTPS. So these are few other schemes available, such as HTTP is basically common for the web pages and which are not encrypted, whereas HTTPS, which is a secured hypertext transfer protocol, which is basically encrypted one and which is secured web pages. So this is very useful when you provide security to your web page. And similarly, few others such as FTP, and the FTP stands for file transfer protocol. So whenever you download some files, or whenever you download some files, or when you upload the files, you use this transfer protocol, which is file transfer protocol. Okay, so these are all the different URL schemes available. And what do you mean by URL encoding? That the topic is all about URL encoding here. So here, as I said earlier, if if you want to fetch, so basically how does it happens is, once you develop your web application, you host it somewhere in the central server. Now if you google it for that particular web application, for example, say you have developed a page called covid19.com, covid19.com. So you have to host this web page somewhere in the server, so that everyone can be able to download it. I mean, so that everyone can be able to access your web application. So it has to be hosted somewhere in the central. Now when someone is trying to search your web URL, when someone is trying to search your web URL in your web URL in their browser, saying covid19.com, so browser is going to fetch this URL from the server. So when it tries to fetch this website from the URL, when it so this when it tries to request, so it basically request pages from the web server using that URL whichever you provide. So here, while trying to request your URL, or while fetching your website, so URLs can be, and these URLs can be sent over the internet using ASCII character set. So previously we looked at the character sets, char sets. So there are different types of char sets available, and HTML is going to use UTF-8, because UTF-8 is going to provide almost all the characters which are available in the world. But for the URLs, we use ASCII character set. That means there should not be any special characters. That means there should not be any special characters which should be part of a URL. So that means there should not be any special characters in the URL. Even in case there are some special characters available, that means if there are some non ASCII characters, then they can be transmitted over. Then if in even in case there is any non ASCII character available in the URL, it will be converted using URL encoding. It will be converted into a format that can be transmitted over the internet. Similarly, URL encoding is going to replace non ASCII characters with a percentage followed by hexadecimal digit. And even in case if there is any even in case if there are any spaces inside your URL, that will be replaced with a space, that will be replaced with a plus sign, or percentage 20. So all the spaces will be replaced with plus sign or percentage 20. So this is how URL encoding is going to work. So this is all about URL encoding. Okay, so this is all about URL encoding. Okay, so these are the different ASCII encoding examples available, so you can have a look at this. Okay, so that's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Text. If you're visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe to Suresh Text. So in our previous tutorials we looked at HTML concepts, all the basic concepts we have covered so far. We covered HTML basics. So we covered HTML elements, attributes, headings, paragraphs, styles, text formatting, quotation citations, comments, colors, styles, links, tables, classes, IDs, iframes, and then file paths. We looked at almost all the different concepts available in HTML. And in this tutorial, we will look at HTML forms. So what do you mean by a form? HTML forms is very important concept in HTML. Let's look at this client server architecture. So basically you take any of the web applications. So most of the websites or the web applications will have forms available in their websites. Take a gmail.com or take any kind of web application. They should definitely have a login and registration forms. So basically how does the login and registration forms are going to work? First a user is going to register in their website. Those details are going to be sent to the server, and when they perform a login operation, they're going to validate using the values present in the registration form. So this is how a typical client server architecture is going to work. So almost all the websites are going to have forms available in their websites. Now, so how do we create those forms is the question, right? So let's try to create a project. So these are our previous projects. Let me open Notepad++. Okay, so these are now let me create a new project. I'm going to open close with HTML. So far we have covered almost all the concepts in HTML, and today we are going to cover HTML forms. Let me have a body, and let me keep heading forms. I'm going to close this, and I'm going to save it with HTML forms.html. Okay, that's great. Now let me open this in the browser, HTML forms, and I'm going to open it with Google Chrome. Great. Now how do we create a form is the question, right? Now to create a form we need to use an element called form, and it has to be closed with the form. So now I've added an element called form. Okay, let me increase the zoomness, zoom in, control number plus control. Okay, that's great. I think this is proper. Now check. So this is working fine. So now look at this. I've added form, but I'm just saving this and I'm going to refresh it. So nothing is there because we have added a form element, but we haven't added any information inside that form. So let me try to keep our first element so I'm going to keep something inside the element. So to keep something inside the element, you need to use an element called input. So if you keep an element called input, let me keep an element input, and let me save this and refresh it. Something has added. So something is there inside our form. Now almost all the different elements which we see inside a form can be created using an input. Now look at here. Input accepts different parameters. Sorry, input accepts different attributes. One such attribute is type. So type is very important because based on the values which you provide to the type attribute, input is going to change drastically. Now look at this. So I'm going to provide the type as text. So that means this element is of type that means this element is of type text. So that means you can add all text inside this element. You can add text. So look at this. Now let me keep a paragraph on top of this saying name. I'll say name. Okay, now if you look at this, see name, and below we have name, and below we have an input type, a text input, which is basically a text input. Now you can add text here. You can add Suresh because Suresh is my first name, other name. Now this is how you will provide input of type text. Now if you look at here, we have given paragraph, but we should not use this. I'm going to talk about this in some time. Now let me create some other types. Let me keep input type as, so here I'm going to give some other value to this attribute type. So I'm going to give something called radio. So what does a radio will do? Radio is going to provide, close this. So radio is going to provide the radio button. Just look at this. So it is providing a radio button. So if you look at any form which has a gender, there will be a radio buttons. Okay, so it's basically a single selection, right? Now let me give in the paragraph gender. Okay, now look at here. So it came down. So now let me give male in front of this. Okay, now look at this, right? You are getting that feeling of forms. Now as I said earlier, we should not use paragraph, or we should not use paragraphs for this text inside a forms, because now if you look at this input type radio, right, we have male. So if I click on male, basically it should select. Let me refresh it. So if I click on male, I should, then also it should select the radio button, but this is not happening here because there is no relation between this text and this input. So because of these all issues, we should use something called a label. So using label you can combine the input elements and the text. So now for example, if you look at, so instead of this paragraph I am going to write label, and label I am going to give first name. This is my label. So followed by I have an input, and let me remove this gender. Okay, so now for the gender I am just going to keep it in paragraph itself because it's just an heading. But for the male, okay, for the male, after this radio button or before the, okay, let me keep it before the radio button, I have to definitely use a label. Okay, so label followed by male, and I'm going to close this label. Okay, now if you look at the code, if I refresh it, look at this. So this is our first name, and we have input, and we have a corresponding input for the first name. So after the first name I'm going to give a break now. Okay, I have given a break so that it come down, and after that I have a gender, below that I have male, and let me keep for female also. Now I'm going to keep for female also. Okay, now if you look at here, this is for the male and this is for the female. So now you can ask me, so what will happen if I click on male text? Does this radio button will get selected? I'm going to click on this. No, this is not getting selected because we haven't provided a link between the input and a label. So now how do we provide a link? So to provide a link, first of all you need to provide an ID for the input. So how do you provide an ID? And here you can provide, since this is for the male, I'm going to provide a male. It can be anything. You can provide any ID which should uniquely identify this input. Now you have provided ID. Now you should use the same ID to link to this label. So here under the label, which accepts an attribute called label fur, and here under fur you have to use the ID which you have provided to input. You have given to male. Now if I refresh it, now let me click on male. Look at this. When I click on male, the radio button got selected because now we have provided a relation between the label and a radio button. So that's why I always insist you guys to use the labels always inside a form. Now even for the input type first name, even for the input type text. Okay, so now if you look at here, for the first name we have added the label, and for the gender also we have added the label. So here we looked at input type text, and then we looked at input type radio. Similarly, if there are few more things available, such as there are few more input types available. Okay, let me provide a break here. Okay, so now I'm going to use an input type submit. So submit, when you say submit, it is going to give a button. See, it has given a button. So now whenever you use a submit, it is going to provide you a button. Now look at this, it has provided a button. So by default it is going to be a submit button, and if you want to change that, you have to use something called value. So to provide an external value, let's say login. So now it should change to login. Look at this, it has changed to login. So this is how you can develop forms inside an HTML. So now let's look at our presentation. So this is our typical client server architecture, right? Websites can have the forms, and those forms are going to be sent to the server. Now, so this is one sample form, right? You take a look at any of the websites, they will have a login form with email ID and the email ID and the password, and there will be a submit and the reset button. Now let us try to design the same. Now let us try to design the same form. Okay, so now let me try to remove all this stuff. Should I remove? Okay, this is not useful. You just have to remember that we have an input type text, and we have an input type radio to provide the radio buttons, text to provide the text data, submit to provide any button, to provide submit button. Now I'm going to close this form, and let me try to create from the beginning. Okay, so now I don't have anything, so now I have to provide email, password, submit button, and then reset button. So first I'll try to provide all the elements which are inside this login box. Okay, after that I'm going to provide this login. Okay, so to provide a form, so to create a form, what to do? So you have to open the form, and then you have to close the form, and inside that you have input types. So for the first one, input type is text, but which is basically a email ID, right? Um, for the emails, you can provide, and for the emails you can provide one value, which is, so earlier, to provide any text, so basically email is also text, but email has some proper meaning, so it has to be end with a particular domain .com @ so there should be @ always inside a email, right? So if you look at my email ID, say tech.sureshadam at gmail.com, so it has to be in this way, right? There should be @ symbol, and there should be a domain, right? So to validate all this stuff, to provide an input type as an email, you have to provide a value inside a type attribute as email. So when you provide the value of type as email, it is going to become an input which is of type email. Okay, so now let me close this. Right, now let me provide, then what should I provide? So there is some, now if you look at here, there is some text inside this form, or inside this element, which is called email ID. So how do I provide that? So I can provide that using an attribute called placeholder. So placeholder is the text which will be displayed inside an element. So how do I provide email ID? So when I say email ID, it is going to display. Now let me refresh it. Look at this email ID, right? So here you can use any text, and which should, and it would be, and it should be proper email ID. Now, so this is how you will provide, email ID. So next, what to provide? You have to provide the password, right? Now input type is equal to, so instead of text you can provide password. So what will happen if you provide text? Let me check. And the placeholder we know already, I am going to give it as password. I am going to give it as password. Now if I refresh it, look at this. So it is going to be, so it is going to come next to, it is going to be displayed next to the email ID. It's because the input type, it's because the input type is an inline element, it's not a block element. So that's why you need to provide a break. Now if you look at this, they're just looking like overlapped. So now let me give another break. Okay, I've given another break. Now if you look at this, this is looking little better. Now email id I am entering asdf.gmail.com, something like that I am giving. And password, when I type, no, it is password should not be visible. So when I enter something, it has to change to star. To do that, you have to provide the type value as password. When you provide the type value as password, now if you look at this, you can provide Suresh at gmail.com, and for the password, when I enter, look at this, it's changing to star symbol. So this is how you will deal with HTML email ID and the password. So to provide an email ID, the input type value should be email, and to provide a password, the input type value should be password. And now let's try to provide submit and reset. We know how to provide submit and reset buttons. Okay, let me give some breaks here. Okay, now input type as submit, and the value I am giving, because by default it would be displayed as submit, but I am going to change that to login, and I have removed it. And input type, and I am giving submit, sorry, here the input type, the next one is for the reset, and I am giving it as reset. Now let's look at the code. Look at this. So what would happen now? Let me enter some data. Let me click on login. Now if you look at here, please include at the rate. What is saying, please include at the rate, because this is an email field. Okay, since we have provided the input type as email, when you click on login, it is going to validate the form. For example, if I provide text here, okay, and I'm just saving this, and I'm going to refresh it. Now if I enter something and I say login, nothing is happening here, because we have given type as text, and it is accepting it. So that's why it's, so you should always, so if you, that's why if you are dealing with an email field, you should always give the type value as email. Okay, now if you look at this, I'm going to refresh it. Now if you look at this, enter something, just look at this, so it is going to validate the email field. Similarly for a password, you need to provide the input type as password. Now if you look at this, I have entered something. When you click on reset, it is going to reset, the values, because we have given the input type as reset. That's why it is going to reset all the, fields which are part of this form. Now we are done with the email. So now we are done with the email, and then the password, and then submit and reset. Now let me try to provide this box around this form. So to provide a box, you need to group all these fields inside this form. So to group all the fields inside a form, you have another. So to now group all the fields inside a form, you have another element called field set. So you have to, you can group, all the elements or all the fields inside a form using an element called field set. So now let me refresh it. Look at this. So when you group them, when you embed them, or when you wrap them, all the form elements or all the form fields inside a form with a field set, it is going to group, and it is going to provide a box. Now what do we do? I don't want this box. Now it is going to provide a box around the form. Right, now it is going to provide the box around the fields. Now let me try to keep the caption. To provide a caption around this field set, okay, you have to use an element called legend. So if you provide legend as login form, okay, and the legend name is the login form is what you have created, and this legend element should always be the first element inside your field set. Now let me refresh it. Look at this. So you have got a beautiful login form. Okay, but this login form is stretching till end, because this is a block level element. That's why it is stretching till end. So let me provide some style. So I'm going to style this form as style, and I'm going to give width as 50%. So when I give width as 50%, it has to be 50% of this computer width. Now look at this. Right, so this is how you will create the HTML forms, and this is a basic simple login form which we have created here with a basic email field and a password field, and with two buttons. One is login and the reset. Now let me go back to the presentation. Now what is an action, or what is a target and method attributes, is what we are going to look now. So now we are we are good with creating the forms. Now what does, so we have created the form is fine. Now if you look at the client server architecture, you are here, so you have created a form, but who is going to send that file to the server? How do you send that, the data which is entered by a client or which is entered by a user, to a server? How do you collect that data from a form, and how do you pass it to a server is the question. Now to send that data, you have to use some other language which is called PHP. So this is, which is a server side scripting language. Now if you look at this code, so this is our form, so which is from here to here, and when you say submit, it is and when you say submit, it has to collect the information in the email field and the information in the password field, and which has to send to the server. Now how do you do that? Now as I said earlier, there should be a PHP program, or there should be some program which should pass these values to the server. So to do this operation, right, you should use one attribute inside your form element called action. Now this action attribute is going to define, so this action attribute will define the action to be performed when the form is submitted. That means, for example, when I click on submit, what should happen, right? So as I said earlier, there should be a PHP program which is a server side program which we will write to send the information from our page to the server. So here under this action, you have to provide that file name. Here under this action, for example, you have created another file called login.php. For example, you have that login.php. Okay, so which is just consider that login.php is collecting data from your email and password field, and it is sending the information to the server. So now here under your action attribute, you have to provide that file. So whenever you click on submit, this action, whatever you provide inside this is going to be executed, and from there onwards, the data is going to send to the server. So that's the use of the action attribute. Now for example, if you omit this action, that means if you have forgot to keep this action, what is going to happen? When you click on submit, the action is going to be taken on the current page itself. So that means it's not going to send to this page, right? It's not going to send to this page. It's going to be applied to the same page, and nothing is going to happen. Now just for understanding, let me try to keep our other HTML files which we have created earlier. So let me try to give entities.html which we have created in our previous tutorial. Now if I refresh it, now if you do this, look at this. So that means it's navigate into the entities. So what is happening here, whenever I'm clicking on a submit, it is trying to open the file which is there in the action attributes. So that's why I'm just telling, so that's what I'm telling here. So whatever you will give under your action, that is going to be performed upon clicking this submit button. So what's your goal? You have to submit these values to the server. You just need to provide the server side scripting here. So it can be a PHP file, or it can be some other server side scripting file. So you just need to provide that as a action value. Okay, now I'm going to change this as login.php. So here we haven't worked on the login.php, but I'm just telling as a simple example. Okay, so this that's the use of this action. And similarly, the target attribute which we had seen in our previous tutorial when we worked with the hyperlinks, right? So target, what is the use of target? So when you say target, the result, the target accepts different values such as underscore self and underscore blank, which is to open the page in a new tab. Similarly, it has underscore top and underscore parent, which we discussed in our iframe section. Now under the target, if I provide blank, okay, what will happen? So
the result is going to be sent to a new tab. So that's the use of the target. Okay, now if you look at this, if I click on login, see it is opening the login.php, which is not developed by us, which is not created by us so far. So that's why. But but the main point here is it is navigating to a new tab. So that's what we need to look here, because we are working on the target. Now similarly, so there is one more thing called a method. So there is one more attribute for a form is method. So to this method you can pass two values, one is get and one is post. So when to use get and when to use post. So basically this method attribute specifies the HTTP method. It can be a get or post, and the default HTTP method when submitting the form is get. So as I said earlier, if you don't specify the method, so that means if you don't specify the method, by default the value of method would be get. And when you use a get, the form data is going to be visible in the address field. So that means, for example, if you look at here, so you have added some data here and you had some data here, and go to the login page. Okay, and it has to be, see it's validating here. That's the best part. Now if you click on login, okay, when you click on login, and if you would have written the code properly for your login.php, and since you are using method value as get. Okay, so now let me type again mail.com and password as something. When you click on login, it goes to login page, and whenever you uses the method value as get, okay, method value as get, you could able to see your values under here, under this address field, which is basically which is basically not a good practice when you use confidential information. That's why, so when you use a get, it is going to append the form data to the URL as a name value pairs. And that's why that's why we should never use get when you send a sensitive data, which is sensitive data is basically, I mean, secure data, right? Confidential data, you should never use method value as get. And when to use post, your form has sensitive information which is very much confidential, you should always use post. And the post method does not display the form data in the page address here, so it is not going to display your form data in the address field. So that's why if you are working with a confidential data, you should always use method value as the post. Okay, so that's all about the different attributes which are part of your form. So form will accept some styles, basically if you want to style your form, and basically and and it takes another attribute called an action, which will have a file which take care of the action what you need to perform upon clicking the login button or submit button, whatever it is. And similarly, if you want your output to be in a new tab, you can use the target, and as per your requirement you can use self, you can use stop and parent. And finally the method attribute is going to accept two values such as get and post. If you are dealing with a sensitive information, always go with the post. Okay, so that's all about form attributes. Now let me go back to our tutorials. So this is what we looked at, and we have designed this form. So these are all about action, target, and the method attributes. And now let us try to develop this form, so which has a name and which has a phone number and which has a gender with male and female, and it has a date of birth, and then it has something called social media platforms here. Okay, so this has some check boxes, and finally it has a button, submit button. Now we are good with this form, right? Now we have form from here to here. Okay, so now let me comment this form as login form. So comments are useful to provide the information about what you are writing inside your program. Now let me create a new program. Now let me create a new form. Okay, I am going to keep a new form, and as I said earlier, it has to be the input which is of type. What is our first field? The first field is a name. Okay, so I'm going to give the type as text. This is working fine. I'm going to give the type as text, and I'm going to close this input field. Okay, let me provide the placeholder as name. Now let me give the placeholder as name.
Okay, now let me refresh our project. Now look at this is beautiful, but I need name on top of this, right? I need name. So to provide that, you have to use label, never use paragraph or never keep directly. Okay, so I mean, if you want to provide a link or relation between these two, okay, just give name followed by close. Okay, this is how it works. Now let me refresh it. Okay, now let me provide some break. Okay, I'm going to refresh it. So this is how it looks. Let me provide another break so that it looks bit clear. Right, name and then this. The next one is phone number. Okay, so here basically there is no gap between this name and this name field, so I'm going to remove one more break here. Okay, that's great. Let's check it. Fine. So the next one is phone number. Now to provide the phone number, first let me give the label as phone number and to give single break so that it come down, and I'm going to give the input type as, just guess the input type as tel. The value should be tel, which is a short for telephone and number, and I'm going to give the placeholder as phone number. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Now let me refresh it. Look at this. Okay, so I should provide some breaks. Okay, here I have forgot to provide the break. Now if you look at this is how. Let me provide another break. Now look at this, name, phone number, and next one is radio buttons, gender and then radio buttons, right? Now let me provide. So here if you look at this gender, I'm going to keep it in a label. I'm going to keep it in a, so I'm going to close this. So I'm done with the gender. So before that I have to provide some breaks here. So let me provide two breaks. Okay, I have the gender, so now I have to give two radio buttons to provide a radio button. And before providing the radio button, I think we need to give, yeah, first is radio button, and after gender there is no space, right? Okay, that's great. I'm going to provide input type as radio. Oh sorry, so input type as radio. That's great. Input type as radio and followed by a label, and it should be name. And to provide a relation between this label and the input type, so I have to use label for, and you have to use the same ID which is there for this. So here I am going to give the ID as male because the first one is the male. So and I have to use the same ID here, so that whenever you use the same ID in the input and your label, so it's basically this is readable. If you look at this label and this label for what, this label for this input, okay, this label for this input. Okay, so this is how we provide a link. Now if you refresh it, right, gender and then male. Now so similarly provide. Now if you look at this, if you click on male text also, it is going to be okay. Now if you click on text also, it is going to be selected. Now let me provide, should I provide a break? No, I'm not going to provide any break. Now I'm going to just copy paste. I'm going to change the ID and the fur. Now if you look at this, and here I think I have to change to female. Now if you look at this, right, gender, when you click on gender, nothing is going to happen because we haven't linked this gender text to anything. Now we have a male and then we have a female. That's great. And next you need to provide a date of birth. Okay, to provide a date of birth, you have another input type, which of type date of birth. I'm going to show that input type as, so here I'm going to give the input type as date. Okay, date. Okay, I'm going to close this, date of birth. So let me keep it in label itself because so that it provides some consistency. Door closing. Okay, so now let me provide the date of birth field. Okay, so we have a gender, male and female. So now let me provide a date of birth. So to provide a date of birth, you have to use something called input type as date. So which will give a date field for us. Now let me give an ID. It's all your choice if you want to work with. Okay, so now let me close this, and before closing this, let me give a label. Okay, I'm going to give date of birth. Okay, now let's check. I'm going to refresh it. Look at this. Okay, so let me provide a break just below the form. Sorry, below the female, right? Okay, here I'm going to provide a break. Let me provide two breaks. Okay, now if you refresh it, see, look at this. Now using which you can provide the dates. Let me give June 1st, and I'm going to change it to 1994. So this is how you should deal with date of births. And the next one is the checkboxes. The next one is the checkboxes. So checkboxes are basically multiple selection kind of stuff, right? Now let me provide the checkboxes. To provide the checkbox, you just need to. I'm going to give the two breaks so that it displays better. Now you give the input type as. Okay, now you just need to provide the input type as check box. I think we just need to give check. I forgot. Let me try. No, I think it's checkbox. Let me give checkbox. Yes, correct. So we have to use input type as checkbox. Okay, and now let's look at the presentation. We have something called Facebook, Twitter, and the Instagram. Okay, let me give that. So the label should be Facebook. I'm going to close the label, and this label is for what? This label is for Facebook. Okay, so I have to give the ID as Facebook, and the label is for the same ID here you have to give, which is Facebook. Now if you look at it, now if I click on Facebook, it is going to be selected. So that's the use of the label. Okay, so before that I have something called what social media platforms you are active in. Okay, let me try to give that text also. So that I have to give here. So that text I have to give here, which is I'm going to give it in a label, not a problem. What social media platforms you are active in. Okay, what social media platforms you are active in is the question, and I'm going to close this label. Okay, now if you look at the present, now if you look at this, okay, so let me give a break. Okay, now it looks something like this. Okay, so now let me give another break. Look at this, that's great, right? Now we are working with HTML input types of type checkbox. So the next one is Twitter, and the next one is Instagram. Now if you guys know about it, just do it. Facebook and then Twitter, and the same you have to use it here, and it has to be Twitter, right? Now let me let me copy paste the same, and I'm going to give Instagram, and the same I am using it as a ID, and here for the name I am going to use Instagram. Now if you look at our website, that's great. What social media platforms are you active in? I am active in Instagram, I'm active in Twitter, and I'm active in Facebook. I can do anything. So if you look at this, so this is how it works, and you can provide these all things. Do we have anything else? And finally we have a submit button. Now let me provide some submit button just before this, right? Now that's to provide a submit button, and you have to use input type as submit. That's it. To close this. Now if you look at, okay, let me give a break. Now if you look at this, okay, let me give another break. Now I have provided another break. Now look at this. That's awesome. Now we are almost done with the inside part. Now let me provide a field set and a legend for this. Okay, to provide a field set, you have to look at the form. Okay, so provide a field set for the fields what you want to group. Okay, and I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste this at the end, and I'm going to close this field set, and the legend should be the first element after, and the legend should be first element inside your field set. Let me say legend. I'm going to give user information. Okay, legend. Okay, now if you look at this, that's very beautiful. And now let me give some style for this. Okay, now the style width I'm going to give 50%. That's great, right? That's how it works. Now here for this form we have used the same style, and for the above form, where is this form? So for this form also we have used the same style. So now I'm going to keep these two styles inside internal style sheets. Okay, so if you don't know about internal style sheeting, just go to CSS styles concept. You can learn it there. Okay, now I'm going to give it to the form. So this is how you provide internal style setting, and I'm going to give width as 50%. Now so that I can remove the style from here and even from this form. See, this is how you can reduce the code using CSS style sheets. Now if you look at this works. Now if you change anything, for example, if you provide a background color, let me give a tomato color. Okay, so what happens, since we have it under our internal style setting, if you change at one place, it is going to affect everywhere. Now if you look at this, so this is how it looks like, right? Now let me give some color using RGB, which we have learned earlier, right? So we have to provide red color, and then red, green, and then some blue color. Okay, now if you look at this, so this is how it looks like. And you can provide color for, and you can provide some alpha value also, which varies from 0 to 1. So let me provide 0.2. right? So this is a beautiful form, right? So this is how you will create the forms in HTML. Now let me go back to our presentation. So this and this we have completed, and this is another form, right? If you look at this form, so if you look at this form, you have a radio button which we have worked already, and you have something called a select here. So now let me try to use that, and then here you have a multiple selection, and here you have some other element, and this is for the color picker, and this is to choose the file, and finally here you have some other fields. Now let me try to create this form also, so that you will get to understand about all the different elements which are part of your form. Okay, so now let me try to create other information form. Okay, so now from here I'm going to create another form. Okay, so now if you guys are familiar with the forms already, just try to try to create the radio buttons. Okay, so now since we have already worked on this, right? Since anyway I will create it again, not a problem. So what I will do, this is for, are you interested in web designing? Do we have the similar one already? We have it for the gender, male and female. Anyway, I'm not going to take it from there. I'm going to create it from the beginning. It's not a problem. So I have, are you interested in web designing? So the first label should be, are you interested in one
Are you interested in web designing is the first label. Okay, and I'm going to provide breaks. Now below that I should have yes, no. Okay, great. Let me provide that. So first is what? Radio button. Okay, so I'm going to give input type as radio, and I'm going to give id as yes, and I'm going to use a label for what? This is for s. I'm going to say yes, and I'm going to close label. Alright, that's it. I think that's done. Let me check it. Look at this. So are you interested in the web designing? Yes, yes. So similarly for the no, you just need to copy this and just paste. Change it to no, and here also the id you have to change it to no. Now if you look at this, right, you have s and you have no. So no is not working. Yes, no is not working because here you have to change the for to no, and since you have the same id here, now it has to work. Yes, it's working now. And the next one is choose your country. So this is another type of element, so which is called a select. Now this is called a select element. So now to provide this selection, you should not use an input. So till now almost we have covered, not almost, but we have covered the input type. So now to provide an element with the selection kind of stuff. Okay, so you have another element called select. Okay, so you have to open, and then let me close this selection, and inside that you have to provide all the different options available. So if you look at this code here, choose your country, which will have the different values such as India, Bangladesh, Australia, South Africa. So they're all part of different countries. So now those countries you have to add as an option. So now to this option I am going to give the different options for the country. Okay, now I'm going to close this. Okay, now if you look at the project, look at this, we have got something called India, right? We have got the multiple selection. This is working fine. So let me try to provide few more. Okay, so now I have provided few more. Now if you look at this, oh sorry, what happened? Now if you look at this, so we have got something, so we have got different values. So now let me change it to Australia. Okay, so I have changed it to Australia, and similarly I'm going to change it to Bangladesh. Okay, now if you look at, if I refresh it, just refreshed it. Now if you look at this, so this is the since here if you look at the code, we are at the bottom of the page. So since we don't have space available, that's why it is displaying on the top. In case if there is space available in the bottom, it would display in the down. So for that, if you want to check that, let's do one thing. So now let me try to comment out this form. Okay, so I am going to comment till here. Okay, now if you look at this, see it is displaying in the down. So this is how it works. Now let me go to the presentation. So it has to be choose your country. Okay, so now I am going to give that just below the select statement, and here I am going to provide some breaks, and here I am going to give a label choose your country. Okay, I am going to close label. Okay, now let me provide a break after this. Now if you look at the, look at this, so you have got properly. So choose your country, and you are going to choose it as India. So now here in this section, so I have to tell something. So now for example there are a few more, and okay, you have many. Okay, let me change it to some other values. You have Bangladesh here, let me change it to America, and here you let me change it to South Africa. Okay, and instead of Australia I'm going to change it to Australia, India. Let me change it to Canada. Let me change it to Indonesia. Okay, so now these are the different options available. So now if you click on that, they are going to be displayed. So now if you want some particular option to be selected by default, right? So then you can use some property or an attribute inside your option. As for example, if you want to select Australia by default, you have to say select. Now if you look at this, okay, I'm going to refresh it. So by default it is India. Now if I want to refresh it, okay, it has to change. I think this is something different. Okay, it's not actually select, it is selected. So you are making it as selected and it's not select. Now if you look at this, so by default it is going to be selected for us. So that's how you should deal with. For example, if you have 10 or 20 items, 20 options inside your select statement, if you want some particular option to be selected as a default value, then you should give a property inside the option element as selected. When you say selected, it is going to be selected by default. If you look at here, so you have how many elements? You have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So you have 7 and the 7 are going to be displayed here. But if you don't want 7, if you want first 3, so how do you do that? So your select element, you can pass some property called, sorry, to you can pass some attribute called size. So if you provide 4 here, okay, so total 6 are there here, but it is going to display. For example, I haven't refreshed it. Now if you look at, there are 6. Now if I refresh it, because I have saved it there, now if I refresh it there, now look at it. So it's going to display only, it is going to display only uh, 1 2 3 4. Okay, it's displaying all. Why it has to display size 4? Okay, so the size 4 is going to display 4 values instead of displaying one value, right? It is going to display 4 values. It's not like it is going to display first 4. Sorry for that. It will display first 4 values and it will add a scroll bar for us so that we can scroll. Okay, so that's the use of size. So size attribute is going to specify the number of visible values. Now if you look at this, so these are the number of visible values. For example, if you want 6 to be visible, okay, what you can do? So now 6 are visible. So that is the use of the size attribute on the select statement or the select element. Now if you look at here, this is a single selection, right? If you look at this, so this is a single selection. I can select only one at a time. Now if you look at our presentation here, the next one, select what all languages you know. So you can know more than one language. So at that time you have to use a select statement with multiple selection. You should deal with the multiple selection. So for that, let me write another select statement. Okay, so let me give another select statement. So before that I'm going to give another label. So now before that I'm going to give another label and I'm going to name it as select what all languages you know. Okay, select what all languages you know. Okay, I'm going to close it and I'm going to provide some breaks. Okay, so inside that, okay, sorry, I haven't created the select data. So let me provide the select. Inside that I have to provide the options. So a few options such as Java, Java. Okay, now let me copy paste Java, C, C++. Let me give Android. Okay, this is all fine. Now if you look at the project, look at this. Okay, okay, let me provide a break here. After this select, I'm going to provide few breaks. Now if you look at this, okay, this select, I'm going to give 3. Refresh it. Now if you look at this code, so you have a selection statement. Okay, so now you can able to select only one, but I don't want this. So I want a multiple selection here. To provide a multiple selection, you have to pass a property to the select element, which is multiple. So when you say multiple, okay, you can select multiple you can select multiple values. Now if you click on this, now just press Control and you press another element. See, I have pressed Android, CSS, and Java. So this is how you should deal with multiple selection inside your HTML. Okay, so to make a select element to be a multiple selection, you just need to pass a value called or a property called multiple. If you pass multiple, it is going to be a multiple selection. Okay, now let me go back. So and then you have something called what are your hobbies, and the next one is what are your hobbies. So let me add this. Okay, so inside this itself I'm going to add the next label as what are your hobbies. I'm going to close this and let me provide some breaks to the previous select statement. Okay, and here also I'm going to provide a break. Now here under, so this field which is off, which is this field is actually a data list. So data list element is going to specify the list of predefined options. For example, what are your hobbies is basically many people are going to have the same kind of hobbies. For example, reading books, watching movies, playing sports. So these are all the different common hobbies available for it. So in this case, for example, whenever user tries to add reading books as their hobby, so whenever they type R, I want to populate some default values. For example, reading books. When they type R, I want to populate reading books. So at that time you should use one more element called data list. Okay, so we have one more element called data list. Okay, so now to provide that, you have to use something called data list. Okay, and inside this list, okay, let me close this. Okay, so inside this list you have to provide the different options available for. So inside this you have to provide the different options, which are basically the predefined options, right? So which are basically the predefined option. So let me give option value as I said earlier, let me give reading books. So in this way you can populate some predefined values. Okay, so the next hobby would be reading books is done, playing sports, and say watching movies, and similarly my hobby is cooking. So this is the different predefined options available, so that's why you need to keep them under data list. Now if you look at the project, will it work? I think it will not work because I know that it will not work. Now if you look at this, nothing is added because once you provide a data list, okay, you have to create an input, and you have to link this data list with that input element. Now to do that you have to provide an input, and here you have to provide a list, and to this list you have to pass the ID of your data list. For example, you say hobbies. So this is the ID which I have given to this data list, and this ID you have to use under list attribute of your input. Now if you look at this, it will give you the values. Now when you just click on the input itself, it is going to provide you the predefined values. Now if you say R, okay, now when you say R, it has filtered with two values because in these two values it found R. In the first item reading books we have R, in the second and in the second item at the sports we have R. That's why it has filtered with R. So that's the use of the data list. So the data list element is going to specify the list of predefined options for an input element. Okay, so this is what we have learned here. So now the next one is what is your favorite color. The next one is this one, what is your favorite color, which is actually a palette. Okay, to do this you have another input. Okay, let me provide some breaks here. Now let me give input type as color. Okay, I'm going to close this input. Now if I refresh, let's check whether it is going to work or not. Yes, it is displaying. Now if you click on this, it is going to open it, and you have an option to select different colors. Okay, right. So this is how you will deal with the colors. So you just need to add, what is your favorite color text, which you know already, so I am going to leave that. And finally we have something called choose file, which is to select the file. To provide that, you have input type as file. So that's why input is very important. So you just need to change the value of the type as per your requirement. Okay, now if I refresh it, look at this choose file. So when I click on choose file, it is going to open, and when I click on choose file, it is going to open the file explorer. So this all works fine. And the next one is enter debit code and the debit card. So here, for the debit card validity, the debit card validity will have a month and then year. It will not have a day. Right? It will have a month and the year. So to provide only month and a year, you have another type, which is basically input type of, you just say month. So when you just say month, okay, let's check it. Look at this. Okay, so here you have the month and you have the year. You don't have a day. So for example, even if you see, you can't select a single day here. You can select only the month. Now you can select June and then just select it. So this is how you can deal with. So previously we looked at date of birth, where we have used the input value as date, which has given day, month and year. So whereas this is another element, or that another input type value of month, which will provide only month and year. So similarly, there are many number of input types, or the input there are many number of input types available in HTML. You just need to experiment all those stuff. So here in this HTML lesson, I have provided very basic things, the basic mostly used form elements. I have provided mostly used elements. So finally, let's deal with our feedback form, so that we are in a so that okay, so now let me finally create a feedback. So feedback, if you look at this, it has multiple rows. Right? It's not a single row. See, if I say input type as text, it is going to provide me a single row. But if you want to provide more rows and the columns, you have something called text area. Okay, you have something called text area. Now if you look at this, this it will display. Okay, so let me provide some break. Now let me provide some breaks. I have provided 2 breaks here. Now if you look at this, so this is a display. So by default, it is going to display 2 rows. There are 2 rows here, and it has some columns. So if you want to give more numbers, I mean if you want to change, or if you want to modify the rows and columns, you just need to say rows, give the number of rows. For example, you want 10 rows. Now if I save this and refresh it, now look at this. So this much big it is. And now try to give columns. Let me give 60 columns. Now if you give 60 columns, it goes still here. So here you can give some placeholder. Give the placeholder as, give your valuable comments. Now if you look at this, right, so this is how you can deal with all the HTML forms available. Okay, now let me go back to the presentation. Now, so these are the different forms which we had seen today: input, select, text area, button, field set, legend, data list. We have covered all these elements. So these are the different elements available. Now the input types. So we looked at input type. Button, we looked at input type checkbox. Color, we looked at date also we looked at. And if you want date and time, okay, then you can use an input type called date time local. Similarly, email we looked at, file we looked at. Hidden is also another element you can hidden is also another value you can provide to a type element. If you want an element to be hidden, you can use this. Similarly, Similarly for an image, so there are different types. There are different types of inputs available. You just need to experiment on. You just need to experiment them. So what you can do is just keep some 10 or 20 input elements and just use all these different type values provided here and just check it from your side. Okay, so these are the different input types available. Similarly, these are the input attributes. So these are the different input attributes. For example, when you look at a form element, we tried to kept a value attribute. For example, for our input type submit, we have provided a value. So when you have provided the value, the input, the using the value attribute, you can change the, so using that value, we have changed the display, we have changed the display value for the login button. And similarly, there are some other attributes available. For example, if for example, let's look at this. Let me work with this read only attribute which is available here, right? So this is our read only attribute. So let me go back to the coding. So here, if we look at this, okay, so you will have email here. For example, if you want to make any particular element to be read only, that means you can't write anything inside that. So for that, you can provide, this is our email, right? So for that, you can provide an attribute called read only. So if you pass read only, okay, so if you pass read only, and let me refresh it. Now look at this. So I'm entering the data. Now if you look at here, I'm entering the data. Okay, I'm entering the data, but it is not entering because it is not allowing us. Since we have made it as read only, it will not allow us. It's just a read only input field. So similarly, there are some other attributes you can disable, and you can change the size of the input type. And similarly, you can give some max length, and if it is a required field, you can change it to required, and if it is some autocomplete, you can do that. So similarly, there are different attributes available which you can look at. And similarly, these are the attributes for the form we looked at. So we haven't looked at many of them, but these are the different form attributes which you can look at. For example, if you want, so this we looked at, I think, the form method attribute, right? We have given the method attribute which is of get and post. Similarly, if you don't want any validation for your form, so you can provide no validate attribute. So these are the different form attributes available which we can use under a form, which we can use under the form element. So these are all about HTML forms. I think you have got a good idea about HTML forms. If you have any questions on HTML forms, please do comment on the, so please do comment in the comment section. I'm going to clarify at any time. So that's it for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Text. If you're visiting our channel for the first time or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe to Suresh Text. In our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML forms, and in this tutorial, we will look at HTML multimedia. So what do you mean by a multimedia? Multimedia is basically a collection of videos, audio, movies, animations, sounds, images. So media is basically is a collection of all these. Many of the web applications contains audio or video of their website in their home page itself. So how do we provide multimedia inside a web application? So that's what we are going to discuss in this tutorial. Browser support. The first web browsers had supported only text, and they supported a single font and a single color, but later on browsers they have added support for colors, fonts, and then images and all the multimedia. But initially browsers haven't supported the multimedia data. Now there are different formats for the multimedia. Now if you look at this, so these are the common video formats. The first one is MPEG. So MPEG stands for Moving Pictures Expert Group. So and this is the first popular video format on the web.
And the next one is .avi, which stands for Audio Video Interleave, and it was developed by Microsoft. And this is commonly used in video cameras, TV hardwares, etc. And it was not, see, but not in the web browsers. It was not used in the web browsers. So it was commonly used in video cameras, TV hardwares, and etc. But it's not used in web browsers. And the next one is WMV. WMV stands for Windows Media Video, and which was also developed by Microsoft. And this is also commonly used in video cameras, TVs, etc. And the next one is .mov. So it was developed by Apple and commonly used in video cameras and the TVs, but not in the browsers. And similarly .rm, which is a real video, which was developed by real media. And similarly .swf, which was developed by Macromedia. And similarly we do have OGG, WebM4, and finally the MP4, which was developed by Moving Pictures Expert Group, commonly used in video cameras, TVs hardware, and it support supported by all the browsers, and it is recommended by YouTube. And similarly there are a few audio formats. So these are the common audio formats. So the first one is MIDI, and the short and the extension for that format is .mid, which stands for Musical Instrument Digital Interface. And similarly we do have a real audios with an extension .rm, and WMA with an extension WMA, AAC, and which is advanced audio coding. And similarly we do have WAV, which was from IBM and the Microsoft, and similarly OGG, MP3, and MP4. So these are the different formats available in video and in the audio format. So we are going to discuss about embedding all these different videos and audios in our web applications in this tutorial. So that's all for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. If you are visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Techs. So in our previous tutorial we looked at HTML media. So there are different formats available in video and audio formats. We looked at all the different formats that we can place in an HTML file. So even if you look at any of the web applications, most of the web applications introduction screen or the home screen is going to contain a media file. It can be an audio file, or it can be a video file. So today we will discuss about HTML videos. So we will try to look at placing HTML videos inside a web application. So we will try to look at placing videos in a web application. So to place a video inside your web application, you have to use an element called video. Okay, so you have to use an element called video. So let me create a project now. So I am going to start with HTML followed by the closing of HTML, body, and the close of body. And here I am going to place heading Suresh text, and I am going to close the heading. Let me save this as videos.html. okay, sorry, videos.html, and I'm going to save the save as type to HTML. Now to place a video, okay, let me open this project, which is videos dot, and I'm going to open it with Google Chrome. Okay, so it is displaying header now. So to provide a video, or to embed a video, there is an element called video. So just need to say video, just close the video, and inside this you need to provide the source elements. Okay, so you need to provide an element called source, and the source accepts an attribute called src, and here you need to pass a value which is the path of the video inside, which is the path of the video. So which is the path of the video. Now along with that you need to provide the type of the video that you are going to embed. So if it is of type MP4, okay, you just need to mention video, because we are embedding a video. We have to say video and then / followed by the extension of the video, which is MP4. And
and if it is an OGG file, you need to provide OGG. So as per your type, you need to mention out here. Now we need to provide the path of the video which we are going to display. So now let me look at this. So here I have a video start. Yeah, so this is an mp4 video. So this is our the introduction screen of Suresh Tech. So I am going to use this video now. So I have start, which is of type mp4. So I am going to use that as start dot mp4. Now if you look at the, now I'm going to refresh it. Look at this. Is it starting? No, it's not starting. Okay, so we have placed it, but it is not working. There is no control, there is nothing, displayed here. Okay, this is very big one, but then nothing has displayed as of now. Now there is no play button, there is nothing. So to provide the play button, so it's basically to provide the controls, you need to provide a value to the video element, so it is called controls. If you provide controls, then if you refresh it, look at this. So look at this, it has provided play button and it has the slider, it has everything. Now if you, so look at this. So it's basically playing the video, right? It's basically playing the video, but if you look at this, the video is very large. Even it has a scroll bar, horizontal scroll bar available here. So this is really a big video. Now to control the height and width, you can pass two attributes such as height. So if you want height to be 200, okay, and width to be 200. So let me refresh it. Now it looks something like this. Okay, so now let me increase the height. I'm going to give, sorry, now let me increase the width. So width I'm going to give 600. So if you refresh it now, so look at this. So this is how it looks like. So you can do all the control. So you can even control all this video. So if you provide controls here, it is going to provide the controls for the video. Now for example, you have added this, but some browsers may support this video and some browsers may not support this video. So that's why it's always a best practice to provide different types of sources. For example, if you have this, if you have a OGG file for the same video, okay, so you can add that. So you can add that as a second source. So what happens is, whenever this gets rendered, so whenever it gets rendered, the browser will use the first recognized format. For example, when we are opening this application in a web browser, in case if the browser supports this mp4, then it will pick this source file and it is going to run this video file. In case if it doesn't support mp4, then it will try to pick the next source element. So in that way it is going to work. So it's like the first accepted is going to be, so it's like the first supportable is going to play. Now in case nothing has supported, so that means none of the source has supported, then you can provide a text below that. So if you provide something like this, your browser does not support this video. So if you provide like this, whenever these two are all the source elements which are above this text doesn't support by the web browser, then it is going to display this text. Okay, then it is going to display this text. So this is how you can provide, this is how you can embed video into your web applications. Now if you look at this would be same. Now let me go back to the presentation. Now look at this. So the numbers in the table specify the first browser version that fully supports the video element. Now look at this. So in the Chrome version 4.0, it supported the video, and similarly, so these are the different browsers which supports the video. Okay, and there are three major video formats which are supported in all the web browsers. So they are called, and they are mp4,
WebM and OGG. And if you look at here, the Internet Explorer does support MP4, whereas Internet Explorer doesn't support WebM and OGG. So if you provide WebM and OGG extension videos inside Internet Explorer, they're not going to work. And similarly, Chrome is going to support MP4, WebM and OGG. And Firefox is going to support everything, and Safari doesn't support WebM and OGG. That's all for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Text. If you're visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Text. So in our previous tutorial we looked at HTML video, and in this tutorial we will look at HTML audio. So let me try to create a project. So this is our previous project where we have added a video element. So I'm just going to use the same. So I'm just going to use the same HTML file to provide an audio. So to provide an audio, you should use an element called audio. Okay, and I'm going to close it with audio. So to now to provide an audio file inside this audio element, you need to use something called source, just like video, and you need to provide an src for this. And this src should be the value or the path of the audio file. Okay, so and the type should be audio, and the type of the audio, if it is of type mp3, so then you need to provide mpeg, right? So I'm going to close this. So now to provide the controls again, so I'm not going to provide the controls now, but I'm going to pick up some so now I'm going to pick up some audio file. So here I have an audio file called fireworks. So fireworks, which is of type wave. Okay, wave. Okay, so if it is a type of wave, I have to change it to wave, and the src, is fireworks dot, which of type dot, right, wav. Okay, so I'm going to provide here fireworks dot wav. Okay, now if you look at that project, I'm going to refresh it. Where is it added? It's not added anywhere. It's not added anywhere. Okay, let me provide some controls and let's check. I've added the controls. Now if you look at here, so it has provided here. So now if I play, so if I play it, it is going to play. Okay, so this is how an audio is going to work. So this is how we can embed. So this is how we can embed audio inside your web application. So to provide a video, you have to use a video element, and to provide an audio, you have to use an audio element. And if you want the controls to be displayed for the audio or video, you have to use a value on the element called controls. If you provide controls, then it is going to provide the controls, and to provide the source element, you have to use the source element. And now let me go back to the presentation. Okay, and just like that, an audio just like the video, an audio is going to support in Chrome, Microsoft Edge, Firefox, and all, etc. So the browser is going to support audio. And similarly, so there are three audio formats which are mostly used in almost all the web browsers, and they support it. So they are mp3, wav, and ogg. And these browsers, if you look at Safari, which is not going to support ogg file. And similarly, if you look at Edge is not going to support .wav or ogg files. That's all for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Text. If you're visiting our channel for the first time, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe Suresh Text. In our previous tutorial, we looked at HTML audio, and in this tutorial, we will look at HTML YouTube videos. So as we discussed in our previous tutorials, placing the media, so it can be either a video or it can be either an audio. As we discussed earlier, few browsers may not support all the type of formats available. You need to explicitly change the formats so that the browser is going to support them, so instead of struggling all this, so instead of struggling this much, you can directly upload that video to the YouTube, and you can use the YouTube link to place inside your web application. So to use a YouTube, so to provide so to use a YouTube video inside your web application, first thing you need to do is to upload video into YouTube. First you need to upload the video into YouTube, and then whenever you upload a video into YouTube, it is going to provide a video ID. So you just need to take that ID and you need to import, and then you need to embed that into an iframe. So we looked at iframes already. So iframes are used to display web page inside a web page, right? So similarly here under iframe you can embed a YouTube video, right? So to embed a YouTube video, so you just need to use iframe. So let me open our previous project. So this is the project we are working in our earlier two sections where we have added video and audio. So now here I am going to add an iframe, or I will do one thing. So I am going to remove this, or let me comment out this. So I've commented out this, the video and the audio section. So now I'm going to use an iframe. So this is the iframe I have provided, and inside this iframe I am going to use something called, to the iframe itself, iframe accepts an attribute called src. Okay, so here you need to provide the ID of the YouTube. So if you look at here, so this is our Suresh text channel, and here I have one video which is our channel introduction. So if you look at the address field, so I have the ID for this video. So this is the ID for this video. So now I have to use this ID. If you look at here, so here I need to pass the ID. Okay, so this is actually the entire ID. I am going to pass the entire ID here. So this is the entire ID. Here I am going to use this ID. Okay, so I have used that. So now if you look at the application, look at this, I am going to refresh it. Now look at this, what happened? Okay, it's not displaying because youtube.com refused to contact. Okay, so this browser is not supporting the youtube.com. okay, let me try to give directly. It's not going to work. I know that it's not going to work. It's not going to work directly. Okay, so this is how you can directly use, but this browser is not supporting the youtube.com. So okay, so you guys just try from your side. This is going to work definitely. What if I provide width and height? If you want to provide width and height, then let's check. So I'm going to provide width as 400 and height as 300. Okay, now if you look at this, okay, still it is not working. Width, what if I provide 420 and height 315? Okay, so here this browser is not supporting. And now for example, at your side, if for example if it is working at your side, for example if it is working at your side, then if you want the video to autoplay whenever you open your web application, then you can use another property, or you can use here, you can provide auto play, and here you need to provide 1. If you provide 0, it is not going to play, and instead if you provide 1, it is going to autoplay whenever you open your web application. Now if you look at here, okay, it's not there. Okay, since this browser is not supporting, so I'm not going to
So since this browser is not supporting, we are not able to see that video. Instead, if it is working at your side, you can provide autoplay as well, so that it is going to autoplay whenever you open the web application. Similarly, if you want to provide playlists, okay, if you want to provide the playlist, then at the end you can provide. So after this, so after here, so you can provide playlist, and here you can add the YouTube video IDs available. So here you can provide the YouTube video IDs separated by comma. So for example, this is your first one. For example, something you have like this, then you can provide comma, and you can provide the other one, something like this. So whenever you provide all the different IDs, it is going to play all the playlist one after the other. And similarly, if you want to provide the controls, then you can provide it something like this. So you can provide controls followed by is equal to 1. If you provide 0, the controls will not be displayed. If you provide 1, controls are going to display. Okay, you guys just try it from your side. That's it, because it's not working at my browser. Okay, okay, this is about the autoplay, and this is about the playlist, and this is about the loop. For example, if you want to loop the YouTube video, then you can provide loop is equal to 1. For example, at the end, as so here at the end, instead of this controls, you have to provide loop is equal to 1. Whenever you provide loop is equal to 1, it is going to loop forever. Okay, and if you want to provide the controls, you can provide the controls. That's all for today. Please do subscribe to Suresh Text. Thank you so much.